Ladies and gentlemen, keep this under your hat. The secret word tonight is chair. C-H-A-I-R.
Really?
You bet your life! Elgin American, creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, finest dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life. The comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
Groucho! Is he back again? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again, happy to report we're starting our third season for the same sponsor, Elgin American Compacts. I've saved my money all summer, and tonight we have $1,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a pair of newlyweds, and here they are, Mr. and Mrs. Roland Carr. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, to You Bet Your Life. Need to say the secret word at any time we're talking, you'll win $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Newlyweds, eh? How newlywed are you, eh?
July 31st.
I was talking to your husband. Roland, does she always answer for you?
No, I don't always.
Gene Carr, don't you ever let him say anything? Where'd you get him, in front of a cigar store?
No.
Chatterbox, that's you, Roland. How old are you?
I'm 31.
And what's your age, Gene?
30.
And where are you from?
Jamestown, North Dakota.
Roland, what's your home place?
New York City.
You live in different towns, eh? Well, when you each go back home, I hope you'll be writing to each other. Eh? What kind of work do you do, Roland?
I work in a bank.
You work in a bank, eh? And judging who's been doing the talking, your wife must be the teller. Just what do you do in the bank?
Well, I'm the operations officer.
You operate in the bank? Have you got your knife with you? No, I've always envied you people who work in banks. You have such a short day. What do you do after 3 o'clock, Roland?
Well, after the bank is closed, when we do our hardest work.
I see, yeah. Is the president of the bank aware of this?
Well, he works after the bank is closed, too.
Oh, you're all in cahoots, eh? Well, that's one way for a young bridegroom to put away a lot of money, work nights in a bank. Gene, how did you meet this old banker here, huh?
I used to work in the same bank.
After hours or during the regular hours? Now, since you're newlyweds, we have some appropriated wedding gifts from our sponsor. George?
For Gene, Elgin American's beautiful dresser set in jeweler's bronze with a look of gold. And isn't that engraved floral design lovely, Gene?
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you very much.
And Roland, we'd like you to have this slim, sleek, sterling silver cigarette case by Elgin American, handsomely engraved.
It's very swell.
Where did you two kids go on your honeymoon?
We went to San Francisco and Lake Tahoe.
Mm-hmm. That's an ideal honeymoon. Which one of you went to Frisco, huh? Gene, how many of your old boyfriends have you seen since you've been married?
I haven't seen a single one.
Just the married ones, eh? Remember that, Roland. You see how easy it is to trap your wife? Huh? Gene, can you honestly say that marriage is as perfect as you'd always dreamed?
Well, no, we have a few little problems.
Small problems? What are their names, eh? Do you plan on having a family, Roland?
Yes, we do.
About, how many?
Oh, about 2.
Well, you know, being a banker, you know you're going to have to consult the other stockholder before you can declare dividends. Now, Gene, do you think Roland will make a good father?
Yes, he will.
Well, why are you so certain?
Children like him, and he's very gentle and understanding with them.
Have you anything to add to that, Roland? Eh?
No, I can't add anything to that.
Just going to stand there and simper, huh? Now, as a recent Benedict, what are some of the advantages of married life?
Well, it shows a man the right direction in which to go.
You mean she's already told you where to go? Well, you make a charming and a very amiable couple, and I know you'll make wonderful parents. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together for $1,000. Fenneman, you've had a whole summer to practice what you're going to say. Speak your piece.
Young Mrs. Chesser went to her dresser to fix up her hair real pretty. When she got there, the dresser was bare.
What? No Elgin American dresser set?
No, what a pity. But she rushed right down to her favorite store and bought the smartest dresser set they had. What kind was it? Naturally. Elgin American dresser sets are exquisitely designed. Have jewel-like finish, precision craftsmanship throughout. Have nylon bristles, specially ground mirrors. They're the most fashionable decorator touch you could give a bedroom. They look like $1 million, but cost as little as $14.95. And if you're extra thrifty, there's Elgin American's companion line of American Beauty dresser sets that start at only $7.95. Here's the big, impressive gift to thrill anyone. And don't let your dresser, your guest room, go bare another day. Tomorrow, buy these values you'll value for years. Dresser sets by Elgin American.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Fenneman, bring them up to date on the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the program. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
We picked songs.
Songs from recent Broadway musicals? Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
All right. This song is from South Pacific. Give me the title of it.
Valley High.
Valley High is right.
And they're on their way, Groucho. They have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your $30 will you try now?
We'll bet 20.
Let's see if you can identify this tune from Kiss Me Kate. Play, Jerry.
I'm always true to you, darling.
Always true to you, darling, in my fashion.
They're really on their way. They have $50.
That shows he's a groom. Now, here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to risk?
We'll bet 35.
Here's another song from South Pacific. What's the title of it? Some Enchanted Evening.
They're really climbing now. They have $85.
You have now climbed the Mount McKinley of $85, and here's your last chance to beat the other couple. How much are you going to try?
We'll bet $70.
$70. Ethel Merman sang this song, and Annie, get your gun. What's the name of it?
There's no business like
No
show
business like show business is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $155.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Stick around now. You might still get the crack at the big question.
Groucho, our next couple has been in a waiting room off stage. Perhaps they'll say the secret word. It's chair. We invited some wrestlers and some librarians for the show tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected librarian Mary Horan and wrestler Terry McGinnis. And here they come. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for Elgin American Compacts. And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, I'll fork over $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. The wrestler and the librarian, eh? Miss Mary Horan, at which library do you work?
The Central Library, the Los Angeles Public Library.
Mm-hmm. And how's business there? Quiet?
Yes, very quiet.
A little joke I bet you always use when somebody asks you how's business. Eh?
Oh, yes.
How's business?
Very quiet.
Very good. I thought maybe things were humming since you do a volume business. Bone Crusher, Terry McGinnis, huh? Are you married?
Yes, sir.
How'd you meet your wife? Did you go up to her to dance and say, may I have the next half, Nelson?
Horatio, I met her in Australia.
And what were you doing there?
I was there wrestling.
What, kangaroos?
I have wrestled a kangaroo.
Have you? Isn't it difficult to wrestle a kangaroo? How do you talk business before the match? Huh?
That we don't do, Grasso.
With a kangaroo. You can't strike me. I'm sitting down. You know. Besides that, I'm an elderly man and I wear glasses. Huh? Librarian, you've been very quiet. Where do you think you are, in the public library? How's business?
Very slow.
Very slow. Well, it's changing. It was a little quiet a while ago. Now, Mary, how did you happen to become a librarian? Did you start out as a bookie? Say, you're a pretty good-looking gal to be working in the library. I never know they had girls like that. Are you married, Mary?
No, I'm not.
No, no. You're a circulating librarian? What kind of a man are you looking for, Mary?
A nice, quiet, companionable sort of person who's well-read and likes good cultural things and good-looking and about 6 feet.
You don't want a man. You want Dr. Elliot's 6-foot shelf, huh? Now, Wrestler, McGinnis, haven't you got a ring name like Gorgeous Sam or the Blimp or Derriere Dan or something, huh? No. What do they call you in the ring? And remember, we're on the radio.
They call me Irish Terry McGinnis.
They call you Irish Terry McGinnis? What part of Romania do you hail from?
The Irish part.
Now, Miss Horan, let's get back to you. It's much safer. Now, there's a big article about me in the October Radio Mirror magazine. Suppose I breeze down to your library next Sunday afternoon. Would you help me find the magazine?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, that's not very cooperative. Why not?
Well, the public library is not open on Sunday.
Well, I'll be bound, huh? How's business,
Very quiet.
Very quiet. Well, you're holding your own, anyhow. Miss Horan, as a librarian, do you like to wrestle?
I never have wrestled.
Well, maybe that's why you're not married, huh? Well, Miss Horan, here's something I know you'll fall in love with instantly. George, tell her about it.
Well, it's a luxurious sterling silver compact by Elgin American. It's hand engraved with a 14-karat gold picture frame border. How do you like it, Miss Horan?
Very beautiful.
And for our wrestler, something his wife will thoroughly appreciate. A sterling silver compact just like it by Elgin American.
I know she'll love it.
Now tell me, Glamorous Gus, how much do you weigh, huh?
240 pounds, 6'2".
All that meat and no vegetables. Except the cauliflower ear. You know, Terry, there's an ugly rumor going around that some professional wrestling matches are fixed. Is there anything to this?
Absolutely not. That's an ugly rumor.
How many ugly rumors have you wrestled in your time? Now let's play You Bet Your Life. If you can beat our other two couples in the quiz, you'll get a crack at the $1,000 question. Fenneman, remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The newlyweds won $155.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Paper money.
Nicknames for paper money. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$5.
$5. How much money is a grand?
$1,000.
$1,000 is right.
They're on their way. They have $25.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of your $25 will you try?
10.
10? All right. How much money is a fin?
$5.
$5 is correct.
Now they have $35.
You now have $35, and here's your third question. How much of the 35 will you attempt?
10.
10.
Let's spend a little more. Let's spend 25.
All right, 25. All right with you, Mary. How much money is a sawbuck?
$10.
$10 is correct.
They're on their way. They have $60.
All right, you've got $60. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 60 are you going to risk?
$50.
$50. Is that all right with you, Mary? All right. How much money is a case note?
How much money is a what?
A case note. C-A-S-E.
$50.
No, it's $100.
No, I'm sorry. It's $1.
They wind up with $10.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets a $1,000 question. Fenneman, now it's your turn.
All right, Groucho. Listen. Those are waves caressing the shores of Mallorca, the most romantic island in the Mediterranean. Here on Mallorca, after searching the corners of the world, Elgin American has found the most perfect pearls ever created by man. Pearls worthy of the Elgin American name. Now, these pearls can be yours. Rich, lustrous, glowing with a deep-sea beauty all their own. Elgin American pearls are perfectly matched, superbly styled, with glamorous, luxurious clasps, and fashioned into wonderful single, double, and triple strand necklaces, as well as ropes, chokers, and graceful earrings. Presented in their beautiful jewel and gift boxes, Elgin American pearls are truly the most magnificent gift you can give or receive. Yet, prices start at just $2. The finest simulated pearls at any price. Buy them tomorrow. Treasure their opalescent beauty forever. Wear them proudly. For these are Elgin American pearls.
Now then, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $1,000 question. George, who's leading so far?
Well, the newlyweds are leading with $155. And here's our final couple. They've been in the waiting room off stage, so they don't know the secret word is chair. Our studio audience selected a druggist and a housewife to be next. And here they come. Mrs. Margaret Harvey and Mr. Quentin Snavely. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks. Welcome for Elgin American Compacts. If you say the secret word at any time we're talking, I'll hand over $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A druggist and a housewife, eh? Mr. Quentin Snavely?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. You're the druggist, I presume.
That's right, sir.
Where are you from, Doc?
Santa Monica.
Mrs. Margaret Harvey. What's your hometown?
Philadelphia.
Quentin, are you married?
Yes, I am.
My wife first became interested in me in the drugstore. She fell in love with my picture on a bottle of iodine. Now, aspirin tablet, as a druggist, just what do you do?
What do I do with an aspirin tablet?
No, what? Well, there are only so many things you can do with an aspirin tablet. I say, as a druggist, just what do you do?
I fill prescriptions.
Don't you sell anything besides drugs in your drugstore?
Oh, yes, we sell football tickets and,
That's a nice combination. Aspirin and football tickets, huh?
and, hot
Imagine
water
a fella
bottles.
has arthritis and comes in and gets a football ticket, huh? What does your husband do, Mrs. Harvey?
He fills crates in a warehouse.
Fills crates in a warehouse? Fills them with what?
Well, anything they have there to fill them with.
Well, that seems like a pretty simple job. Just grab anything around there and throw it in a box. I don't think we're quite clear on this. After he fills these crates with this debris, what happens to these crates?
Well, they ship them out.
How did you meet him? Was he throwing you in one of the crates?
I met him in a cemetery.
You met him in a cemetery?
Yes.
He just went from one box to another. Well, tell me, Mrs. Harvey, was he alive when you met him?
Very much so.
What was this ghoul doing out there in the cemetery?
Well, he was a grave digger.
He sounds like a lot of fun, this kid. What were you doing in the cemetery, Mrs. Harvey? Huh?
Well, I always made a shortcut through the cemetery.
You made a shortcut and ran into him?
I had a hobby of reading epitaphs.
You had a hobby of reading epitaphs?
Yes.
I mean, in the evening by the fire, you mean?
Home from work, I used to cut through there and I read the epitaph.
I see.
Yes.
And? Was his name on one of them? Well, that's a nifty way to start a romance. So, what was he doing?
Well, when I was reading on the epitaph, I saw the picture of this man, and he was a gruesome-looking fella, and I said, gee, you're ugly. And as that, somebody said, so are you. And when I came to, there were 3 grave diggers standing around me.
Are you sure you weren't watching Hamlet?
These grave diggers were explaining what had happened.
I see.
They
You
said-
knocked him dead, huh?
There was one grave digger was in the grave eating his lunch. When he...
What they call a box lunch. I'm going to lock my door tonight when I get home. So, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm not being rude. I'm just trying to find out more.
When I did wake up, I was sitting in one of those chairs, you know, if they have in the cemetery.
Mrs. Harvey, you said chair, and that's the secret word, and that means you win $100 right now, and there it is. Congratulations. Now, where were we when the chair broke, huh?
Well, he said he felt very sorry for what he had said to me.
And then he threw a wreath on you, I suppose? Doc, tell me, how much does your average prescription cost?
They start from 50 cents up, but the average prescription is about $2.
Mm-hmm. And how much do the ingredients cost you?
Trade secrets. 20 cents up.
What do you mean up? Up to 22? And you mean you have the nerve to charge $2 for something that only costs you 20 cents?
Well, we have our overhead to figure in, our rent, and the knowledge and experience in filling those prescriptions.
Well, that's a pretty big pill to swallow. You know, I've often wondered, how important is the soda fountain to a drugstore? Does it bring in much business?
Well, it brings in the trade, and they buy other things in the store.
Well, that sounds logical. After you have a pumpernickel sandwich on liverwurst, and a banana split, they stagger over to the drug department and buy enough bicarbonate to cover the whole rent, I suppose. Well, I've got a prescription for both of you. Take now these gifts from our sponsor.
Mrs. Harvey, pearls for you. Elgin American's beautiful pearls. They're the finest pearls made by man, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy them.
They're beautiful.
And Druggist Snavely, the perfect gift for your wife. Elgin American's exclusive heart-shaped compact that's definitely different. It's jeweler's bronze that looks like gold.
That's the best seller in our store, really.
Ha ha, there's a man.
Tell me, do you ever have emergencies in your drugstore other than your wife coming in and catching you shaking up a blonde for a bromo? I mean, shaking up a bromo for a blonde? Let's forget the whole thing, huh? Mrs. Harvey, what kind of first aid equipment do you keep around the house?
Oh, I have iodine, corn plasters, bunion plasters.
You have a lot of foot trouble, I take it, huh? That's from hot putting it through that cemetery. What else? Just iodine, corn plasters, foot plasters,
Well,
no arch supports?
I have headache powders.
Headache powder.
Yes.
I'd like to meet that husband of yours someday. Are there any items missing from that list that she should have in her home, Mr. Snavely?
Well, she didn't mention a tourniquet, and everyone should have one.
Tourniquet, huh? You mean like a tennis tourniquet? What's a tourniquet, huh?
Well, a tourniquet is a apparatus that you put around the arm. Stops flow of blood.
It stops the blood? Is that good? I'm trying to get mine started, and he's stopping it. What is that for? A snake bite?
That's right.
What does it cost?
It costs $4.95.
Just for a tourniquet?
No, that's part of a snake bite kit. That's the whole kit.
The whole kit? How old is the kid, huh? Now, Doc, suppose Mrs. Harvey came into your drugstore and told you she just had an argument with her husband, and she wanted to buy 100 sleeping pills and a pound of arsenic. What would you do, huh?
I'd be suspicious.
You're a pretty shrewd cookie, Doc. But tell me, would you sell it to her?
Not without a prescription.
I see. You have no objection to her knocking off her husband as long as she has a prescription. Well, you're a very interesting couple, and, Doc, I've been ribbing you druggists, but I didn't mean it, really. The druggist on the corner is an American institution. He's been keeping me hopping for years. Now, Mrs. Harvey and Doc, you're going to play your bet your life the Elgin American game for $1,000. You run your $20 and the more than the other couples, you get the chance at the big question later. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The newlyweds are still ahead with $155.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Nursery rhyme.
Nursery rhymes. Yeah. Well, you ought to be good at that after those obituaries and epitaphs. Eh? Now, here's your first question. How much will it be? How much are you going to bet?
$10.
$10? All right. How many bags of wool did the black sheep have? Take a guess.
3.
3 is right. You got right enough to bet.
Well, they're on their way with $30.
You sneaked in under the wire that time. Now, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your $30 will you try?
We'll try,
20? What was the name of the kid that ran around town in his nightshirt, rapping at windows to see if all the other kiddies were in bed? Take a guess. The bell is tolled. I'm sorry. It was Wee Willie Winkie.
They now have $10.
That is a pretty tough one. Now, here's your third question. You have $10 left. How much are you going to try now?
We'll bet 5.
What was Miss Muffet eating when the spider frightened her? What was she?
Curds and whey.
Curds and whey is right, huh?
Well, they're on their way again. They have $15.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couple. How much of the 15 are you going to try?
10, all right, 10.
What skinny guy could eat no fat?
Jack Spratt.
Jack Spratt could eat no fat.
And they wind up with a grand total of $25. And that means the newlyweds with $155 get the chance at the $1,000 question. The name Elgin American means the very finest quality, designing, finish, and craftsmanship. The best value in exquisite compacts, gorgeous simulated pearls, magnificent dresser sets, magic action lighters, wondrous lighter cases, distinguished cigarette cases, handsome military sets, fascinating musical humidors. Your favorite store has a complete assortment of the newest Elgin American styles right now. See them. And for your own proud use, for thrilling prestige gifts, always buy Elgin American. And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the newlyweds.
Well, back again to try for $1,000, eh? Good luck. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly, and no help in the audience, please. Think of your map now. Which of the 48 states extends the closest to the North Pole? Which state of the 48? What answer have you two decided upon?
Wisconsin.
No, I'm sorry. The correct answer is the Lake of the Woods projection in Minnesota is the northernmost point in the United States. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500.
But for beating the other couples, Groucho, they receive the new amazing Apollo 16mm movie projector to show Hollywood sound movies and moving pictures you take yourself.
And in addition, you receive those lovely gifts from Elgin American, and you won $155 in cash. That makes it a very profitable evening all around. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production. Transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,500. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx. Presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, and finest dresser sets, Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately?
Can you identify this voice? And it was a falsetto, I'd say. Well, what's this? Well, ha, 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 ha. You know, and the guy said, well, that's as good as anything. Why don't you do it? In the next half hour, you will hear the voices of some of the world's best-known personalities on radio's newest, most exciting fun game, Sez Who. Yes, it's time for Sez Who. And here's the star of Sez Who, Henry Morgan. Thank you very much, and good evening. We have an interesting panel ready to play Sez Who, but before we introduce them to you, let's listen to this message. Did you fill up the gas tank of my swept-wing Dodge?
Yes, I did. That would be 80 cents. She didn't need no oil or nothing.
Okay, wipe off the windshield, will you?
Yeah. Hey, this is some big windshield, boy.
Yes, it's a Dodge picture window windshield.
I can't reach the middle part, right up there where it curves back. Hold my ankles and boost me out on the hood.
All right, up you go.
Oh, my, this is a big car. I still can't reach all the windshield.
Well, just walk out on the hood and finish it up.
Okay. Boy, you must be rich to own a big car like this.
Well, actually, Dodge costs less than 59 different models of the low-price field. I just got all the car I was paying for.
I forgot my squeegee.
Here it is.
Why, I could afford it, Dodge.
Come on, we'll see a Dodge dealer.
Well, put up to the pump and I'll swing down.
Now let's meet our panel. First, Joey Adams.
Henry, glad to see you.
Thank you. Next, Dagmar.
Hello, everybody.
Orson Bean.
Hi, lovable Henry.
And Jim Backus.
Oh, my George, how are you?
And that is our panel. My George. Panel, I know you're familiar with the rules. We play a voice, which you will try to identify. The listener suggesting the voice gets $15. If you fail to come up with the right answer, we'll send the listener a Ben Russ wristwatch. You have the voice text on a card in front of you. Let's try the game. Now, this voice was suggested by Mrs. M.O. Jonas of San Francisco, California.
How dare you make fun of my private life? Does that put colors like this for me to make fun of it? My life's my own, I tell you. You impudent upstart. Oh, I haven't begun to tell you what I think of you.
May we have our offstage announcer identify that voice, please?
That was the voice of all-time favorite stage and screen star, Madeleine Carroll.
Well, let's try a little bit of old Sez Who, a game with which we're becoming a little more familiar. Joey Adams, you want to start?
This girl is talking to somebody. This Frenchman she's talking to. Is she upset with him particularly?
What Frenchman, Joe?
She says he's a parasite.
Suppose in years to come we're able to make a sale of this show in France. You know what you've done to it.
Well, no, what I don't mean this in the ubiquitous or pristine manner. I mean it didactically.
Good. And we go to Dagmar.
Was that all right what he just said?
I tend to doubt it.
Oh. And she's a movie actress, isn't she?
Oh, dear.
The girl that just heard on the record?
Yes.
I see. Did she always cry a lot in the movies?
Not necessarily.
Did she roll her eyes a lot?
Oh, she wiggled them a little.
Did she ever play in the movies where she was a Southern belle, like Jezebel?
Not to my knowledge.
Because I know she's Southerner. I can always tell that. Well, this girl, she makes movies. Does she also do television?
No.
Does she do Broadway shows?
No. And we go to Orson Bean.
Is this girl still with us? I mean to say, has the great croupier cashed in the chips?
Well, she eats breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Let's put it that way.
She's still around, eh? Is she still in the prime?
I don't know how late prime is.
She's no slip of a lass. I mean, she's a full-blown woman at this point.
Let's put it that way, if you like.
Dagmar, I just put a knife in my back.
Now, I gave you a loving look, honey. You keep going. You're cute.
This young lady, is this bit of dialogue, as far as you know, from a part she played, or was she really mad about something?
No, it's from a part.
Oh, it was a part.
Sure.
So she was playing the part, I presume, of a celebrity who was having her private life interfered with, right?
Yeah.
Is it from a movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's from a movie. And this girl, was she a big star?
Yes, she was big.
Like a big comedian known as that?
She wasn't necessarily a comedian, and we go to Jim Backus.
Well, is this, obviously you said it was a soundtrack from a motion picture, and is it an older picture?
Yes.
A picture made before 1940?
I don't think it's that old.
It isn't that old. Then you would say it is one of the truly great stars of the motion picture.
She was
the traditional movie queen.
Yeah, she was quite large.
Oh, you mean career-wise?
Career-wise.
Oh,
yeah.
Not
like today's large stars.
No. Was it Claudette Colbert?
No. And we go to Joey Adams.
Is she an American?
Yes.
An American star who is Southern.
No.
Southern? No.
Would you know of any particular type of pictures?
Not necessarily, and I just got a note from a sneaky informant. She was born in England, and that'll throw you.
Charles Lawton. The fact that she was born in England has nothing to do with me. I don't care where she was born. I said American, you said no. She is American, and she's English, right?
Right.
But she made her fame here?
Right.
Did she go back there to make pictures?
No.
Is she known for any particular type of picture?
No.
Well, how do you know what I'm going to ask?
What do I care?
He loves that word.
Then we go to Dagmar.
It's true. You're realist. Time will agree with this show. All right.
No, I'm not wrong.
It's not Betty Davis, is it?
That's right.
I wanted you to say no. Could it be Deborah Carr?
Certainly.
Is it?
No.
Oh, God. Betty Hutton?
Dag, I don't think...
I know, but I like to think of some names, honey, that's all I can think of. Is this girl around 50 years old?
You give me a great problem here. The answer's yes. And we go to Orson Dean.
You don't care what I ask you, right?
I don't care what happens. I don't think I'm going to live out the half hour.
Jim Backus has an idea. Whisper to me and I'll give it. So I'll wait. Is that it?
What's her last name? I don't know. What is it, Jim?
Madeline Carroll.
Jim, would you be good enough to tell me how you got to that from that woggly premise we'd established?
The English is what did it. Because she didn't sound English in that soundtrack. I'm very sorry.
Boy, you worked it out fine. In any event, that sends $15 to Mrs. M.O. Jonas of San Francisco, California. Send your regards to Jim Backus. Let's try one other game. This voice was suggested by Ruby Mahler of Chicago, Illinois.
The fellow who leans in both directions at the same time is likely to find himself either on his face or the back of his head. I should say that we've got to spend a little time really standing up straight and thinking about this.
May we have our offstage announcer identify this voice, please?
That voice belonged to former Secretary of State, Dean Acheson.
This is a little bit of a surprising one. Dagmar, Sez Who?
Yes. Does this man make a lot of speeches?
Yes.
When he makes these speeches, do people in the audience get in different positions?
How's that?
When he makes speeches, do people in the audience get in different positions? I mean, like kicking or waving or putting their hands up like this?
Oh, you mean like...
Passing? I'm thinking of Bernard Fadden.
Were you, dear?
Yes.
Well, let's change your thinking.
No good?
No good.
Did he ever write a book?
Yes.
Did he write a book on how to win friends?
No, it wasn't on that subject.
Was it a serious book?
Sure.
Would I like it?
No.
I'll pass.
All right, we go to Orson. Well, I have to be honest here. We go to Orson Dean.
Would I like the book, Morgan?
You probably would be interested in it.
But you would love it, right? I figure a natural progression.
I'm glad I didn't read it, whatever it was.
I don't think I'd be terribly enchanted with it. I'd read it.
Well, that's a cross-section of American life, and nobody likes it yet. Was it a success?
It sold a few copies.
Has it come out in 25-cent form yet?
I don't think it ever will.
Oh.
Well, most of the good books should come out in 25-cent form.
Wasn't a bad book.
No.
Maybe an encyclopedia or something like that.
You can still put a girl in the cover and sell an encyclopedia.
Good right.
I think those pocket books are silly. Who could read a book in a pocket?
Well, if you had a light in there, you could do it. Orson, you were saying
she had a big pocket.
Hasn't everybody?
Say, you're getting pretty funny, but nobody in turn, and it's Orson's turn, and...
You sure it's not Bernard McFadden?
You bet. And we go to Jim Backus.
Is this fellow that wrote this book, is he like the late Robert Benchley? I mean, is he an author and also a performer?
No.
He is essentially an author?
No.
But you said he was a writer, though, Henry.
No, I didn't. I said he wrote a book.
Well, I mean, to write a book, you have to write.
Yeah, but that doesn't make you a writer.
Sure, I mean, you dictated it?
Well, no, it isn't that. It's just...
Well, I mean, no,
I don't want to mislead you. You know, this man never made a living as a writer.
It was more of a pamphlet he wrote, right?
Well, Henry, wait a minute. Is he essentially Is his occupation writing?
No, not at all. And we go to Joey Adams.
Well, is he the same kind of writer that I am a writer?
No, Joey.
You mean you don't write as good? Or was that no meaning I don't write as good as him?
As good as whom?
As good as Tom.
As good as Tom? No, this man wrote as well as you, but he wrote a different field than...
Oh, because my book is the fifth printing. The first four were blurred.
What's the name of your book, Joey?
The newest one, Cindy and I, is about Zeldin Stern.
What is the name of the first four, Joe?
I don't think I want to tell because you're sarcastic. But Henry...
Tell me, I'm sweet.
I'll tell you later. Now, this man is a writer. Does he write about show business?
He's not a writer.
The one book he wrote, was it about his experience in the show business?
No.
In politics?
Yes.
Was he an important man in politics?
Yes.
In America?
Yes.
Was he,
Are you trying to shout louder than I am?
Was he a Secretary of State?
Who?
The man who wrote the one book.
Yes.
He was a Secretary of State? I think I got it, Henry. He wrote one book. Was he Secretary of State during Truman's administration?
And we go to Dagmar.
Secretary of Administration and go to me. What was that?
What, dear?
Somebody slipped me a name. Is it Dean Atchison?
How did you ever get that? Seriously. I know how she got it. I had it on the tip of my tongue and she reads tongues.
$15 to Ruby Knowles of Chicago, Illinois. Now, panel, the next voice was suggested by Pearl Altman of Brooklyn, New York. Let me have our off-stage announcer identify this voice, please.
You were listening to the voice of Harry Ritz, the zaniest member of the Ritz Brothers comedy team.
I'll tell you this, panel, if you guess this one, I think the fix is in. Let's play a little Sez Who and Orson Bean, what's that with you?
Is that the ever-popular Raymond Navarro?
Ever popular? Was he ever? No, it isn't.
That's not. Is it a fellow from Early Talkies?
Oh, he was in Early Talkies.
Is this from the soundtrack of an Early Talkie?
No.
It's from an early phonograph recording.
It is that.
It's a real scratchy one, isn't it?
Isn't it? And we go to Jim Backus.
Was this from a popular record?
I don't think it's ever got popular.
I like it.
I like it, too. Is this fellow...
probably in your house, then you never...
With my telescope, I'm gazing. Well...
that was popular in your house, too, right?
That was popular. Was he in motion pictures?
At times, then we go to Joey Adams.
Is this fella a singer primarily?
No, Joe.
He has other things in show business that he does?
Yes.
Is he a dancer?
No.
Is he a comedian?
Yes.
He's a comedian that sings?
Sort of.
Does he have his own show on television?
No, he doesn't.
Does he work with anybody else in his act?
Yes.
He works with somebody else. This fella's one of more than two people. One of three people?
Yes.
One of three people?
Yes.
Are they an act like Lay Back and Read, a thing like that?
Yes, and we go to Dagmar.
You know, you do that just when I get hot, you go to Dagmar.
Oh, you come over here to me, and I want to know, did this boy used to use a megaphone?
No, dear.
It's not really Valley.
That's right.
All right. So this boy, this picture, does he still do pictures?
No, honey.
Does he work primarily in nightclubs now?
Yes.
Could it be Kenny Delmar?
Sure.
But it isn't.
No, dear.
Does he play in Vegas? Is he that famous right now that he could work in Vegas?
No.
Las Vegas?
No.
Does he work in Wildwood, New Jersey?
Well, look, that could be true of almost anybody. I doubt it, though.
It's not Harry Ritz of the Ritz Brothers.
Really?
three people in the accident. I just saw the Ritz brothers. I can't think of another.
Can I tell you something? I put the Ritz brothers right in her lap, and there's plenty of room, too.
He really did.
I hate to say this, but Harry is a very close friend of mine, and I heard him do this particular number. He does these kind of songs, lyric songs. He does these kind of things at home, and I don't think this is a soundtrack. I think this is taken off from a record that he did kiddingly. This is what he did before.
No, sir. This was a legitimate commercial recording.
Well, I'm not saying he's not legitimate, this fellow. I'm just saying I heard him do this before. Mr. Kiefer, can I go now?
Well, after I send $15 to Pearl to York, now you're McGunty. If you can do at home would like to suggest a voice for Sez Who, here's Hal Sims to tell you how you can do it. Simply write your name and address and the mystery voice you suggest on a postcard and mail to Sez Who, CBS Radio, 485 Madison Avenue, New York 22. In case of duplication, the card bearing the earliest postmark will be chosen. Please remember, only postcard entries are eligible and only one entry on each postcard. If we use your suggested voice, you'll receive $15. If the panel fails to come up with the right answer, you'll receive a Ben Russ wristwatch. All entries become the property of CBS Radio. If you'd like tickets for our show, just write to CBS Radio, 485 Madison Avenue, New York 22, New York. Now back to Henry Morgan. And this voice was the one you heard at the beginning of the show, and it was suggested by Mr. Oscar T. Kahn of Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
And it was a falsetto, and I'd say, well, like this, well, ha, 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 you know, and the guy said, well, that's as good as anything, why don't you do it? So ever since then, I've been doing it, because age has crept on, and I've got a little husky.
May we have our offstage announcer identify that voice?
That was the voice of the creator of Mickey Mouse and other beloved cartoon characters, Walt Disney.
This is pretty cute. A little Sez Who fan, and it's your turn.
Well, I have a horrible feeling that I recognize those couple of words that he said in falsetto.
Go.
I have no idea what his name is, but is this the man who does the voice of Mickey Mouse?
Yes.
Because I am an old Horace Horsecollar fan.
So what's the name of the man who does the voice of
I
Mickey Mouse?
told you I have no idea, but I've given the panel a clue. They can take it from there.
All right, it's Jim Backus' turn. Jim, you want to try it?
Jim should. No, but this is the man who does the voice of Mickey Mouse.
That's right.
Walt Disney.
I was lucky there, Henry. I think Orson did a good job.
I do, too. I think
it's an assist.
That really kills me because, I'm the kind of naive fellow. The two things I know. One I know is that Disney originally did Mickey Mouse. I thought everybody knew that.
I never knew that.
In any event, I send $15 to Mr. Oscar T. Kahn of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Each week we give people at home a chance to play Sez Who. We play a voice, the panel asks a few questions, and you take it from there. If you think you know whose voice it is, you're asked to mail us a postal card. Let's listen to just a portion of the voice we played for you last week. That was the voice of the great Fanny Bryce. Now, there was a three-way tie. The postcards we received with the right answers and bearing the exact same postmarks according to time belong to Mrs. Betty Glenn of Anaheim, California, Ruth M. Collins of New York, and Dwayne Brown of Brownsville, Texas. Congratulations to the three of you. Your $25 each will soon be on the way. Now, here's another chance for everybody at home to play, say, Sez Who. Listen to this voice.
I remember that it happened in the moonlight, and I never know exactly how it was. But it happened and I was lonely in the moonlight, and it happened you were lonely.
All right, panel, let's see if we can establish anything for people at home. Jim Backus, would you start?
Well, from the arrangement
of
the music, that is.
Of course.
That is someone from an early recording.
Yeah.
And is this person also an actress?
Yes. And we go to Joey Adams.
Very pretty girl.
Well, she's attractive.
Is she around today?
She's around.
Is she still in show business?
I don't think so.
Well, Henry, you should know you got it written down on your card.
No, all I have on the card is her name.
Oh, you know her name, right?
I hesitate to answer that when we go to Dagmar.
Did she sing in some of the first talking pictures?
Among the early ones.
Was she better known for her acting than her singing?
Yes.
Was she a star? I mean, did she star in pictures? No, she was supporting player.
Well, she was sort of a number two.
Number two.
Yeah, like a second banana.
So this singing was just something she did on the side?
Sort of. Do you people at home think you know the answer? Write it on a card, together with your name and address, and mail it to Sez Who Contest, Post Office Box 2150, Grand Central Station, New York 17. The correct answer with the earliest postmark wins $25, upon which you can establish a fortune. Remember, only postcard entries are eligible, and you must mail your card no later than midnight this Wednesday. Duplicate prizes will be awarded for ties, and good luck. Want to try another round of Sez Who?
I'd like to.
Good luck, Henry. I hope you make it through the next 2 rounds.
I hope I make it through the next sentence. This voice was suggested by Mr. C.H. Godfrey of New York.
This club is an organization made up of men prominent in business and social circles, some of them of international reputation. Its president is General Thomas H. Hubbard, its vice president Zenas Crane, and its secretary Robert A. Goodman.
May we have our offstage announcer identify that voice, please?
You were listening to the voice of the man who discovered the North Pole, Admiral Peary.
This is a real singer. Now, let's try a little Sez Who. Joey Adams, you start.
This club is an organization made up of prominent men in business and social circles, some of them internationally famous. Well, let's get these names internationally famous. Thomas Hubbard, Zenas Crane, and Herbert Bridgman. That's like the vaudeville act. Lay back and read, or sit up and write. I don't know. Now, let's get it. This guy who's talking about them, is he in the business world?
No, he wasn't.
Henry, this man, is he famous for a particular deed?
Yes.
Well, did he fly over to Paris from New York for the first time?
Where'd you get the flying part?
Learned by flew across the sea.
Congratulations, and we go to Dagmar.
What do you congratulate me? He did it.
I know, but you were supporting him, and I think you were worthwhile.
I didn't give him a penny.
About your head.
Was this recording, was this an expert from an old play?
Mm-hmm.
Was this an expert from an old play?
An expert?
Is what an expert from an old play?
This thing you just played.
Is it an expert?
She means export.
If I knew what I meant, I wouldn't make a cent.
Miss Bag, you said, is this an expert from an old play? And I imagine you meant expert?
No, whatever you like.
No, me, play it your role.
Was he giving a speech?
Yes.
Did he do something we all know about? Would I know about it?
And we go through Earth and Beans.
Is this the ever popular Roscoe Needleman?
You're warm.
Well, he was in the same business as Roscoe Needleman.
He was even better off, I think. And we go to two.
Is this voice that we heard, is it now part of the historical archive?
Yes.
Henry, this is from, we'll say, recordings of famous men who have passed on.
I have a feeling I'm involved in a bunch of nuts.
I think so, Henry.
This was the voice of Admiral Peary, who,
It's Admiral Perry.
No, Peary. That's so. And who was the guy on Lake Erie?
Peary.
Henry, you're right. It's Peary. It's spelled P-E-A-R-Y, right?
Just a minute. Smart. Rebecca says, Henry, you're right. What's made him a dictionary all of a sudden?
Jim just happens to be friendly.
That had Johann Sebastian Peary. I know him well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy. What a group. Anybody want to send for any of these people? Just write your name and address on a postal card. We can send them to you to sweat. No, let break it up. You got to take all of them.
Henry, it's postcards.
Postal card.
Jim, what is it?
It's postal card.
Lumber gets to the post office. What's the difference?
After all, Henry, you should know. You're an expert. This program is really getting hysterical.
When was this record made? Mr. C.H. Godfrey of New York, gets a Benrush wristwatch. Now, here are a few words of interest. When a cold strikes, you feel miserable all over your body, so you want relief all over, too. And today, a truly amazing new liquid medication can do exactly that. Brings faster, more thorough relief. It's new 4-way liquid cough and cold medication. It's scientists' latest discovery for fighting cold distress. Relief with 4-way liquid is so complete, it can take the place of nose drops, cough syrup, aspirin. The benefits of all three are now combined in this one great new medicine, 4-way liquid. Almost at once, its modern medicines, including exclusive Rhinocec, can make you feel better all over when you have a cold. 4-way liquid can open stuffed-up nose, soothe sore throat, ease cough, relieve headache and body pains. And remember, it's already liquid, instantly ready to speed wonderful relief throughout the body. Contains exclusive Rhinocec, too. That's why new 4-way liquid can bring more relief and faster relief of cold misery. Get pleasant-tasting 4-way liquid cough and cold medication today. That winds up this week's show. We hope you enjoyed playing Sez Who. We hope you join whoever's alive next week. Now here to say goodnight is Joey Adams.
Good night, Henry. Good night, everybody.
Dagmar.
Good night, Henry, and good night, everybody.
Horace and Dean.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
I'd come back. Good night, Henry. Good night, everybody. This is Henry Morgan. Good night, everybody. Sez Who was created by Sidney Resnick, directed by Dick Stenter, and produced by Mike Oppenheimer for Frank Hooper Productions in cooperation with CBS Radio. Every morning on CBS Radio, our World News Roundup calls in CBS overseas correspondents in the news centers of the world. Washington, London, Rome, Bonn, Paris, and Tokyo. They're all brought to your breakfast table whenever important stories break, to make sure you start each day well informed. On weekday evenings, Edward R. Morrow with the news brings you up to date on the exciting things that happened while you worked. With a perspective sharpened by years of experience, Edward R. Morrow brings clarity and interest to every report he makes. Now stay tuned for the CBS News, to be followed by the Mitch Miller Show over most of these same stations. The star's address is the CBS Radio Network. This is Radio Miami, 50,000 watt WGBS.
General Mills, makers of kicks, invite you to beat the band. If you can. General Mills, makers of Kicks, that delicious new ready-to-eat breakfast cereal that comes in delicious round golden bubbles, brings you another session of that new novel radio game, Beat the Band, featuring Ted Weems and his music, Perry Como, Marvel Maxwell, Elmo Tanner, Orm Downs, Country Washburn, and Red Engel, who join with Gary Moore to bring you this opportunity to beat the band. And again, we greet you from the beautiful El Patio Ballroom at the popular Lakeside Park, Denver, Colorado, where the folks are folks and the hills are mountains. And now to music. Here's Ted Weems and the boys with what might be King Levinsky's theme song. I hear Bluebird.
Well, folks, I want you to meet a real friend of mine. A chap I think the world of. All kidding aside, a good guy, really. He's the man who steps up here each Sunday and dishes out those queries to the boys. Yes, sir. Here he is, Mr. Jones?
Ford, look, my advice to you, friend...
That's it. Advice. Something you get whether you want it or not. Meet Gary Moore.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ford Pearson. Ford Pearson, ladies and gentlemen, as a matter of fact, you know, a lot of radio announcers are not only radio announcers, they are stars of stage, screen, and radio. However, Mr. Pearson is one of the few announcers left in radio who is left in radio. Well, although I do take a verbal beating from you, Ford, that's nothing. Wait till you hear the verbiage the boys in the band are going to get tossed at them tonight. Boy, these questions are really tough ones. Now, General Mills, of course, will send $10 to the writer of each question we use on the show today. And those who actually beat the band are guaranteed a minimum of double money, $20 and a case of delicious kicks. But now that sum may be much greater. In fact, it might go to $25, $50, and, well, even $100. Plus, of course, $10 for the question and that big case of kicks. So, in trying to beat the band, you'll find it's mighty profitable, and it's a pile of fun. So why not jot down that cute query you thought of and send it to Kicks, K-I-X, Kicks, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Also, now into the unrehearsed portion of the program. The boys do not know the questions to be asked, so you'll probably hear some booms out of that old bass drum when they toss in those $50. First gentleman is from Dale Linville of Glenwood, Iowa, who asks a question which really takes us back to ancient times. What perennial jive tune might have been the surprised remark of the Pharaoh's daughter when she found Moses? What? Oh, good enough. Rosie McCarr got his head in the air.
I found a new baby.
I found a new baby, for sure. All right, let's hear you play that if you can, Pots, on the clarinet. Yes. Oh, now wait. That's enough. That's enough, boys. Thank you very much for the fine jive stuff. That gives you 10 points on the scoreboard. And what do you say we give them a hand for the ride, huh? Good enough for you, Rosie. And now from Marion Elliott of Arlington, Virginia. With a tune popular some years ago, maybe you can tell us when it is the most annoying time to receive a telephone call. When is it the most annoying time to receive a telephone call? And Pete Beelman back there put his hand up, and so did Country Washington.
When you're singing in the bathtub.
When you're singing in the bathtub. Well, we'd love to go on and hear more about your personal life, Mr. Beelman, but I'm afraid
that's when it'd be annoying to me. I just thought I'd answer the question, that's all. You can take it or leave it. I don't care what you do. It's up to you.
I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I'm awfully sorry. I'm awfully sorry. It just sounded a little bit dumb to me. That's about all I can say.
It's dumb. It's a good answer, and you know it is.
No, well, all right. I don't know it is, but we'll say anyhow. That is not the right answer. Has anybody else got the answer here? I'll tell you. Here's Elmo Tanner. He put his hand up in the air. Look, Country Washington, stop by him on your way over here. See what?
I think in the still of the night.
In the still of the night? Now, even the still, you've been closer to the still, but not enough around the night. That's the trouble there. That isn't the right answer either. Elmo Tanner had his hand up in the air. Elmo, what is it?
3 o'clock in the morning.
Let's start the whole program over again. Nobody's getting anywhere with this thing. Well, I thought... Yes, they are, Jim. But, Mr. Beelman, they know they're not any smarter than you are, only they know they're not smart. That's where they're smarter than you are. So I'll tell you what, though, the answer is in the middle of the night. That you were close to it. In the middle of the night. Sure, I'm going to heckle for a word. That's the answer, and Marion Elliott of Arlington, Virginia becomes the first person to beat the band, receive a full case of kicks, $20, rather a minimum of $20, which may turn out to be much more if we keep that bonus in mind. And Mr. Beelman, throw 50 cents on the old bass drum, if you will. Ah, dear, you don't get your laundry done again this week. Fine. Now, Mrs. F.W. Agates of Olympia, Washington, writes in to ask, if you were in British Guiana about 6:30 p.m., what would you expect to hear? It's a Raymond Scott tune which came out, I should say about 2 years ago, just about the same time as Twilight and Turkey and those other ones, a little later. Here it is again. If you were in British Guiana about 6:30 p.m., what would you expect to hear? It's a Raymond Scott tune that came out, and I think Parker Gibbs has the answer over there. Let's see if we can get it from him.
Well, I know the answer, but I don't... dinner music to a pack of hungry cannibals?
Dinner music for a pack of hungry cannibals, a very bestseller among the recordings. Oh, no. Oh, no. Listen, you can't get... You can't get away with that acid indigestion in tempo and pass that off as an answer. I'm awful sorry.
That's the way it sounds to me.
That's the way it sounds to you. It sounds differently, apparently, to Raymond Scott and also to Mrs. F.W. Agitz of Olympia, Washington, who becomes the second person to beat the band, receive a full case of kicks, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be much more. Remember that bonus. And Parker, throw 50 cents in the old bass drum, will you? Fine, thank you very much. Boys, you'd never think it, but you all do today. You look about 16 and shy. Shy and intelligent answer on practically any of these questions. But let's go on to bigger things, huh? Ted, music, for instance?
That's no problem, Gary. In fact, we've readied an arrangement of It's a Lovely Day Tomorrow, just in case you ask.
And I'll guess that Perry Como in the vocal role, right?
It's a lovely day tomorrow. Tomorrow is a lovely day. Just forget your troubles and learn to say tomorrow is a lovely day. The front page of your paper is bound to make you sad, especially if you're the worrying kind. So turn the front page over where news is not so bad. ThereThere's consolation in the weather report. It's a lovely day tomorrow. Tomorrow is a lovely day. Come and feast your tear-dimmed eyes on tomorrow's clear blue sky. If today your heart is weary, if every little thing looks gray, just forget your troubles and learn to say tomorrow is a lovely day.
Last Sunday, we brought you an important announcement about kicks. Now, we'll admit it was pretty hot weather to spring an important announcement on you. But, ladies and gentlemen, here's the point. This announcement, this front-page news about the vitalization of kicks is too good to keep. Whether or no this story deserves a hearing, we'll give you the details a little later. We'll keep it as brief as possible. We know you'll be keenly interested. Meanwhile, here's a tip for hot mornings. Tasty, tempting kicks in a great big dish, floating around in plenty of cool, sweet cream of milk, sugar to taste, and maybe slice up a nice, ripe, cold banana on top.
All of which brings us now to our second group of questions this afternoon, with two people having beat the band, one person having tougher luck, and thereby making our average just about 2 points lower than our sponsor's blood pressure at this point. Gentlemen, try to keep it up a little higher during this session. Evelyn Tiffany of Boston, Massachusetts, propounds a question that will make you think back to your classic history days, if any. If Helen of Troy's boyfriend fell into a small pool formed by water seeping from the ground, what song would describe the situation? I'll start all over again. If Helen of Troy's boyfriend fell into a small pool, that's not Troy, New York, Red. He's looking over there, had his little red book out, thumbing through. I think I know her. Here it goes again. If Helen of Troy's boyfriend fell into a small pool formed by water seeping from the ground, what song would describe the situation? And Red Ingle. All right, Red.
That's the old plaster boy himself.
What?
Plaster of Paris.
Oh, dear. Very good.
Paris in the spring.
Paris in the spring. Sure, Paris was Helen of Troy's boyfriend. Can you play then? That gives it to you fine, Red. That gives you 10 points up on the scoreboard. Thank you kindly. Now we have a note from William Glenn Clark of Hickory, Kentucky, which asks, what song describes the scene at a boarding house at mealtime? What scene describes the scene? What song describes the scene at a boarding house at mealtime? Everybody's hands all at once. Let me see. There's Rex Kelly over here in the guitar department, and Art Winter had his up, and so did Parker Gibbs and Elmo Tanner. Rex,
hands across the table.
Hands across the table. You must have lived in one of those things. For sure. All right. Can you play that on your gift box, please? That gives it to you, Rex. Right, hold 10 points on the scoreboard for Rex Kelly. And now Roscoe, California is represented by a question from William H. Evans, who writes, a horsefly perched on the back of a bobtailed horse and tauntingly called out the title of a current popular tune. Can you name out what the... All right, there's Marble Maxwell.
You can't brush me off.
You can't brush me off, for sure. It was a bobtailed horse. Can you sing that, please, Miss Maxwell?
I don't try to sing it every night.
Huh?
You can't brush me off. Da 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 da. But you can't brush me off.
Fine, thank you, Marvel. You sing that every night, do you?
That's
you
right.
can't brush me off, la 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 la. You're mad at the publisher. You don't like the word. You just do la la la. Well, that's all right if you feel that way about it. And it gives you 10 points on the scoreboard, so why should we care? And from Evelyn Welty of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, comes a tricky bit of quizzing. If you know your candies, possibly you can tell us with a current song title where we sometimes find peanut butter. The answer is not on the face of small children, which is more truth than portrait. If you know your candies, possibly you can tell us with a current song title where we sometimes find peanut butter. Country Watchman's going to be awful mad when he hears the answer to this one. I'm sorry, time's up, gentlemen. The answer's in the middle of a kiss. That's the one you had before, only it didn't fit that question. If you just saved that, if you had a delayed action there just a little bit while, we'd have been able to get through with it. The answer is in the middle of a kiss. You know, Red, a kiss is a candy. He said in the middle of a kiss. Anyhow, and that gives Evelyn Welty of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the honor of becoming the third person to receive a full case of kicks, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be much more. Remember that bonus, will you? And you can already hear the whole band putting 50 cents on the old bass drum. I hope. Here we go. Gentlemen, please, one of those practically scalped me as it came past. I haven't got much to fool around with. Don't play with it, will you? As it is now, I have to comb it with a damn sponge. Grant Randolph of Chicago, Illinois, aids history in repeating itself for our program today by asking, what might General Montcalm have said just before the historic battle of the famous Plains of Abraham? Now, that's really tough. Red Engel knows that. All right.
History.
Oh, good.
Who's afraid of the big bad wolf?
Well, how do you figure it?
Well, General Wolf was his opponent.
He what? He was his opponent.
And he slayed him.
Can you play that, dear? Don't sing it. Play it, please. We have enough trouble already. Oh, that's the killer. Boy, you can put that one over a hot fire and pop it any day. You know, boys, I know a girl who was born on her parents' wooden anniversary, so they called her Peg. But as you boys haven't... That's written in here. I had to say it. But... Oh, dear. Let's tear that up. Make sure it doesn't get in again. What do you say? But as you boys haven't come to life as yet, we'll just call you. Can they play us a tune, Ted?
Well, I'll suggest Charming Little Faker with Elmo Tanner, Gary, but I refuse to guarantee anything.
Well, we'll take a chance. Alley-oop, gents.
And now for that big news about Kix. Stated scientifically, it is this. Kix now comes to you vitalized to whole grain strength of important vitamin B1, vitamin G, calcium, phosphorus, and iron. As you all know, vitamins and minerals are essential to your well-being. You must have these elements in your diet, and you must have enough of them. Now, it is a known fact that thousands of people today are not getting as much as they should of many of these precious food values. Perhaps there's such a deficiency in your diet. And if so, then the vitalization of Kix is urgently important to you. Because through vitalization, Kix now offers you a richer store of essential food values than has been obtainable in any nationally known ready-to-serve corn breakfast food. The new Kix actually provides your body with whole grain strength of 2 essential vitamins, B1 and G, and 3 minerals, calcium, phosphorus, and iron. Each serving of delicious Kix gives you the actual amount of those protective food elements that nature originally stored up for you in whole corn. And that's what we mean by whole grain strength. Just one more fact. Kix stands alone among ready-to-serve corn cereals in this achievement that may mean so much to you. No other ready-to-serve corn breakfast food on the market today can honestly claim to provide whole grain strength of this helpful combination of vitamins and minerals. Kix also is unique among corn cereals in that it bears the seal of acceptance of the Council on Foods of the American Medical Association. Thank you for your attention, and remember, for a completely new standard of nourishment in ready-to-serve corn breakfast food, get Kix, spelled K-I-X.
Yes, sir, and here we go into the last group of questions on this today's version of Beat the Band. From Harry Jones of Seneca Falls, New York, comes this question. And it's very far-fetched, I'll warn you. What did the shoe say to the lace? It's a currently popular tune. What did the shoe say to the lace? It's a currently popular tune. What did the shoe say to the lace? It's a currently popular tune. After I repeat it a while, maybe it'll sing. Oh, good enough. Elmo Tanner just finished. All right. What?
Oh, I thought it might be tie a little string around your finger.
Is that where you wear your shoes?
No, I tie the string around my finger to tie
That's for coming in late at night when you want to walk on your hands.
That's right.
Is that it, Elmo?
No, you know, when you tie the bow, you tie the string around your
finger. Go up
finger.
and try to explain it to Beelman. Neither one of you will understand. Let's get
what's
together
the
on
answer?
Thing. I know. I'm sorry. The answer is I've got my eyes on you.
Far-fetched. Who said it?
Well, that's the answer, by George, and it looks like Harry Jones of Seneca Falls, New York, receives a full case of Kix, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be much more. Remember that $100 bonus, will you? And now, from Cambridge, Ohio, comes our next question, and it was sent in by Warren Stiles. A bather came out of the icy water on a cool day, shivering and half frozen. What did he ask a friend on the beach concerning his physical appearance? It's quite an old tune. Well, there are several hands going up. A bather came out, all right. Here's Ralph Blank over here at the piano. He's a brand new member of the organization, and Ralph?
Am I blue?
Am I blue? That's the answer, sure. Well, Ralph, incidentally, stand up and take a bow to the brand new man. Everybody give him a hand. Thank you very much. He couldn't get in the Foreign Legion, so he joined Weems in the Worm. They're not taking recruits this year. Can you play Am I Blue on the piano, Ralph? A little bit on the swing-ding side. Thank you very much. And in your first day in the orchestra, you received 10 points up on the scoreboard. Whatever it is that you take for breakfast, and I hope it's Kix, I wish you'd go over and persuade Johnny Hellner to eat some of it. That's on his first day. Answer the question. Johnny's been here since the fall of 1902 and hasn't even put his hand up. He did put his hand up one day. It was because a mosquito bit him. He had to get it out of the way. Mrs. Joan DeHart of Omaha, Nebraska wants you to tell her what the doctor advised the fat lady who wanted to reduce. It was a very popular tune. When it was a very popular tune. All right, Joseph Hooven, back in the trumpet section's got his hand up.
Bend down, sister.
Bend down, sister, for sure. Let's see you play that on your trumpet, Pop.
I'll say say, I'm sorry. Time, Gary. Hush, hush. Time. Scram, scram, scram. There's scores to scrutinize, young man.
Oh, well, all right. If that's the way we're going to be about it, I'll leave. Ted, can I put things in your hands?
Not too many things, Gary. I've got to weigh this stick. And the tune, by the way, is Hidden to Stand.
Well, tip the tempo to us, Ted.
Folks, here's where I have fun, and I mean fun. I think I should have been a bank teller, because I sure like to hand out that there legal tender. Seems as how we used some 11 questions today, for General Mills will cheerfully pay $110. Of course, the band beaters come in for a share of that $100 bonus, so to each of 4 people who beat the band, we send a check for $35. We take a total now and find that today we pay out exactly $210 per question. Well, any and all pieces of silver in the old bass drum go to the party of the first part or his heirs and assignees. The aforesaid party of the first part being one Red Ingle. Pick him up, son.
Well, thanks, folks. Thanks and goodbye from all of us until next week. Thanks for spending this half hour having fun with us, and thanks for sending us those grand questions. And thanks. Keep it up, won't you? Just remember, I know you have a question to send to Kix, K-I-X, Kix, Minneapolis, Minnesota. We're waiting for them.
Folks, we'd like to have every one of you make a try to beat the band. Remember, it can be quite a profitable pastime, and pastime it is, because you'll have more fun than a circus trying to work out one of these funny, fantastic questions answered with a song title. And it might be very, very profitable. $10 if we use your question, a guarantee of double money, $20, and a case of Kix if you beat the band. But that sum might be much greater. Remember that $100 bonus. Now, it's a game, folks, and we want everyone to participate and have some fun. There may be many similar questions with identical answers, and of course payment will be made only to that person whose question is actually used. All questions become the property of General Mills, and any resident of the United States is eligible to send in a question. So get in the game. Who knows, you might be a band beater. This is Fort Pearson speaking for Gary Moore, Ted Weems and the band, and General Mills, inviting you to join us next week at this same time, where next week we'll greet you from Chicago. In the meantime, let me suggest that you add a thrill and an extra portion of goodness to your breakfast with Kix, that new extra good breakfast cereal that stays crisp in milk or cream. Oh, it's great. And remember, we want you to try to beat the band.
Good morning, Mr. Merrill. 2 packages of Kix, please. The new Vitalized Kix.
That's what wise women from coast to coast will be ordering from now on, to give their families the only ready-to-serve corn breakfast food that provides helpful whole grain strength of vitamin B1, vitamin G, calcium, phosphorus, and iron. If some of the details of this important story slip your mind, don't worry about it. Just remember to look for the package that carries the seal of acceptance of the Council on Foods of the American Medical Association. Let this seal be your guide in selecting breakfast food for your family. Kix is spelled K-I-X. Heard on today's program where it's a lovely day tomorrow and you can't brush me off from Louisiana Purchase. This program came to you from Denver, Colorado. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Detroit Free Press and radio station WXYZ present transcribed Night Court Quiz, a public service feature to assist the traffic department in implanting safe driving in the minds of Detroit motorists. And now to help steer you along the safe road to a crisp $10 bill, here is your Night Court reporter, Fred Foy.
Thank you, Bob. And we're broadcasting once again from the anteroom of Detroit's Night Court, now in session down here on the 19th floor of the Barnum Tower. Presiding on the bench tonight is Judge John D. Watts. And now, before we talk with our first contestant, let me explain just how our test of your driving ability works. With the cooperation of the Accident Prevention Bureau of the Detroit Police Department, each week we select several routes over thoroughfares familiar to you in your everyday driving. Now, whenever the driver detects a violation in the route, he must immediately stop me or be disqualified. If the contestant can reach the halfway point in our route, he will be entitled to a crisp $5 bill. He can then stop with $5 or continue to the end of the route and a cash prize of $10. But if he fails to complete the remainder of his problem in safe driving, he forfeits all of his winnings, which will then be placed in the jack. Could easily be $95. Week's problem. And our jackpot tonight stands at the beginning of our program at a big $65, and it could easily be $95. We shall see. All contestants will compete together to be selected as our finalists for that jackpot. Now, if the finalist fails to win the jackpot, the amount is carried over to next week, and our jackpot continues to build up. Remember, each problem will contain a number of traffic violations, so speed and alertness are essential. And our good friend, Sergeant Wright, who is our judge, Sergeant Wright of the Accident Prevention Bureau, is right here on our right hand as the judge, and he'll be tooting that police whistle, which means you have not detected a violation and you are disqualified. So we're ready to go. We're going to call our first contestant right over here to the microphone. What is your name, please?
Joseph Enderley, 15707 Coram Avenue.
Mr. Joseph Enderley. Well, Joe, you don't mind if I call you Joe, do you?
No, not at all.
How long have you been driving in Detroit?
About 17 years.
17 years. Well, fine. Now, you tell us that Gratiot Avenue is familiar to you, so you're on Gratiot and Harper. Gratiot Avenue and Harper going towards town from Harper. Your destination is Clinton and St. Antoine. If you arrive at Shane and Gratiot safely, you'll be at the halfway point and entitled to a crisp $5 bill. So here we go. You all set?
All set.
Okay. You're on Gratiot Avenue and Harper going towards town from Harper. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. At McClellan and Gratiot, cars are lined up for a signal light. You cut over to the right, pass them close to the curb, and step on the gas as the light changes.
That's wrong. Stop.
That's wrong. You are overtaking and passing traffic there. That is a violation, and you're right. All right, we're going right along here. Now, at Rones and Gratiot, you speed up to 35 miles per hour.
Stop.
Stop. Right, the speed limit is posted there as 30 miles. All right. At Van Dyke, you stop for a red light. The light changes to green. You start up and cut through a funeral procession going through on Van Dyke. Stop. Yes, sir, you cannot cut through a funeral procession at any time. All right, you cross Van Dyke and pull out on the car tracks. The motorman of the streetcar behind you is ringing his bell. You check that you're going 25 miles an hour, so you remain on the car tracks.
Stop.
Stop. You cannot remain on the car tracks. You're entirely right. When the motorman rings that bell, no matter if you're traveling within the speed limit, you must get off and not tie up that streetcar. At Shane and Gratiot, you're now at the halfway point. At Shane and Gratiot, you can take $5 and stop right here, or you can go on for 10.
I'll try for 10.
You'll try for 10. Well, swell. Here we go. At Shane and Gratiot, no speed is posted, so you reduce your speed to 30 miles an hour.
Reduce the speed to 30 miles an hour?
No speed is posted at Shane and Gratiot, so you reduce your speed to 30 miles an hour.
20.
Yeah.
You
Yes,
shouldn't have been going over 30 miles an hour in the first place.
Well, you're reducing your speed there. The speed limit was 30.
30?
All right, you're reducing your speed. I think you were on the right track there.
Reducing at 230?
You're reducing your speed 230. There's no sign there posting telling you the speed. What would you reduce your speed to?
To 25.
Right, to 25. That's absolutely right. Okay.
I couldn't get the drift.
Fine, well, you're doing swell. At St. Alban and Gratiot, you pull into the curb to park. You see a sign that says
You
no parking.
can't park there between that time in the morning.
Well, that's right, you can't. So you see a sign that says no parking 7 to 9. So you back around the corner onto
can't
St.
back
Albans.
around the corner.
You can't back around the corner. You're doing fine. You continue on Gratiot and make a left-hand turn from the streetcar tracks onto Rivard.
Can't make a left-hand turn up the streetcar
You
track.
can't make. Okay, well, this man is doing great. You pass Sherman and Madison. At Clinton, you make a right-hand turn onto Clinton. You
right-hand turn onto Clinton.
Right
Wait a minute, Sherman and Madison.
You pass Sherman and Madison. At Clinton, you make a right-hand turn onto Clinton.
A right-hand turn onto Clinton. Wait a minute now, I'm stuck. I'd say that you couldn't, well, yes, you can make a right-hand turn onto
Yes,
Clinton.
you can make
That's
okay. Oh, you had me worried there. You drive up Clinton past Hastings and make a left-hand turn onto St. Antoine.
You can't make a left-hand turn.
You can't make a left
onto
turn,
St.
and the man
Antoine.
wins himself $10. Then give the man the $10. Well, that's wonderful, Mr. Enderly. And now you sit down over there. You're going to have a crack at getting that jackpot tonight, which still remains at $65. And now here's our next contestant, and what is your name?
Robert Gillard.
Robert Gillard. Well, Robert, how long have you been a driver in Detroit?
About 9 years, sir.
About 9 years. You feel you know the streets pretty well then, the regulations?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to give you a chance down here at Night Court to win yourself $5 or $10 and help pay for that fine that you might be down here to pay. Okay, well, you're facing east on East Warren at Shane. Your destination is Gratiot and Fisher, and if you arrive at Mount Elliott and Forest safely, you'll be at the halfway point on your route and entitled to $5. You all set now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're facing east on East Warren at Shane. Between Shane and Grandy, there's a playground on the right-hand side, so you drive slowly because of the playground.
Yes, sir.
That's right. Okay, it's raining and you have no windshield wiper, so you stop and wipe off. What? You stop?
You should have a windshield wiper.
You should. That's right. And the remainder of this, so you stop and wipe off your windows with a cloth and drive on. That's not right. You have to have wipers. Well, you want to get something from the drugstore, so you pull up and park by a fire plug.
Stop.
Yes, stop. You cannot park by a fire plug. At Mount Elliott, the light is green, so you turn right onto Mount Elliott. You're going south on Mount Elliott now. At Mount Elliott and Forest, traffic is heavy, so you overtake and pass a streetcar on the left.
Wrong.
Wrong, absolutely right. Okay, well, now you're halfway. You want to take the 5 and stop, or you want to go on?
I'll go on.
You'll go on. Swell. Okay, at Gratiot, you stay right of the car tracks and make a left-hand turn onto Gratiot.
Stop.
Stop?
Would you repeat that, please?
Okay, at Gratiot, you stay right of the car tracks and make a left-hand turn onto Gratiot.
That's all right.
That's okay. You're right. All right, here we go. You're going east on Gratiot now. At the railroad crossing, the light is flashing, so you stop and wait for the train to pass.
That's right.
That's right. You wait for that train. You drive on, and at the boulevard in Gratiot, make a left-hand turn onto East Grand Boulevard.
Can't do it, sir.
You can't do it. There's no left turn allowed. You continue straight out Gratiot. The speed limit is posted in the area. You note the sign and increase your speed to 30 miles an hour. Stop. You increase your speed to 30.
That's right.
That's right, you do. Okay, at Maxwell and Gratiot, people are getting off a streetcar into a safety zone, so you stop back of the safety zone.
No.
No, there was some prompting on that, too. All right, you're okay. You're driving along out in the center of the car tracks, and you make a right-hand turn into Fisher Avenue. Wrong.
Wrong.
Why is it wrong?
From the car tracks, you can't
Right,
make
you
a
can't make a
turn.
right-hand turn. You have to keep close to the curb, and the man wins himself $10. Pay that man. That's really wonderful. And you stick around for the caravan. Now we're going to have our next contestant right up here. Here is, what is your name?
Anthony J. Ward.
Mr. Anthony Ward. All right. Now, you're in front of the General Motors building, Mr. Ward, facing east on West Grand Boulevard. Got that in your mind? It's 7:30 in the morning. At Woodward and the Boulevard, you make a right-hand turn onto Woodward.
You can make a right-hand turn onto Woodward.
You can't. That's right. No turn 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. You pass John R. and make a right-hand turn onto Brush.
Brush is one-way street.
Brush is a one-way street. You're absolutely right. Okay, up ahead, there's a man making a left-hand turn off the boulevard onto Oakland. You overtake and pass him on the left.
You ain't supposed to pass him on the left when he's standing here.
Right, you're supposed to pass him on the right there. You're absolutely right. You arrive at Russell and make a left-hand turn onto Russell.
You can.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But there's no left there at any time. And you stick around for that caravan route. We're going to call you all back right now. All of our contestants, herd them back around the microphone because it's time for our caravan route. And there happens to be $75 in the jackpot tonight. $75. All right now. Speed and alertness is highly important here as all of our contestants will be driving over the route at one and the same time. So be on your toes, and here we go. Remember, stop me, the first one to stop me gets a point, so make it fast and in a hurry. Here we go. You're starting out at East Jefferson and East Grand Boulevard. You turn right off of Jefferson and drive north on East Grand Boulevard. You're driving next to the underpass, and as you reach the end of it, you decide you want to get back to Jefferson, so you make a U-turn around
Stop.
Oh, and Mr. Enderly was first on that. That's right. You cannot make a U-turn around the underpass and go back to Jefferson. You're driving straight out the boulevard. You pass Lafayette. The boulevard's a wide street, so you're going 30 miles an hour. You pass Kirchable with a green light. Yes, I'm sorry, but that you didn't detect that violation. There's a speed limit of 25 on the boulevard. All right, here we go. You pass Kirchable with a green light. Stop for a red at Werner. There's no traffic coming across Werner, so you make a right-hand turn on the red light. Stop. I think Mr. Ward was first on that one. Okay. Now we're going to move on. You're going west on Gratiot now. You pass Forest. You're doing 30 miles an hour at Bellevue and Gratiot. You cross Mount Elliott and arrive at McDougal. You make a left-hand turn onto McDougal, pass Heidelberg, Benson, and Arndt. You come to a stop for Charlevoix. All right, you reach Werner, stop and turn right on Werner. At Joseph Campo, you turn right, go north to Gratiot, and then turn left on Gratiot. At Gratiot and Grandy, you cut your speed to 25 miles an hour. You pass Shane, St. Aubin, and at Orleans and Gratiot, you stop in the middle of the car tracks, wait for traffic to... Stop. That's Mr. Ward again on that, all right. And that's all the time we have. There's a time limit on our caravan route. We'll have to stop right there. And the judges say that Mr. Ward gets a crack at that jackpot. And tonight the jackpot has amounted to $75. There's $75 in the jackpot. All right now. And Mr. Ward, you're all set and ready here because we're going to start the wheels rolling over the intricate ribbons of highways that are going to lead you to a reward of 75 crisp dollar bills, which proves that safe driving pays off every time. This is our sudden death route. Of course, you know that one mistake here can disqualify you, but remember this, when you're behind the wheel of your car, one mistake can mean sudden death. All right, if you fail to complete the route, the money in the jackpot will be carried over to next week. And if our finalist reaches the halfway mark and is disqualified, we'll use the same sudden death route next week. And now we're going to start moving right along. You all set, Mr. Ward?
Yes.
Okay, remember there's $75 at stake. All right, here we go now. You're at Grand River going east towards Griswold. You know where you are now.
Grand River going east towards Griswold.
Right.
Yes.
There's a red light with a green arrow pointing right below, so you make a right turn without stopping.
No, you're supposed to stop.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, but that is allowed. When there's a red light with a green arrow pointing right below, you can make a right turn without stopping. I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Ward, and that simply means that our jackpot carries over to next week, which means that next week we will start out with $75 plus 20, which would make it exactly $95 in our jackpot next week. That means those 3 lucky contestants who happen to be down here at Night Court next week will have the opportunity of getting a chance to win that $95 in the jackpot. And now, before we carry on here, we're going to have our good friend Sergeant Wright come over to the microphone and give all of you drivers some tips on safe driving. Sergeant Wright?
Thank you. After being acclaimed by the national safety officials for having the best traffic record for the first 3 months of 1947, Detroit slipped in April with 15 traffic fatalities in that month, as contrasted with only 5 fatalities for April of 1946. Confident that the traffic volume in Detroit will reach an all-time high peak this year, traffic authorities here are redoubling their vigilance to cope with the joint threat of increased traffic and overage vehicles. Currently underway is the Check Your Speed program, which seeks to cope with the pent-up impulses of motorists apparently impatient at the tardy arrival of warm weather. The program is carrying the message to the motorist that increased speed in vehicles which average 9 years of age means traffic fatalities and injuries. Indicative of the rapidly mounting post-war mileage is the fact that it rose 5% in 1946 over the previous all-time peak set in 1941, with all the signs pointing to a tremendous increase this year for a new record.
You have been listening to the Detroit Free Press WXYZ transcribed Night Court Quiz, presented as a public service and devoted to promoting safer, more intelligent driving in Detroit.
Listen next week at 6:15 for another Detroit Free Press WXYZ Night Court Quiz. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
Tonight, have Franco-American spaghetti, the ready-to-serve spaghetti with the extra good sauce. A sauce of luscious tomatoes, snappy cheese, and savory spices. Delicious. Thrifty, too. Only a few pennies a portion. Get Franco-American spaghetti, several cans.
Buy some Franco-American. It has that extra good sauce. Good. Good. That's a Campbell soup sign. Good.
Hollywood Campbell Soup presents Double or Nothing, starring Walter O'Keefe. Have you heard the big news? It's tomato time. Time to stock up on Campbell's tomato soup, the soup most folks like best. Luscious, fine-ripened tomatoes, creamery butter, delicate seasoning. Good. That's Campbell's tomato soup. Makes a wonderful school day lunch for the youngsters. Serve it at home, or send it to school with them in a vacuum bottle. Stock up now for the weeks ahead. With food prices still a problem, Campbell's tomato soup is one of the best buys at your grocer's. So get plenty. Get a case of Campbell's tomato soup. It's tomato time. Time to stock up on Campbell's tomato soup. Here now is Double or Nothing. Campbell's man of the half hour, your paymaster of ceremonies, Walter O'Keefe. Okay, O'Keefe.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for such a hearty welcome. I couldn't feel happier if I had just run the length of the field for Santa Rosa. Now, I wish you... we have them all in the front row. But back of them, I wish you listeners could see the audience we have for this broadcast. Never have I seen people so beautifully dressed. Even the men are wearing mink coats. Why not, baby? It's cold outside. Now, Hollywood clothes are unusual anyway. I went to McCampbell the other night, and half the women wore hats, half the women left them home. Half the men wore hair, half the men left their hair home. I happen to be clothes conscious today, particularly because the papers have just announced the annual list of the 10 best-dressed men in America. And I was just nosed out by Bing Crosby. You know that habit Bing had of wearing his shirt hanging out? That's really modesty. He does that so the shirt will cover up the bulge where his wallet is. Sometimes there's a bulge there when there's no wallet there, but we passed that. Now, this happens to be what I'm wearing tonight is a new suit, a new set of threads I'm wearing. The vest is what you call a tattersall vest, and it's the kind I always like. It makes me feel rich because I always have a check on me. I had to. You'll notice the trousers are a little bit baggy. Well, I'll make a confession. I bought this suit with 2 pair of pants, and I'm breaking them in together. Now we proceed with our first contestant on Double or Nothing, a lady of sere years, a very gallant gal who comes up here named Mrs. Jessie Tift, who is 65 years old. Jessie, we're delighted to have you here.
Thank you, Walter.
Now, you come from New Orleans, Jessie, right?
Yes, and it's certainly a privilege to see you.
It's a privilege to see you, Jessie.
My,
What
you're all
are you...
dressed up. If I were 40 years younger, that's what I'm wishing.
If you were 40 years younger?
Yes.
And you're 65 now? That would make you 25, just about my age, Jessie.
Oh, and much better looking than Bing. How could you say it, compare it?
Why, what are you attempting here, Jessie? Tell me, what do you think of Hollywood, Jessie?
Well, I think it's very fickle. They treat love very lightly out here.
They treat love lightly? You
Lightly.
mean the boys have been trifling with...
I've been watching.
You've been watching?
Peeping around.
Been looking around?
Yes.
And they treat it lightly?
Very lightly.
What, bringing forth a little tidbit of evidence. For example, what have you seen indicative of the fact that they treat it lightly?
Well, across from my apartment, I can see him come in there every night, and he kisses her good night. The shades are up in that apartment. He kisses her, then he goes back to the door and comes back and kisses her again. And I saw that man sitting in the lobby of the apartment house talking to another girl.
Well, maybe that was his mother.
Well, I could see it. She was about his age. That's one example of how fickle they are.
Well, now, wait a minute. Jessie, darling, I want to make one point. If a man is entitled to or desirous of kissing one lady, should he never talk to another woman?
Oh, yes, he could talk to her, but then he was making a date to go to the football game with his
What,
other...
big ears? Oh, you were in the lobby and watched it?
Yes, I watched.
Oh, I thought you saw this with your binoculars across the street.
Good night twice. Comes back and then kisses her again.
He kissed her again.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. What was your occupation during your lifetime?
Well, the first fortune I had, I inherited it from my mother,
Yeah.
father. Then the next, my husband left me.
But you
And then
were
I
a school
spent it.
teacher, weren't you?
Yes.
How long did you teach school?
30 years.
30 years? Bless you. You didn't get enough dough. I hope you get it here, and I hope...
Thank you very much, for I need it.
You... Let me ask you this.
$2 for dinner.
$2 for dinner?
Still hungry.
You're still hungry? Honey, we'll see that you get some soup, but you say you need $2 more for dinner. You've already eaten it once?
Yes.
Well, what did you pay? How much was the check for your original dinner?
60 cents.
And they didn't feed you enough?
No. I'm
Well-
still hungry now.
You're still hungry now? You know, if I didn't have a date with a girl I kissed twice, I'd take you out for dinner right now. Jesse, we'll see that you get some dough. Let me
All right,
ask
yes,
you this.
okay.
Do you have any pet peeves at all? Are you annoyed by anything?
Oh, slamming doors.
Slamming doors?
Isn't that awful?
Oh, it's terrible.
Well, my grandmother would turn over in her grave if she heard he slam a door. You got to turn anything.
If your grandmother's listening now, she'll turn over in her grave, Jesse. Jesse, your last name is spelled T-I-F-F-T.
Yes,
What nationality is that? It's an unusual name.
Yes, it's French.
I have a friend back east. He's a diplomat with the Chinese embassy in Washington named Joe Koo, and he brought a singer to see me one day. And I says, Joe, what is the fellow's name? And he says, Zzz. I said, what? He says, Zzz. I says, how do you spell it? He says, S-Z-E. So I said, Joe, he's got to change his name. Imagine me introducing him on the air and say, you're now going to hear Joe Zzz sing. That's the only name I ever knew that went Zzz. And Tift is the only other one.
Well, there's a Tift House in Philadelphia, an old inn.
Well, there's a Zzz house in Canton.
I'll take your word for it,
All right,
Walter.
I'll take your word for the Tift House in Philadelphia, too. Jesse, you're delightful to have here
Thank
as a
you,
guest.
Walter.
I wish we could spend the whole half hour with you.
Well, I would like to spend every Sunday with you, too.
Jesse, what is your favorite kind of Campbell soup?
Oh, Walter, that chicken soup. Isn't that grand?
Oh, it's wonderful. We'll send you a gift card and wherever you want it sent, Jesse.
Thank you very much.
We'll be glad to with the sponsor's compliments.
I'm
Now,
hungry.
then you can always... We happen to have, Jesse, a thing we call the $80 Grand Slam question.
Really?
You can win $80 with the answer that is nearest to the... These are usually silly things, you know.
Well,
If
let's
you
see.
banked in New York and were unable to make a deposit or a withdrawal, in how many years would your account be abandoned?
You mean my money?
Yes, your money.
Well, I ought to know that because my brother's a banker.
Your brother's a banker?
Yes, sir. He never told me that, though. What do you do?
Well, what would your
Because
guess
that
be,
thing.
dear?
Well, you know, are you sure you know the answer? Is that right answer? Question, Walter.
Jesse,
Let's see,
you
if
just
you
read that.
banked in New York and were unable to make a deposit or withdrawal, and how many years would your account be abandoned? Well, I think it's 10 years, Walter.
10 years?
Yeah, now, you see, it may be different.
Well, of course.
In my brother's bank, it's 10 years.
In your brother's bank, it's 10 years.
Yeah, First National.
Well, wait a minute. Come back here. Don't you want to win some money?
Sure.
All right. What category have you chosen? You want to talk about there's a Ford in the name?
Yeah, let's have that.
That's the one we have. Now, in answer to these questions, you know, Jesse, I am so worried that you might not answer these correctly. I am so worried about that $2 dinner that I'm going to ask you 2 questions for $40.
Good. Now,
Now,
don't make it so hard that even Webster can't answer it.
I won't make it hard, Jessie. In the answer to these questions, the word Ford, F-O-R-D, is either the complete name or it's part of the surname. Now, let's see how many of these people you can identify. I think you're going to do all right here. The $2 question, the $20 question. What Ford put Fords on the road?
Henry Ford.
You've won $40. Congratulations. Oh, why can't I meet Jessies all my life? Now Lou Crosby turns town crier to let you in on something big.
Hear ye, the time has come. Tomato time. Yes, today's the day. Your grocer and grocers from Maine to California are now featuring Campbell's Tomato Soup, the soup most folks like best. Every delicious spoonful brings folks the tempting goodness of plump, sun-ripened tomatoes, pointed up by blending them with golden creamery butter and a hint of seasoning. Mmm, good. Be sure you take advantage of this great food-buying opportunity. It's tomato time, so get on down to your grocer's right away. Today, see his big display of Campbell's Tomato Soup. Stock up for the fall and winter days ahead. Think of all the times you'll want to serve this delicious soup to your family. And remember, with food prices still a problem, Campbell's Tomato Soup is one of the best buys at your grocer's. So get 20, get 6 cans, a dozen. Why not get a case of Campbell's Tomato Soup? It's tomato time. Time to stock up on Campbell's Tomato Soup.
Don Clare replaces Jesse Tift at left half. We have a fellow from Oakland, California, who plays for Santa Rosa Junior College, and his name is Don Clare. And, Tom, we're glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Now, you might tell us, Don, I'd like to know just exactly what you're studying up at Santa Rosa.
I'm studying PE, physical education.
Well, I'm glad you cleaned
That's
that up.
the easiest one.
And on the football team, you are what?
Guard.
You're the guard. In other words, you're the guy that takes the beating and never has your praises sung in the public prints.
That's right. We're never heard of.
Unwept, unhonored, and unsung. But you get the dough in pro football, don't you?
We get it.
That's where the game is played. Now, what have you done before you went to school, Don?
Oh, a number of things.
For example?
I sex chickens and...
You what? Complete silence. This was in a hatchery, natural.
Natural.
Yes. You're not married, of course. You're not old enough for that, are you? How old are you, Don?
21.
21. Well, you're old enough to be married. Are you engaged?
Well, no, but...
But what?
I have a girl. You might call her a girl, but you never know.
You might call her a girl?
Some people do. I do.
When the football season is over, what is your primary preoccupation? What do you do outside of football season?
Well, work in a chicken hatchery.
Well, this is where I came in. Don, I'd love to see you win some dough. What is your favorite kind of Campbell soup, Don?
Tomato soup.
Tomato soup?
Yeah.
We'll send you a gift carton and you can invite the squad over for dinner. Don, here comes the $80 Grand Slam question. If you banked in New York and you were unable to make a deposit or withdrawal, in how many years would your account be abandoned? Do you want to go into a huddle with the backfield? What would your guess be, Don?
8 years.
8 years. Thank you, Don. What category have you chosen, sir? The one that has to do with referee signals for fouls in football?
Yes.
Oh, you ought to do well here. Are you much on fouls? You come from a hatchery, boy. The supervisor of football officials for the entire Pacific Coast Conference, Mr. Curtis, tells us the following are the official college signals for fouls. I'll give the foul, and you tell me the signal the referee would give. $2. Campbell Soup's asked you this. How would a referee indicate that there had been an unnecessary delay in the game? What would he do?
He'd go thusly.
He'd fold his arms across his chest. All right, now we've won that one. Let's move on to the $4 question. $4, Campbell Soups wants to know, how would you indicate the illegal use of hands and arms by the team in possession of the ball? That's right, the banging on the wrist. It's like a seal waving to his mate, you know? The $6 question for Campbell Soups is this. If an ineligible pass receiver is downfield on a forward pass, how does the official indicate this foul?
I know this one.
You do? All right. He pats the top of his head. He doesn't pat the player's head.
No.
Clock. No. $10 question for Campbell Soup. If there has been forward pass interference, how does the referee indicate it?
Like this.
That's it. Both arms out with the palms up. Did you have your palms up?
Yeah. Oh, sure.
All right. Now, you want to double or nothing? You've won $10 safely. Will you split this with the boys?
Yes.
You're out of your mind. $20. Campbell Soups asks you this. How do you indicate unnecessary roughness in college football?
Like extending the arm out.
Extending one arm out. All right, for $40, double or nothing, how do you indicate that somebody is offside? Offside. You place your hands on your hip. Congratulations, you won $40. I don't think Santa Rosa was ever penalized in its history. Our next contestant will tackle our next question in just a moment.
This concludes the first half of Double or Nothing, brought to you by Campbell's Tomato Soup.
Blow the whistle and get on the track of Campbell's Pork and Beans. 'Cause once you try 'em, you'll never go back to any other beans. Campbell's are top, so get 'em today. Give 'em a try and you're gonna say, for flavor and zest, the beans that are best are Campbell's Pork and Beans.
Now, the second half of Double or Nothing, brought to you by Campbell's Pork and Beans. Listen for the Grand Slam finish in the red and white sweepstakes. And here's our paymaster of ceremonies, Walter O'Keefe. Okay, O'Keefe.
Now, a lady with Titian red hair from Hollywood comes to the microphone, and I can't believe the name. Her name is Mrs. June Bride Thale. June Bride, B-R-Y-D-E?
But I wasn't a June Bride.
You weren't a June Bride. I used to know a fellow named August Divorce September, you know? June, tell me this. What's your business?
Well, I've worked in pictures all my life, and now I'm in the jewelry business.
You have? What did you do in pictures, June?
Started out in our gang comedies. I worked with Bing Crosby, Bob
Were you
Hope.
in our gang comedies? For heaven's sakes. What year was that?
I worked with Bing Crosby and Bob Hope.
You had training as a comedian, I can tell that. Now, let's see if we can win you some dough. You have one already, a gift card and a Campbell's Pork and Beans. Here's the $80 Grand Slam question. If you banked in New York, June, and were unable to make a deposit or withdrawal, in how many years would your account be abandoned?
50 years.
50 years, thank you. What category have you chosen?
Number one.
Number one brings the music into play with Irv Orton at the organ and piano. Every one of these songs has something to do with the heart. Go ahead, Irv, for $2.
I love you. Peg of my heart.
Peg of my heart wins you 2 skins. Now we come to the $4 question for Campbell's Soups on the organ only.
Heartaches.
Heartaches leads you up to the $6 question for Campbell's Soups. Organ and piano. Let's have it, Irv. That's all I meant.
My heart stood still.
My heart stood still. Leads you up to the $10 question for Campbell's Soups.
2 hearts beat in 3/4 time.
2 hearts beat. Do you want to take off and dance, kid? You've won $10. Now, do you want to sit down with the 10 or go double or nothing?
Well, I'll go double or nothing.
Double or nothing for $20. Let's have it, Irv.
Who are stout. Give me some men who are stout-hearted men.
Stout-hearted men. For $40, double or nothing on the organ and piano, Mary Martin's success.
My heart belongs to Dad.
You have won $40. Congratulations. Now, Lou Crosby, what's your subject this time, Lou?
Husbands, Walter, and how to keep 'em happy.
What gives you? You're the man for pork and beans.
That's right, Walter, and most any man is for Campbell's Pork and Beans, definitely. That's why I say it's a wise wife who keeps her husband happy by serving him Campbell's pork and beans often.
That's my Mrs. O'Keefe. She knows the way to Mike's and Anthony's, and my heart is through a big casserole of Campbell's pork and beans. We love those beans.
You got lots of company there, Walter. Yes, women all across the country have found that Campbell's are pork and beans the way they should be.
Pork and beans the way the men like them.
Yes, sir. Campbell's pork and beans are different from ordinary beans because Campbell's have a special way of cooking them, right along with lean bacon pork and an out-of-this-world tomato sauce.
Delicious.
So how about it, you gals listening? Make your husband happy by serving him Campbell's pork and beans real soon.
From Encino, California, we have a gentleman named... We're the only sober people here. We have a lad named Melvin Daly. And Melvin, I hesitate to announce what your work is. Would you please tell the listening audience what your job is?
Yes, I train skunks and other animals for the movies.
You train skunks for the movies?
Yes, sir.
Are skunks... Let me ask you this. May I ask you this? Yes. You haven't got one in your pocket now, have you?
No, I haven't.
Are skunks smart?
Oh, yes, very smart.
Well, if they're smart, why don't you talk it over with them to change that stuff they squirt, you know? Couldn't you train them to squirt taboo, for instance?
I talk to them after they've had their change.
You talk to them after they've done it? Right. That's when I run away from them. What other jobs have you had besides being an animal trainer?
I was a chimney sweep and human fly back in Ohio.
You were?
Yes.
Did you climb up the sides of buildings?
That's right.
For heaven's sakes, how long did you do that?
For about 7 years.
What'd you give it up for?
Well, the doctor said, go west, young man, go west, and I came out west.
Well, we've still got buildings you can crawl up here. People do it out here in cars.
I'm getting too old for it.
Let me ask you this. You married?
Yes, I am.
How did you happen to meet Mrs. Daly?
I went up and was cleaning the chimney, and I went downstairs, and my face was naturally full of soot. And
well, go on now. Where was she?
And I went back up and went downstairs, and I just climbed down off the building and went down to the basement, and my wife was there. She said, what are you doing around here? She didn't know her dad ordered me to clean the furnace, the chimney, you know.
And you were made up in soot on your...
That's right. I was all made up, you know, like Al Jolson.
Yeah.
I can say that.
Yeah, sure you can. So
I sang Mammy, and her and I started going together.
Well, let me ask you this. By the way, you have won a gift card to Campbell's Pork and Beans. Here comes the $80 question. If you banked in New York and were unable to make a deposit or withdrawal, in how many years would your account be abandoned?
About 18 years.
How much?
18 years.
18 years. Thank you, Melvin. What category have you chosen, sir?
Number 15.
Number 15. All right. 15 has to do with I've been working on the railroad. The $2 question for Campbell's is this. The man who takes your luggage from your car or cab to the train and sets it in the proper care holds a job as a what?
Porter.
Porter or red cap? The $4 question for Campbell's Soup is this. After you run the train in a day coach, a boy or a man may come through selling candy or magazines. What do you call him?
Butcher.
Butcher. Yes.
Butcher.
He's the train butcher. The $6 question for Campbell's is this. A man who goes along the rail line on foot to see that everything in that section is in good, useful condition. What do you call him? He has a definite name and an important job with the railroad. He walks along by the tracks.
Track walkers?
Track walker, yes. The $10 question. $10 question for Campbell's is this. The man who takes care of the mechanism for breaking rail connections, for shunting cars from one track to another. What do you call him?
Switchman.
Switchman, $10. Now, you've won $10. Do you want to go double or nothing?
Yes, sir.
For $20, Campbell's wants the answer to this. The man in a railroad car who takes care of the instrument for lessening its speed and stopping it is called what?
Brakeman.
Brakeman. For $40. Do you want to go for 40?
Yes, sir.
Double or nothing for 40. A railroad official in charge of the movement of trains is a what? The fellow that sends them all over the place.
Dispatcher.
Dispatcher wins you $40. Congratulations. We'll be back in just a moment with today's Grand Slam winner in the Campbell Sweepstakes.
Blow the whistle and get on the track of Campbell's Pork and Beans. 'Cause once you try 'em, you'll never go back to any other beans. Campbell's are top, so get 'em today. Give 'em a try and you're gonna say for flavor and zest, the beans that are best are Campbell's Pork and Beans.
Yes, you'll say Campbell's are the best pork and beans you ever tasted. Once you taste a gleaming, delicious forkful, once you polish off a heaping plateful, you'll never again settle for ordinary beans. So right away, today, get the best. Get Campbell's. Campbell's Pork and Beans.
Thank you, Lou. Today's Grand Slam question was this. If you banked in New York and were unable to make a deposit or withdrawal, in how many years would your account be abandoned? The source of authority is the magazine Pageant. The answer is 15 years. With an estimate of 18, Melvin Daly, the skunk trainer, wins $80.
Now, friends, our most exciting moment, the red and white sweepstakes. Today's cash prize from Campbell's amounts to $222. Today's winning question on the back of a Campbell's Pork and Beans label comes from Mr. C.V. Horan of 4208A DeSoto Avenue, St. Louis, Missouri. And we'll pay half our sweepstakes, $111 for it. The first contestant to come up with the correct answer wins the other half of our sweepstakes, or $111. If no one wins, the studio contestants' half the money will be added to tomorrow's red and white sweepstakes. Walter?
You have 30 seconds. Get out your pencils. Here is Mr. Harron's question. Quotes. A spat is a cloth covering for the instep and ankle, occasionally worn by men. This, however, is the shortened form of the name of this article of clothing. If I wanted to order a pair of spats by their full name, what would I ask for?
Campbell's bring you the red and white sweepstakes. Campbell's paying off again. Take a try at the red and white sweepstakes. Think about it, rack your brain. Come on and join this money-making caper. If you know the answer, write it on your paper. Walter, hey, Walter! Have we got a winner today? Have we got a winner today?
No, we have no winner today. The sweepstakes question came from Mr. Harron of St. Louis, Missouri, who asked this. A spat is a cloth covering for the instep and ankle, occasionally worn by men. This, however, is the shortened form of the name of this article of clothing. If I wanted to order a pair of spats by their full name, what would I ask for? And I'm startled you didn't know. You'd ask for spatterdashers. Whoever heard of such a thing? Spatterdashers, and not as Don Clare suggested, spatulas. No. Congratulations.
Every day on Double or Nothing, you listeners have a chance to win half the sweepstakes money by sending in the winning sweepstakes question. Here's all you do. Think up a question on any subject. Print your name and address on the back of a Campbell's Pork and Beans label. Write your question and answer under your name and indicate a standard authority such as an encyclopedia, atlas, or other source where we can check the accuracy of your answer. Then mail it to Double or Nothing Sweepstakes, Box 551, Hollywood 28, California. Questions will be judged on the basis of originality, interest, and neatness and clarity of presentation. Entries to be considered for next week's programs must be postmarked during the 7 days prior to midnight, October 15th. The person who submits the winning entry will receive one half the sweepstakes for that program. The decision of the judges is final. Duplicate prizes will be awarded in case of ties. All questions become the property of the makers of Campbell's Pork and Beans, and none will be returned.
This is Walter O'Keefe saying goodbye for now. And when you buy pork and beans, get the best. Say goodbye to the rest, get Campbell.
Double or Nothing, a full half hour of question marks and laughs starring Walter O'Keefe is brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, by Campbell Soups and Campbell's Pork and Beans. This is Lou Crosby saying goodbye till tomorrow.
For lively flavor and goodness that no one single juice can surpass, serve V8 vegetable juices. There's goodness in every glass. V8, V8, the all-vegetable drink. It's great. 8 luscious vegetables in every glass of V8. Delicious, nutritious V8. So go get a can of V8. It's great.
It's the RFD mailman with a message for every one of you. And here it is, that exciting show everybody's talking about in city and country alike. RFD America with your country question editor, Joe Kelly.
Cooper, and hello to all of our good friends and neighbors out there. It's nice to have you back with us again tonight, folks, because you're really going to hear a battle royal. The second woman ever to win our Master Farmer of the Week crown is here from Faribault County, Minnesota, to defend her title against 3 farmers from the wonder state of Arkansas. She's Elizabeth Stevermer, mother of 8. And say, Ed Cooper, I know our listeners are wondering who those Mississippi County, Arkansas contestants are, so let's introduce them. First, Earl Wildy,
who farms 440 acres, has won special recognition in soybean production, and whose hobby is flying. And Earl, we heard you with Jack Farr on Don McNeil's Breakfast Club program this morning. Say they really have a lot of fun on that program, too, don't they?
Next, Lois Young,
who tenant farms 80 acres, wins prize after prize for her canning of meats and vegetables, and who says that her hobby is trying to keep peace in her family of 4.
And last but not least, Vance Dixon,
who left college 18 years ago completely broke, and who now is the owner of 240 acres of fine farmland. And there you have our contestants.
And now that you folks know our contestants, let's hear them answer some questions in the preliminary round of our feuding and a fighting and a fussing between the states of Minnesota and Arkansas. Our first question is, our first question, frankly, none of you folks sent in a question that seemed just right for a starter offer this week, so here's the second question. But don't you contestants worry about that first question. You won't be scored on it. Yeah. Mrs. Glenn Waters of Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin writes that on her farm there's a hog oiler. I wonder if you can explain to our listeners and to me why a hog needs to be lubricated. Earl.
He needs to be lubricated to keep the lice off of him.
That's right. Good for you, Earl. Yes, sir. Here's our next question. Bob Allen of New York City wonders whether you've been too busy on the farm to keep abreast of romance. He would like for you to give the name of the girl whose marriage recently inspired the newspapers to call her the modern Cinderella. Earl again.
She married Rockefeller.
That's right. What's her name? What was her name before she married Rockefeller?
Oh, I can't think of it.
You can't think? How about the rest of you folks? Vance?
She was a princess, I believe.
No. You think about the wrong girl. You give up?
First name.
Elizabeth.
Her first name is Gloria.
No, I'm sorry. No. It starts with a B. Both her nickname and her real name. All right, her name was Barbara Sears. Now you all remember. Well, sometimes those things don't come to your mind quick, especially when you're in front of a microphone, huh? Well, we pulled a boner on that one, and that means that Bob Allen of New York City gets a bonus. Instead of a $50 Spiegel merchandise certificate, he gets a $100 certificate. Now then, you'd better watch out for this one from my own Kepler of Douglas, Nebraska. Can you tell in what direction the wind would be blowing if the wheel of a windmill pointed toward the southeast? Earl?
If the wheel pointed toward the southeast?
That's right.
It would be blowing from the northwest. Well, wait a minute. It'd be blowing from the southeast.
It certainly would, so it would be blowing in what direction?
To the northwest.
To the northwest, that's right. Almost caught you, didn't I? Yes, sir. Well, remember I said in what direction and not from what direction. Well, Eugene Edwards of Beeson, Illinois, says he's afraid that many of the things we've had to say about farm life on RFD America will lead city folks to believe that farming is all fun and folly. And Mr. Edwards says that isn't true, because he is a farmer and knows differently. And since we want to be completely impartial on this program, we're going to give you contestants a chance to tell about some of the more unpleasant moments in your day on the farm. Each of you is to think of one thing you really hate doing on the farm. All right, who's going to be first? Lois?
Well, the worst thing I hate on the farm is milking the cows in the winter and milking them in the summer. It's the coldest job in the winter, and it's the hottest in the summer.
Well, I guess you can say that again, Lois. How about you, Van?
You have to get up early and go to work early and quit late.
Yeah? You don't like that, huh?
No, sir.
You don't, huh? Well, I can't blame you in a way. Elizabeth, how about you?
Well, everyone in our community hates to wash the separator and the milking machine.
Oh? Well, and Earl?
I don't like to haul manure.
You don't, huh? Kendall of South Dakota would like to see how many things on the farm you folks can name that are not electric, but can be described in electrical terms. An example could be he uses a switch to drive cattle. Now, that's the idea. Okay, let's hear you do some. Electrical terms. All right, Elizabeth?
Currents.
Currents? Putting up currents?
Yes, if I am understanding the question correctly.
That's right. Many things on the farm that you can name that are not electric but can be described in electrical terms. All right, Vance?
The current of a stream.
Well, that's all right, yeah. Well, let's get away from the current, though. Let's get something else, Earl.
What would a man be doing so early in the morning on the farm? What?
What? Oh, now, Earl, cut it out. Wait a minute. When you do that again, hit that word what. Just lay on it. How about, can't think of any others? Rest you folks. Any more? Elizabeth?
Wire for fencing.
Wire for fencing? Yes, I get it.
Wire for electric wire, you see. The electric wire and wire for fencing.
I see. Well, that's good. You couldn't write for the fencing, so you wired for it. I get Earl?
That bale of cotton was too light.
That
wasn't heavy enough.
Bale of cotton was too light. That's a good one. All right. Now, this one's from Joe Spenago of Tonalo, Illinois. Do the following animals have hair, fur, wool, or feathers? Muscovy. Elizabeth.
Ducks. They have feathers.
That's right. They have feathers. They're ducks. And how about Tamworth? Elizabeth again.
Hogs. They have bristles or hair.
Their hair, And Rambouillet. Earl.
Wool. That's a sheep.
That's right. Good for you. And so the questions go faster and faster. That horn calls a halt to your work for a while, contestants. And now the judges will get to their work and add up the scores. And that shouldn't take more than 60 seconds.
And, Joe, why don't you take it easy for those 60 seconds, too? And let me tell the folks how they can win some wonderful prizes. You know, in the 13 weeks that RFD America has been on the air, about $8,000 worth of Spiegel merchandise certificates have been awarded to our listeners. And all of those winners, all that they had to do to win those certificates was write down on a penny postcard or in a letter a question they wanted to ask our contestants. You see, if a question is used, a big Spiegel mail order catalog and a $50 certificate is awarded. And if the question is missed by our contestants, that $50 certificate is doubled and a $100 certificate is sent out. Now imagine being able to choose anything you want from that Spiegel catalog. And say, right now would be a mighty good time to get a complete new Easter outfit, wouldn't it? If you take this hint, you'll sit down right after our broadcast and send a question to RFD America, Chicago, Illinois. I'll give you that address once again. It's simply RFD America, Chicago, Illinois.
And here's a report from our judges. They say that the winners in the preliminary round were Earl Wilde, Elizabeth Stevermer, and Lois Young. And to you, Vance Dixon, goes the chance to look over that long list of prizes before any of our other contestants have ever seen it, and choose the one item there that you like best of all. What number will it be, Vance?
Number 7.
Number 7. Oh, boy, did you pick it. Oh, it's a dandy. And another thing, I'll bet your family will love you for choosing this. It's a 12 cubic foot harder freeze home freezer made by Tyler of Niles, Michigan, and guaranteed to keep all your food fresh and appetizing for months and months.
Thank you very much.
And now going into the semifinal round are these contestants. Elizabeth Stevermer, last week's master farmer from Minnesota. Lois Young, our farm wife from Arkansas. And Earl Wilde, a farmer whose hobby is flying. And now let's find out who our winners are going to be in this round. This question here is from Old Ryback of Port Huron, Michigan. If you were to come upon a horse and a mare, twins, 6 years old, with identical markings and of the same color, and all you could see or examine of either animal was the head, could you tell which was the horse and which was the mare? Now there is a doozer. That's a toughie. If I had to answer that without seeing my card, I'd say there's a horse on me. Elizabeth?
I can only say they are both horses.
Well,
that's the only thing.
No, Lois?
It may be just a coincidence, but I know my husband looks at a mule and tells by its face which one it is, so they probably can identify him. I think a horse mule has a longer face than a mare mule does.
Well, now listen, you farmers. I'm going to teach you something. The answer is yes. You can tell by the teeth. Horses have 4 more teeth than mares. They're called canine or dog teeth, and are located on either side of the front incisors. They don't appear until the horse's 4th year. Didn't you know that? Didn't you really, you folks? Well, I'm going to have to buy me a farm. That's all there is to it, yes, Well, you can't get them all. No, sirree. Wouldn't be any fun if you did. Well, that's a myth. Yes, so it was. I thought I gave the answer, and I did, but I don't get the certificate, do I? No. Anyway, that means that whoever sent the question in, that was missed. Where is it? I got it all mixed up. Well, anyway, there we are right here. My head sakes alive. I don't know so much after all, do I? Now, we're going to give a bonus to this party who sent that question, and I can't find the name right now. So I guess, oh, yes, there it is. Yeah, Old Ryback of Port Huron, Michigan. And that means instead of the $50 Spiegel merchandise certificate, he gets a $100 certificate. Say, I had an awful time giving that one away, didn't I? Mrs. W.P. Leonard of Auburn, Washington, thinks that it would be of interest to city listeners as consumers to hear you farmers discuss the pros and cons of a bill now before Congress. The subject is, should oleomargarine continue to be taxed? The tax now is 10 cents a pound on the colored product and 1/4% on the uncolored product. Of course, with most of you contestants raising cotton and cottonseed oil being used in oleomargarine, I don't know how much proing and conning we'll get on this. But anyway, let's find out. Lois?
Well, we would, in my part of the country, would definitely be against the tax because the soybeans and the cotton that we raise are the chief products that go into margarine. Mm-hmm. And naturally, we would like more margarine produced. Mm-hmm. And the lower the price, the greater the chance of being bought.
Well, mm-hmm. And how about the rest of you folks? Would you like to get in on this, Earl?
I agree with Lois, definitely. Oh, butter costs now almost, twice to 3 times as much as margarine. And since we are raising so much of these crops that go into it, we certainly don't want it taxed. I read quite an interesting article the other day, too. A dairy farmer said he didn't think that butter should be taxed either, that dairy farmers were putting their stakes on butter when they should be putting it on fluid milk. There's a thought that I hadn't thought of before.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And, Elizabeth?
Well, I'm going through the state of Wisconsin on the way home, and when I get home, I intend to live in Minnesota. The land of wheat, the product of butter, the product of Minnesota.
Yes.
And but the main reason is that the dairy farmer must have an enormous outlay in cash for buildings and equipment, and especially cows. It takes longer to raise a cow for milking than what it does to build a battleship. And they have an enormous outlay, and that's why they have to have more money for butter than what they do for oleomargarine. Also, this tax on oleomargarine is probably 1/4 cent per pound on uncolored, where you can tell it from the butter. And in that case, it hurts no one when the price is at that to add 1/4 cent to the price of oleomargarine.
Mm-hmm. Well, this has been a very interesting discussion. Of course, I guess we'll all have to wait and see how things turn out. Now, our next question really has to do about songs. The old songs are on their way back. Remarks Henry Bowman of Dallas, Texas. Since the Pasillo Edict of January 1st, 1948, no new music has been recorded, and so naturally that means the old songs will be used more and more. Mr. Bowman would like to hear you contestants sing the one song you would call your all-time favorite, one, that you'd like to see brought back. Now, we've all got an old-time favorite song, I'm sure. Earl?
Well, Down by the Old Mill Stream.
Say, that's one of my favorites, too. How about singing it?
Well, now, I don't know how far down the line I'll sing.
Well, I'll tell you, just get us down there by the stream. That's all you have to do.
Down by the old mill stream, where I first met you.
Why, Earl, that's fine. Yes, sir. Now, that was all right, Earl. How about the rest of you folks? Come on, let's all get in on this now. Elizabeth?
Let me call you sweetheart. I'm in love with you.
Oh, that's the bad news. Yes, sir. That's one of the good old timers. Now, let's see. Lois?
Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on this farm he had a duck, E-I-E-I-O. There's a quack, quack here and a quack, quack there, and here quack, there quack, everywhere quack, quack. Old MacDonald had a farm,
Ah, now, those were all fine. Yes, sir, we all enjoyed that very, very much. You just can't beat the old songs, I guess. One more round to go, and while our statistical experts are adding up the scores, it's my pleasure to introduce our special guest tonight, a man who has done much to help create a better understanding between rural and urban America. He's chairman of the board of the Foundation for American Agriculture, vice chairman of the board of the Quaker Oats Company, and a member of the Business Advisory Committee of the United States Department of Commerce, Mr. Douglas Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. It is a great privilege for me, as a businessman representing one of the oldest grain processing companies in America, to speak to the farmers and their families. You farmers should be proud of your accomplishments. You comprise 20% of the population, and yet through your skill and hard work, you produce food and fiber for 140 million Americans and have large quantities left for export. A wonderful record. As a businessman, I say to you that industry cannot be prosperous unless agriculture is prosperous. America is still a land of great opportunity. I believe that in commerce and agriculture, the prizes to be won during the next 25 years are greater than ever, provided we adhere to our incentive system and the pattern of initiative, and that agriculture, business, and labor work together as a team. Certainly in our scheme of things, there is no place for a controlled and regimented economy. In America, a man is free to work at a job of his own choice, farming, manufacturing, or general business. He can take advantage of his opportunities, work with others as of equals, and enjoy the fruits of his own labor and the satisfaction of a job well done.
Thank you, Douglas Stewart. We enjoyed having you as our guest on RFD America. And now, Ed Cooper, I see you are waiting to give us the judge's verdict.
Yes, Joe, the semifinal winners are Elizabeth Stevermer and Earl Wilday. And Lois Young, that gives you the choice of two consolation prizes. What two are they going to be, Lois?
I'll take 1 and 2.
Numbers 1 and 2. Well, you know, Lois, you might not like to do the milking, but you're certainly going to like to do the washing from now on. How's this for a honey of a prize? A big gleaming white ABC spinner washing machine. With your new ABC spinner, you'll notice a difference in speed, in efficiency, and the snow white quality that you want in your washings. And something to sort of beautify yourself, too, Lois. An exciting prize if there ever was one. It's a sparkling $500 keepsake diamond ring set in a brilliant mounting and protected by the keepsake certificate of guarantee and registration. Isn't that exquisite? A couple of mighty nice prizes.
Thank you so very much.
And now for that thrilling last round, battling it out for the Master Farmer title are Elizabeth Stevermer, last week's Master Farmer, and Earl Wilday, our farm-flying enthusiast. Well, what do you know? Hey, this is going to be a dandy round. Man versus woman. Well, here we go. Here's one from Dean McFall of Roseburg, Oregon, that should be fun. What remedies, good or bad, have you heard of to help a cow that has lost her cud? Earl?
Oh, tie a corn cob in her mouth. Oh, wait a minute. Take it back. A dirty rag, I believe, is better.
Well, yes, I hadn't heard about the corn cob, but I had heard about the dirty rag, the greasy rag.
Or a piece of bacon or something like that. I think I've heard that, too.
Uh-huh. Well, actually, does a cow lose her cud, sir?
Well, I guess she does, but she spits it out or swallows it.
Well,
no, she doesn't lose her cud.
No, she doesn't lose her cud. That's right. Uh-huh. And there's another... this is an old-time situation here of forcing a salt herring down the cow's throat. That might help.
I never heard that. We don't live in a territory where we can get salt herring.
You know that. All right. Let's see how fast we can go through this one from Marjorie Griffith of Brawley, California. She wants me to give you the name of one variety of a crop, and then you are to name another variety of the same crop. Here's the first one, country gentleman. Elizabeth.
It's a sweet corn.
Sweet corn, that's
and
right.
And the other kind is golden bantam.
Golden bantam, that's good enough for me. All right, how about Sea Island? Sea Island, Earl.
Stoneville. It's cotton.
That's right, Stoneville, cotton, uh-huh. Manchu is the next one. Elizabeth.
Soybean.
Soybean. What's the name of another variety? Earl?
Ogden, Lincoln.
Ogden, Lincoln, yes, sir. And how about this next one? Alta fescue. Elizabeth.
It's a grass.
It's a grass.
Braham grass.
Braham, very good. Uh-huh. And how about Alberta? Alberta. Earl.
That's a peach, Haven. Hales Haven.
Hale Haven, uh-huh. And, all right, now, that's very, very good. Here's one from Mrs. L.W. Farrell of Mark Tree, Arkansas, that ought to set your imaginations to work. See if you can name at least 3 things that a left-handed person must do with his right hand. Elizabeth.
Comb their hair. Put on their shoes.
Well,
I disagree with her.
You disagree with her. What would you say in that instance, then, Earl?
Oh, I'd say that they had to clean their fingernails on their left hand with their right hand.
Yeah, that's a good one. Can you think of any others, Elizabeth?
Shake hands.
Shake hands, that's right, uh-huh. And, can you think of any more? All right, well, you give me...
The wedding ring.
The wedding ring? All right, fine. And now then, here's a showdown question. Your last chance to score and your last try for that Master Farmer title. Calvin Kinshew of Oakfield, Wisconsin, thinks that by now you have proved your worth as farmers, so he wants to test your historical knowledge and see how many presidents of the United States you can name. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Of course, you know all 32, but wait till you start trying to remember them. Now then, Earl, you start off and name one president. Then Elizabeth, you name one, and back to Earl, then back to Elizabeth, and so on and so forth, until one of you fails to name a president in 5 seconds. And remember, 15 points go to the winner, so think fast and talk faster. All right, Earl, you begin.
Franklin Roosevelt.
All right,
Washington.
Franklin. What'd you say?
Washington.
Washington.
Truman.
Truman.
Theodore Roosevelt.
Theodore Roosevelt.
Hoover.
Grover Cleveland.
What did you...
Grover Cleveland.
That's right.
Oh, Lincoln.
Lincoln.
Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson. Earl.
Oh, Coolidge.
Coolidge.
Johnson.
Johnson.
Right after Lincoln.
All right.
Wasn't there Pike?
Oh. Oh. Earl, you're next. Time's a-wasting. Uh-oh. Oh, time's up. Elizabeth wins the extra 15 points. Yes, sir. And now then, that's the end of our question session, but not the end of our questions. Every one of us is wondering who is the Master Farmer of the Week. Our judges will have the answer to that all-important question in just 1 minute. In the meantime, friends, I know you'll be interested in this letter from Mrs. Charlotte Hendricks, RFD 2, Eugene, Oregon. She has suggested that this week's Friendly Farmer Award be given to her neighbor, Roy Snyder, also of Eugene, Oregon. Let's hear parts of her letter.
In the recent floods which hit our part of the country, Roy Snyder certainly showed himself to be a real neighbor. I am a widow with 2 small boys, and I work in town about 6 miles from my farm. When the water began to rise, I was at work and couldn't get home right away, and Mr. Snyder came over from his farm and started to work getting our electric irrigation outfit and other things out of the way of the water. He fixed supper for the boys and was going to take them home with him if I couldn't get home. After I did, the water was so high that the boys and I couldn't leave the house. We had a cow and 2 hogs in the barn about 500 feet away, and we couldn't get to them. So Mr. Snyder again helped the barn and doing the chores. After the water was gone, he helped us rebuild our fences, fix the barn and house, and many other things which we never could have done alone. I think Roy Snyder is a real neighbor.
Yes, Mrs. Hendricks, we think he's a real neighbor, too. Thank you for your very nice letter. And to you, Roy Snyder, out there in Eugene, Oregon, goes this week's RFD America Friendly Farmer Certificate and a Spiegel Merchandise Award, good for $50 worth of hip boots, water wings, a boat, or anything else you want in the catalog. And now, attention, everyone. Here's the big news. Our Master Farmer of the Week is Tell the lady from Minnesota, Elizabeth Stevermer.
Well, congratulations are certainly in order, Elizabeth. And Earl Wilde, you almost had that title yourself. But now you have your choice of two fine prizes from that list that you've just been handed. So which ones do you choose, Earl?
I'd like 3 and 6.
Numbers 3 and 6. Well, we know that Arkansas is a mighty fine state, Earl, and things are mighty nice and clean down in Arkansas with all that cotton and everything. But here's something to clean up the house with, and I know you've made a wise choice. The amazing new Filter Clean vacuum cleaner with no bag to empty. You'll discover there's a fresh new brightness to everything you clean with your Filter Clean. And also something else for the home, Earl. Here's something that should delight any homemaker, maybe the little lady back in Arkansas. A 5-year supply of those smooth, luxurious Dan River percale sheets and pillowcases. And also to you, Earl, our runner-up, goes a very extra special bonus award. It's a $500 strand of Imperial Cultured Pearls, designed for everlasting beauty and with the rich loveliness which nature only can develop. And your pearls are registered and insured by the Imperial Pearl Syndicate. Congratulations to you, Earl Wilde.
Thank you so much.
And to our master farmer goes this lineup of prizes. And Elizabeth, I don't see how you're going to get home with all these prizes we have for you. Here's a dandy right off the bat, a complete set of handsome club aluminum hammered waterless cookware. It's really a dandy. And now, something here that complements any woman's costume, a full year's supply of Klausner Clear Sheer Exquisite Hosiery. And these Klausner nylons are fashioned in personalized proportions to fit perfectly. And here's something for the mister. A big supply of the well-known Glidden Endurance base coat and Glidden Endurance house paint. In fact, there's enough to give either your townhouse or barn a bright new spring glow. And, well, begosh and begolly, look what's here. Yes, sir. You are now the owner, and I suppose you'll want to give these to your husband, too. 10-year supply of those longer-wearing, better-fitting, neater-looking Oshkosh overalls and Oshkosh work shirts. And to our master farmer goes this bonus award, Elizabeth, and it ought to make you jump for joy. It's a beautiful mahogany Spartan radio phonograph combination. This Spartan console, known as radio's richest voice since 1926, features an automatic record changer that plays up to 12 records and special AM, FM, and shortwave reception bands. Won't that be wonderful for your home?
Thank you ever so much.
Folks, next week we've really got a surprise for you. We're going to pick a junior master farmer. Yes, sir? In celebration of National 4-H Club Week, our contestants will all be 4-H Club members, 2 girls and 2 boys, one each from the states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Indiana, and Iowa. We'll see whether the young folks from the farm can do as well as their elders. And tonight's master farmer, Elizabeth Stevermer from Minnesota, will be back in 2 weeks to compete with 3 new contestants from another interesting state. So be sure to get in on the fun with our 4-H Club contestants next week. Until then, this is your country question editor, that old RFDer Joe Kelly, saying, good night, friends and neighbors, and let's all get together next Thursday night,
Be sure to join us again next Thursday night to meet our grand 4-H Club contestants. This program is a Louis G. Cowan production and came to you from Chicago. Ed Cooper speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, Chicago, serving the Middle West.
Sheffield Farms, hello? I don't know. The man just says, guess who? Yes, it's the game Guess Who, and your host is Sheffield Farms, who also bring you that delicious new Sheffield creamed cottage cheese and other fine dairy products. And now let's all give a warm welcome to our genial Sheffield Quizmaster. This week he's been to the rodeo, where he bulldogged a wild steer. Wait a minute. I read that wrong. He's been to the rodeo, where he steered a wild bulldog. Here he is, Happy Felton.
Well, thanks, partner. Get on back to that corral over yonder. Heat up my brand and iron. Tonight I'm going to leave my mark, Yowza.
Yeah, I went to the rodeo over at Madison Square Garden. I had to see all those wild steers. And these days, it's a treat to see all that meat running around loose. I met an old friend of mine over there. I was talking to Gene Autry when a knock-kneed cowboy came by. I said, Gene, I thought all cowboys were bow-legged. How come that guy's got knock knees? Gene says he's been riding a very skinny horse. Well, they put me on one of those wild bucking broncos over there. Horse went up, I went up. Horse came down, I came down. Horse went forward, I went forward. The horse stopped. Leapfrog. You should have seen those cowboys roping, hog-tying those wild cows. They were bulldogging anything that even looked like a big cow. I thought I'd never get untied. But the time has come. The walrus said to play Guess Who. And we have 7 pretty panting participants on stage ready to astound the universe with their brilliance. They're going to try to guess who own the various voices on the various recordings. We're going to play at various times. Yea, variously. A winning guess gouges us out of 10 silver Sheffield dollars. A losing guess, $2. But either guess is signaled by... Listen to those little silver dodgers when he gives them the yanks. It's old Pappy Sheffield's way of saying, let's spread cheer, kids. The old milk payola contains $25 so far, maybe more to come. And at the end of the doings, all contestants get a chance to take a whack at all that jack. In the interim, we have an alarm clock set to ring sometime. If a contestant is at the microphone when it rings, what gives, Joe?
A beautiful Waltham wristwatch. The first American watch, the watch that keeps time beautifully.
And beautifully spoken, Joe. But who's your little pal?
I'd like you to meet Miss Marie Hanson of Hollis, Long Island.
How are you, Miss Hanson? How old are you, Miss Hanson?
18.
18 years old. It's a very nice-looking suit you have on. What do they call that, a chalk stripe?
Pinstripe.
Pinstripe, I see. Do you like my suit?
Oh, very much.
I bought it for the spring. It's more like I bought it for the mattress. What do you do, Marie?
I go to Catherine Gibbs School.
Catherine Gibbs School. What are you studying at Catherine Gibbs School?
Secretarial course.
Secretarial course. Clear your throat. A little nervous?
Yes.
I see. Now, don't worry about that. We're going to give all our contestants a chance to play Guess Who all the way through their interview tonight, just to try something different, sort of a Guess Who game on a miniature course. So we'll start it off by giving you a Sheffield silver dollar if you can guess who was the American woman credited with having introduced the bobbed hair fad. Do you know who that was? Bobbed hair. She was a grand dancer. She was a wonderful dancer, and she used to be a very big hit with her husband, and they danced, and she first started the bobbed hair.
Irene.
Rich?
No.
No, it's very good.
Astaire?
No, not Irene Astaire. Where does a king live?
Oh, Irene Castle.
Irene Castle, of course. All right. Give her $1 for that one. Very good. She knew who first started the bobbed hair fad. My grandmother bobbed her hair. She doesn't look like an old lady anymore. Looks like an old man. Now, tell me, Marie, do you have a special fella?
Sort of.
What does he do?
He's in the Army.
He is? Have you ever had a date with either a cadet from West Point or a midshipman from Annapolis?
No, but my girlfriend has.
Your girlfriend has? Does she think the uniforms look good?
Yes.
Do you think a uniform makes a man look more attractive?
It depends on the man, I guess.
It depends on the uniform. What if he's a Western Union or good humor man? You've never been out with a West Point cadet?
No.
My brother was kicked out of West Point. They have a rule that a cadet can't have a horse, a mustache, or a wife. No, it's the truth. You know why I was thrown out?
No.
You're stupid. Now, Marie, I want to talk about orchestra leaders. I want to play a record for you, and yours is the music of an orchestra whose leader has been active in the music business for the last 20 years. But he has never appeared in New York City. 10 silver Sheffield dollars are waiting if you can guess who. Here we go. It's Francis something. You already have $5. Now listen carefully. That's a big hit record. What's the name of the record?
Near You.
Near You, that's right. He not only recorded, but wrote that number you heard, which is number 1 on all the jukeboxes. He's a Southerner. He's from Nashville, Tennessee, and you know his name's Francis.
I know it's Francis something.
His first name is the same as mine, Francis.
Francis?
That's right. And if you were jumping around in the mountains, That's his last name. I'm trying to give it to you without telling you.
Jumping around.
I can only give you 5 for it, dear. That's Francis Craig.
Oh.
Francis Craig, who just recently has become a tremendous success due to that number near you. So you have $5, and you have an extra $1 for knowing about that other business about the bobbed hair. Joe, run back and get it. Okay, so you have 6. We'll add 5 to the jackpot. Thank you, Marie Hansen.
Very
nice, young lady. A sergeant of the Army comes on up here. Come on, give it a nice welcome. Sergeant H.H., tell us your name, please. Well, wait a minute. You can't talk on the floor. Heaster. What's the first name?
Howard.
And where are you from?
Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Howard Heaster from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. 3 H's, right? Talking to Happy.
Right.
That's 4 H's. All right.
Right.
Have you seen any of the World Series games?
No, I haven't.
Tonight, the New Yorkers were crying play ball. Tonight in Brooklyn, they're just crying. All right, Howard, how long have you been in the Army?
This hitch will be 9 years.
9 years. What's your job in the Army?
Aircraft inspector.
Aircraft inspector. Any particular kind of planes you inspect, or all kinds?
All kinds.
9 years in the Army. That's wonderful. Well, here's where we cut up a few touches with our new Guess Who in the small economy side. You'll get a Sheffield silver buck if you guess who said, boots, boots, marching up and down again. Boots, boots, boots. It wasn't Old Man Adler. It was a poem, a great poem. An English poet. Boots, boots. He also wrote one called Gunga Din.
And there stood Gunga Din?
Yeah, you know how it goes. If you lose your door key, how you Gunga Din? Oh, no, that's all. Who wrote it? Who wrote it? You give up?
Kipling.
Who?
Kipling.
Yes, sir, you're right. What's his first name?
Roger.
No, that'll do for the initial, though. Rudyard Kipling. Rudyard Kipling. Give him $1. Drop it in there. Tell me, Howard, you're married?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any trouble going to sleep?
Sometimes.
Does your wife talk at night and keep you awake? No?
She puts cold feet in my back.
She puts cold feet.
There she is.
Do you do much dreaming, Howard? Here's an honest man.
A little.
What do you believe in dreams?
No, not necessarily.
I don't think dreams mean a doggone thing. I think I'm going nuts. Every Saturday I look out at this audience, see all those pretty girls, hundreds of gloriously beautiful girls, then I go home and I dream about hippopotamuses. Let's play another little shorty for you. See if you know this. You're in the Army. You know the nicknames of most of the famous generals. Blackjack Pershing, Stonewall Jackson. General Patton had a nickname, too. Now, here's one. A big, shiny, silver Sheffield dollar, if you can tell me who was called Old Fuss and Feathers. Old Fuss and Feathers. Go back in your history book. He was a general in the Mexican War. In the Civil War, too. Old Fuss and Feathers. You're stuck, aren't you, on that one? He was
Woodrow Roosevelt.
No, it wasn't. General Winfield Scott. I'm sorry I didn't know that. We'll hold that $1 for the next person, okay? All right, now we're going to play the big Guess Who for you, and it's the voice of one of the foremost actresses on the screen. If you ever go to the movies, I'm sure you've seen her. 10 big Sheffield silver dollars going to you if you guess who. Howard Heaster.
So I left Paul Scott and was gone. And the distance widened with every dreary month. Many letters he wrote, enough to break my heart. So full were they of his love. But I could not answer, for I had come to England to go on.
She was born in England.
Greer Garson.
Greer Garson, exactly right. On the first hit. Good for you. Bringing up all that money. I think it amounts to $11. There's the 1 and the 10. Stand by for the jackpot. Thank you, Sergeant.
Say, Hap. Yeah, Joe. I've been thinking about some of the folks who've reached the top. You know, they don't always look so outstanding.
Oh, but they sure got to have what it takes to get there, Joe.
That's right, Hap. They have qualities you can't see that set them apart from the crowd. And you know, that goes for the milk you buy, too. All milk looks pretty much alike, but Sheffield milk has a plus value you can't see that makes it tops, and that's its quality and purity. This difference is vitally important because it's a safeguard to your health and well-being. You see, milk, one of our most perishable foods, needs constant care and attention. And believe me, Sheffield leaves no stone unturned to provide the greatest protection possible. Here's just one example of what I mean. Sheffield developed its own exclusive laboratory pasteurization test to make sure the milk is of highest quality and of uniform goodness. All in all, Sheffield makes 34,000 tests and checks every day, many of them exclusive with Sheffield Farms Company. That's right, 34,000, and Sheffield insists on every single test because it's extra protection for you, your assurance of getting the finest, purest milk you can buy. So, for 34,000 reasons that add up to extra value, Always ask for Sheffield.
Thank you, Joe, and I was listening to every word of it. Now, here's a young man here who says he's from Woodside, Long Island. Your name, please?
Stanley Rhea.
Stanley Rhea. You must have neighbors that are here. What do you do, Mr. Rhea? How do you spell that name, by the way?
R-I-H-A.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a supervisor for the Sun Chemical Company.
Are you a chemist?
No, I'm not.
A supervisor. You work... What kind of chemicals do they make?
They make paint, varnishes, lacquers, waterproofing.
I see. Now, I know you won't be sensitive about this like some women might be. Stanley, how old are you?
52.
And what's your favorite sport?
Baseball, football.
Did you ever play it? Did you ever play
Yes.
baseball, football?
Yes.
What sports do you take part in now? I don't suppose you play baseball or football now, do you?
No.
What
don't.
sports do you like?
Cards.
Cards? Oh, we must get together and whip up an old maid game some night. Well, Stanley, here's your chance to play a little sport Joe's whipped up. You get a silver Sheffield thing, $1 to be exact, if you guess who were the two schools who played the first game of recorded football. What two schools played the first football game? It was 78 years ago.
Let's say Yale and Harvard.
Yale and Harvard, no. Rutgers versus Princeton. Put that $1 back in Joe's pocket. Rutgers versus Princeton, 78 years ago. I wanted to go to Princeton, by the way, Stanley, but the dean wanted me to go to high school. When you and I were young, Stanley, a guy could go out west of the gold fields and make a fortune. Well, look what happened here. Do you know what happened to you, Stanley?
Think I want to watch?
You think you want to watch? You don't have to think anymore. You can be positive about this one. You did. It's a Waltham wristwatch, the first American watch, the watch that keeps time beautiful. You like that, Stanley?
Yes, very nice.
I think it's a beauty yourself. Now, Stanley, I was saying that in the old days, a fella could go west, drill for oil, or rustle cattle, or anything like that. If you were a young fella today, what would you advise him to take up? What kind of business? Would you tell him to go into television, or plastics, or what would you read? This is a serious question.
A young fellow?
Yes, a young fellow. What would you advise him to do?
Go into television.
You would advise him to go into television? You think the best money-making opportunities are that?
I do.
If I were a young fellow, I wouldn't do it. I have a new business I wish I could start. It's called the hair restorer business. You could use some, Stanley. I invented some that is really powerful. I splashed some on my mirror, and now I have to shave my mirror before I can shave myself. It's really excellent stuff. Stanley, I'm going to play the big game of Guess Who here with you now. Listen closely. Your recorded Guess Who is one of the most famous figures the world of sports ever saw. This is the way he sounded, and you'll hear the way the 10 Sheffield silver dollars sound if you guess who.
We're going inside him. We're going outside him. Inside him, outside him. And when we get him on the run, we're going to keep him on the run. And we're not going to pass unless our secondary comes up too close. But don't forget, man, we're going to get him on the run. We're going to go, 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 go. And we aren't going to stop until we go to that goal line.
This fellow died exactly 17 years ago. It was in an airplane crash.
Newt Rockney?
Newt Rockney, you're exactly right. Very good, very good. You remember who the fellow was that played his life in the pictures? Pat O'Brien. I'll give it to you right now. Thank you, Mr. Rehar. Let's give him a nice hand. A very nice man. Here's a young lady. She told me she was a housewife from Brooklyn, stepping up here, and you tell us your name.
Mrs. Ann Whaley.
Whaley, how do you spell that?
W-E-H-L-E.
I see. And you live in Brooklyn.
That's right.
How many children?
I have 3 daughters.
3 daughters. Isn't that nice? What does your husband do?
My husband is purchasing agent in an export and import place. He buys chemicals.
Buys chemicals?
On
Maybe we should get
34th
him
Street.
Mr. Rehar here. He's something to do with chemicals. Tell me, do you mind if I call you Ann?
No, I
Ann,
love
have
it.
you ever lived on a farm?
I certainly have, in Ithaca, New York.
Ithaca, New York. Now, then you have the choice. That's the one I want to talk to. Would you rather lead the life of a farmer, getting up before dawn by candlelight, milking them Sheffield cows, picking the cotton, bowling with the weevils, or would you rather sit in Brooklyn?
Well, I have milked cows when I was 6 years old.
Which would you prefer? Would you rather live on a farm or would you rather live in the city?
Well, the city, of course. It's
You
so much
would.
easier.
I see. It's easier than on the farm?
Mm-hmm.
More work on the farm?
Well, we just had a country home. We
Did
weren't
chickens?
farmers or anything. Yeah.
We had 40 hens and 40 roosters on our farm. Of course, I didn't need 40 roosters for just 40 hens, but I felt sorry for the hens. I know how it feels to be a wallflower. Well, Ann, we're starting a new innovation on Guess Who. We had an idea that we should play Guess Who on Guess Who. Isn't that novel? We'll give you a Sheffield silver dollar if you can guess who invented the telegraph.
Morse.
Samuel B. Morse. She knew it right away. Drop that dollar in. Do you go to the movies?
Yes,
Do you
occasionally.
cry when you see a sad picture?
Always. You know, when
cry
I
out of sympathy or out of anger?
Well, I put myself in the party's place.
In the movie. What about at home?
Well,
You ever cry there?
no.
You don't? That's nice. When I go to the movies, I always cry. People sitting near me are very sad, too. I always eat onions. Mrs. Whaley, we're going to play the big record for you now. Listen to the voice of a man who started a new trend in radio. And if you guess who, we'll give the money to you. Here we go.
Now we have Stosh, S-T-O-S-H, Stosh Clements from Brooklyn. Baritone, tenor, crooner, and singer.
Now, he was the impresario of the Capitol Theater, and he started a whole new trend in pictures. He died 2 years ago, a very wealthy man, left a lot of money to charity. His first radio program was named after him, and it was called His Family. And then he went on to this new idea. Do you have any idea?
Morse or something?
What'd you say?
Morse? No.
No.
I don't know.
You don't know that,
Kathy.
do you?
No, I don't.
That was Major Edward Bowes. Major
Oh, I
Bowes.
didn't recognize him.
He
I love
started
him.
the amateur programs, and he had a program called Major Bowes' Capital Family. There's 2 for trying. We'll add the rest of the jackpot. I'm sorry. All right. Here's a young man in a uniform. Who was that girl said she liked uniforms? This is a different uniform. Tom, what's your last name?
Tom McKeon.
Tom McKeon, and he's in the uniform of the New York Fire Department. What district are you in, Tom?
Well, I work out of Washington Heights, Upper New York.
Upper New York. Do you live up near there?
I live in the borough of the Bronx.
In the borough of the Bronx. You married, Tom?
Yes, I have a wife and 2 children, a boy and a girl.
Boy and a girl, that's fine. How many fires do you average in a week?
Well, that's a question and it has to be answered according to the season. In the wintertime, we average at least 15 to 20 fires.
You do? That's sensational. Did you hear the girls sigh out there when you said you were married? This is a handsome guy I got up here tonight. Yes, sir. Now, look, I'm interested in this because I don't think the people in New York, or rather, I think the people in New York forget. They take for granted the fireman and the job he has. New York fires always impressed me as being very frightening. The training you have to go through before you can even start. I suppose you did all those things, climbing buildings and jumping out into nets.
I've done all that, Happy.
What's the highest you ever jumped into a net?
Well, that's about 2 stories, as I recall. It was some years ago that I did it.
I see. Isn't there something going on this week? I think this is Fire Prevention Week or something.
That's very true, Happy. In fact, I was intercepted tonight on my way down here. I was going to give a lecture to some Boy Scouts, and somebody offered me a ticket, and that's why I'm here. And I was going to lecture on fire prevention.
If Eagle Scouts are waiting any place around the corner, he'll be a few minutes here. Well, tell us about it. What are the things people in New York should remember?
Well, I think the major thing that people should remember as far as fire prevention is concerned is their carelessness with cigarettes. On most occasions that we respond to a fire, it's caused either by a carelessly thrown away match or a cigarette that's discarded without being completely extinguished.
I see.
If people were conscious of that fact alone, that is, cigarettes and matches, we'd go a long way forward to cutting down our fire losses and fire hazards.
Very, very nicely put, Tom. Do you smoke yourself, by the way?
Frankly, no, and I'm very much against my wife smoking, but I haven't won that battle yet.
Well, maybe we could... What would you suggest to people? Now, I happen to be a smoker myself, so is my wife, but what would you suggest that we do to... should we give it up and take up chewing tobacco?
No, Happy. You asked a question I'd like to answer. The major reason why I dislike smoking is because those who smoke don't care where they throw their ashes, and in the firehouse we have to clean up a lot. And the fellas who give us throw their ashes away and don't really look around them and throw them in a container as they should.
Tom, you gave us a good message, and I'm very proud that you came up here. And just before you leave, I want you to know that once back in Bellevue, Pennsylvania, I was a volunteer fireman, but I got fired. I was supposed to be rescuing a beautiful damsel in distress, and they caught me toasting marshmallows. Tom, this is a game called Guess Who, and here's now where you can carry off a few dollars to that Boy Scout troop.
No, I got to carry that home to the little red woman of mine.
A little woman. A redhead?
Very red.
Well, isn't that nice? You like redhead?
Well, I was always aiming for a brunette, but I married a redhead.
Wait till you get home tonight after putting that speech on the radio. Okay. All right, now here we go. Let's play Guess Who for 10 silver Sheffield dollars. It's all yours, Tom, if you can identify this man who is one of America's senior statesmen. Here he is.
Last September, in my talk to representatives of the American Legion at Omaha,
Bernard Baruch.
I explained that we had finally reached the point where we could shift our principal efforts from the organization of air and ground armies.
No, Tom, that was a good try. I misled you with that senior statesman, but he is one. During the war, this man was in uniform.
Like Eisenhower.
No, it isn't. I don't believe you'd say Eisenhower was a statesman right now. I believe he's in...
Potential.
Right now, he's an important post...
Assassin.
No, he has an important post in the United States cabinet. Don't they have...
Marshal. General Marshal.
General Marshal. Get the $10 and put down that cowbell. He made it. Yes, sir. Hand it over to him. Thank you, Tom, for coming to talk to us, and come back again sometime, will you? Bring the red-headed woman with you. Yeah.
You remember that poem you made up the other day? How'd that go?
The poem? Oh, it goes like this, Joe. Poor Johnny couldn't win a fight. He wouldn't drink his milk at night. But now he beats the other guys, thanks to Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized.
Well, Hap, actually, there's more reason than rhyme to that, Hap, because milk is a great health builder. Growing youngsters should have at least a quart a day for extra energy, strong bones and teeth, and glowing good health. And say, they really go for that milk when it's Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized because it has such a swell flavor. Smooth, creamy, and extra delicious. It's easier to digest, too, and a full day's need of precious vitamin D is added to every quart of Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk. That means extra bone and tooth protection. Better keep plenty on hand for the youngsters and for the whole family. Ask for that good Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk.
Thank you, Joe. Well, folks, when I asked for a sailor in the audience, this fellow almost flew out of the balcony down here. How are you, Bob? Bob
Okay.
Wedding, and where are you from?
Los Angeles.
He's in the United States Navy. How are you? Where are you stationed, Bob?
No, I'm here for re-enlistment.
You're here for re-enlistment? How long have you been in the Navy?
4 years.
What kind of ships have you been on?
AKAs.
What's an AKA? Now, wait a minute. We're old landlubbers here now. What's an AKA?
That's a supply ship.
I see. What? Any other kind?
A PGM. Not many
What's a
sailors know that.
PGM now? Postgraduate Marine?
No. A PGM is a converted LCI, which is called a gunboat.
Okay, I'll go on with it. What's an LCI?
Landing craft infantry.
And what's a PGM?
Gunboat.
A gunboat. Well, I'm completely confused now. But thanks, Bob. Anyway, what's the fastest ship of the United States Navy?
Destroyer.
A destroyer. That's faster than the big carriers or any of them?
Oh, yes.
How does a nautical knot compare with a land mile?
I think it's 1.5 mile.
1.5 mile?
Yeah, 1.5 or 1 1/4.
I can't prove him wrong. I don't know. I promise you. My uncle was a sailor, Bob. He married a Hawaiian hula dancer.
Sucker.
Imagine that, an old salt and a shaker. Well, now it's time for you to play Guess Who here, and we're going to play a record for you. It's the voice of a very beautiful, listen to these are hints, Bob, very beautiful young singing star. I first heard her in Cincinnati when she was just about 14 years old. In fact, I offered her a job, but her mother wouldn't let her join that nasty old Happy Felton Orchestra. 10 silver Sheffield dollars if you can tell us who she is. She's making records. She's on the air. She's going to be in movies. Play it, Gene.
My young and foolish heart makes me do the things I should.
Margaret Whiting?
No. This girl was featured for several years with Les Brown and his orchestra. She made a lucky strike. She's on the hit parade right now, along with Frankie. Should be a great day for you if you guess who.
Oh, Anito Day?
No, not Anito Day, but the last part's right. It isn't night, you're right, it's day. But what's her first name? They're all telling you. Give him $5. He had the O Day. We'll take the O off, call it Day. Doris Day. She's the new singing star, a lovely girl.
I know it because I was on that show just before I came out here.
You were? Well, good luck to you, my boy. Take 5 and try for the jackpot a little later. Let's hurry up and talk to that lady over there. Thank you, sailor. Here's a lady. When I called on her, she said that she helped entertain in the hospitals. And your name is?
My name is Lillian Bradley.
And where do you live?
I live at 253 West 73rd, the Riverside Plaza Hotel.
I see. And what is this job that you do for the
Well,
soldiers?
what I do is something quite unique. I thought of this idea as I've been going to all the radio shows for the last few months and gathering information and imitating these various women that go on stations. And then I give an imitation of all the radio people who are on the air, and then I record all these things, and I give them into the hospitals.
I think that's
I
a
did it this
wonderful idea.
afternoon to the Home for the Incurables, and I sang I Wonder Who's Kissing Her Now.
Well, I think that's fine. Do you know what we have to do? We have to play your Guess Who, and I want to compliment you on your work.
Yes.
Now I want you to win some money. Listen to the well-blended voice of one of radio's most popular singing groups. If you tell us who, we'll give you the dough. Here we go.
Okay.
If you don't like it, don't knock it. No, don't knock it, don't knock it. If you don't like it, don't knock it. No, don't knock it.
They started in New York as a vaudeville act. And they're now featured on the Amos and Andy Show. They were all last year, and they sing on the Amos and Andy Show. They're wonderful the way they come in with those titles of the songs. These boys have been dealt a full measure of success.
The Delta Boys.
The Delta Rhythm Boys. I give her that. Here we go. Give her the $10 and start it off. We're ready for the jackpot. Line up, everybody. Get ready to match your wits with the milk payola. Here's what we're going to do tonight for the $43 that are in the milk payola. We're going to play 3 college songs and ask you to write down the name of the college represented by each song. You have to get all 3 to win the money. In a tie, we'll split up the cash. 3 college songs. You tell us what the schools are. Play the first one. Here we go. Don't let anybody peek at your cards. You may be the only winner. Here's another one, number 2. Just write down the name of the college.
Cayuga's waters with its waves of blue stands a noble alma.
All right. That's number 2. That used to be the song for Bellevue High School, too, come to think of it. All right, here's the third one. Write it down now. Here we go.
We'll be right back with the payola winners. You know, with food prices going up and up, milk is now more than ever your best bargain. It gives you more food value for less money than any other food. So for extra good drinking and extra value, serve more delicious Sheffield milk.
Do you know, Joe, we had a lot of guesses, but no one got all 3 right. Here they were. Roar, Lion, Roar. That's Columbia University. High above Cayuga's Waters, Cornell University. A rambling wreck from Georgia Tech. So we'll carry over the money to next week. And this is your Sheffield milkman, Happy Felton, saying good night, everybody.
This is Joe Ripley reminding you that Guess Who is presented Saturdays at 7 by Sheffield Farms, a division of National Dairy Products Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Name that tune. Name that tune. Yes, name that tune. Join us while we transcribe this new and exciting musical game. Half an hour of your favorite music at home. Fun with our contestants here in the studio. Large cash prizes at stake. And all served up and cash paid out for that merry Maharaja of music, your popular paymaster of ceremonies, Red Benson.
It's a fascinating game we hope you folks will enjoy. It's an easy game, and it's fun to hear. Now, the music will play until one of our 2 contestants rings the bell and names the tune. The first song is worth $5, the second $10, the third $20, and the last and most important song in the round is worth $40. And the winner in each round has a chance at our golden medley, in which the contestant can win up to $640. Now, let's get on with the show, and you'll see how we play as we go. And, Wayne Howell, introductions are in order, if you please.
Red Benson, this is Diana Chadwick. She's a child's nurse, and she's competing against Seaman Aaron Capkin from the Bronx.
Well, good. Let's welcome to Name That Tune. She's a little lady. Let's go, folks. Run fast, ring the bell, and name this tune for $5. Here comes our little English lady, Diana Chadwick. Yes, Miss Chadwick.
Oh, to be in Dixie.
Oh, to be in Dixie? That's close enough. The title is Dixie, Miss Chadwick. Fine. Well, she gave an English accent to a Southern song, and that was perfectly all right. You have $5. Let's go to the $10 song. Here is one of the nation's most popular tunes. Vicki Mills will sing the title in Danish, and you name it for $10.
Whenever we
kiss, I would.
Here comes the sailor and Diana, but the sailor beat by a bell. Aaron, right there into the microphone.
Song of Moulin Rouge.
The song from Moulin Rouge or Where Is Your Heart? Either one is correct. Absolutely right. Okay, Aaron, $10, Diana Chadwick, $5. Let's move on. The title of this song is a common word that's used around the house. Can you name it for $20?
And the title of that song is Why.
Now, Wayne Howell has told the folks at home the title of the song, and Diane and Aaron, get up here. I'm going to give you a clue to try to help you. Now, listen carefully to this clue. Marie, why do I love you? Why do I love you? Why? Because you are beautiful? That is not why. Because you are charming? That is not why. Because you have got $1 million? That is why. Can you name that tune?
That is why?
Oh, no, that isn't right. Let me see if I can help you, ma'am. I'll give you another clue. Darling, why did you put the ground glass in my coffee? Why? Why? I ask you why. Give me one reason why.
Why?
Why did you put the ground glass in my coffee?
Why?
You're absolutely right. It is why. Diana Chadwick has $25. Aaron Clapkin has $10. This is now the most important song of the round. This is worth $40. I'm going to sing the title of this song in Chinese. And you name it for $40. Say so de cruiser, coat of navy blue. There it is. It's Aaron Clapkin. What is it, Aaron?
Bell-bottom trousers.
Oh, you should have known that one. Bell-bottom trousers is absolutely right. Well, let's take a look at the scores. Miss Chadwick, from England, you have $25. We want to thank you, ma'am, for playing our game. And Aaron Clapkin, you are the winner of the round with a chance to go for the golden medley. The second you recognize the song being played, the very second, press that buzzer, and the clock will stop. Every time you get a correct answer, the money doubles. The faster you can name the tunes, the more tunes can be played, and you have a chance to win up to $640. But be sure of your answer, sailor. If you miss just once, the game is over, but you'll keep what you've won up till then. Okay, let's get on with the golden medley. For $10, name this tune.
Old MacDonald had a farm.
Press the buzzer. Old MacDonald had a farm. As soon as you know it, press the buzzer and say it. Okay, here we go for $20.
Red Sails in the Sunset.
Red Sails in the Sunset is right for the second song. Now for the third song, and you're going for $40. Don't press it if you don't know it. Let it go by. You'll only lose 10 seconds. The correct title of that song was Sunflower. You're still going for $40. Up, Aaron Clapkin, and the correct title of that song is The Way You Look Tonight. Let's see what you won here, my friend. 50 on playing Name That Tune, 20 on the Golden Medley, making a grand total of $70. Thank you, sailor.
Red Benson, this is Fatima Nuri from Iran competing against Frank Hyatt, a photographer from New York City.
Wow, let's say hello to both of you, gentlemen. Fatima Nuri. Hello, Fatima. How are you?
Fine, thank
Fatima, isn't that a very, very familiar name in Tehran, Iran?
Yes, it is a very familiar name, like Mary, for instance.
Sort of like Mary over here.
Yes, it is.
Iran, that's the new name for Persia, isn't it?
Exactly.
You have some very old songs in Persia that I'm sure...
Yes, our music is very old, actually.
You have an old song that you could do for us?
Yes. Most of our music goes back as far as 4,000 years old, or maybe even
years.
longer. It's
do you know
sort
a song
chanting.
Do you know a song that old?
Yes.
Would you do one for us, Fatima?
All right, I'll try my best.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Frank, come in here a second. You're a photographer, right?
Yes.
What kind of photography do you do?
I specialize in babies.
How do you keep the kids still? That's an art, isn't it?
Well, yes. I have a unique way of doing it. Instead of saying, watch the birdie, I do the bird.
How do you do it?
Like this.
Good. What other... well, supposing a kid doesn't like a bird.
Well, they usually like Donald Duck. And
Yeah. Can you do
love
Donald?
that? Yeah.
Let's hear it. Well, now, Frank, you're in competition with Fatima Nouri, and let's see how you're going to do here on the show. Here we go for the first song. This is worth $5. Run fast, name the tune, if you can, and the 5 will be yours. Here comes Frankie Hyatt. Right up here to the microphone, Frank. Tell me the title of that song.
Frankie and Johnny.
Frankie and Johnny is right, Frankie. You have $5. Okay, here's Vicky Mills to sing the title of this song in Turkish, and you name it for $10.
Sevgilim, I wanted to call you Sevgilim for many.
Well, there is Frank Hyatt. Boy, he really leans on that bell, doesn't he? What's the title, Frank?
I forgot.
You forgot? Come up here, Fatima. I'll give you a clue by Charles Boyer. My darling, you are so lovely, so sweet, so lovely, so sweet.
Sweet and lovely?
Sweet and lovely? No. Look, don't interrupt. I'm not through yet, Frank. Try this. Listen to this. My darling, you are so sweet. You are so young, my darling. So young.
Too young?
Too young? No, don't interrupt, please. Let me finish the cue. Let me just... I've been practicing this, you know. Let me do... I'll really help you if you listen. Now, listen carefully. My darling, I love you. I love you, my darling. I love you, boo.
Whispering?
Whispering? I finished the clue. No, the title is My Darling, My Darling. Okay, back to your chairs. Here we go now. Name this tune for $20. Here comes Frank Hyatt and Fatima Nouri. What is it, Frank?
My beer's Rheingold, the dry beer.
My beer's Rheingold, the dry beer? No, Frank, that's the commercial jingle.
That's the only one I know.
That's not the title. What is it, Fatima?
I wanted to say the same thing.
The same thing as he did? No, it's the Estudiantina Waltz. As a matter of fact, that the jingle came from that. La da da dee da da dee da. La da dee da da. Okay, here we go. Moving on now to the next song, the most important song in the round. You can decide who will go for the golden medley. Name this tune for $40. Okay, it's my turn. It was Fatima Nouri, our young lady.
Stars and Stripes Forever.
The Stars and the Stripes Forever is absolutely right. Well, Frank Hyatt, you have $5 and a case of Rheingold beer. We'd like to see you take home at least $25, which will be yours if you can name this tune.
Here Comes the Bride.
Here Comes the Bride is right, and thank you, Mr. Hyatt, for doing that. Okay, Fatima Nouri from Tehran, Iran. We're going to play a group of songs totaling 30 seconds with a studio clock. You press that buzzer there, the clock will stop. Every time you get a correct answer, the money doubles. For $10, name this tune. What is it?
In My Arms.
In My Arms is right, and you are now going for $20. Yes, Fatima.
Rio Rita.
Rita is absolutely right. You know your music. Here we go for $40. What is it?
Indian Summer.
Indian Summer for $40. Name this tune for $80. Not sure, let it go by. You'll only lose about 10 seconds. The correct title of that song was Sleepy Time Gal.
13 seconds.
And you're going for $80. That was Down South.
3.5 seconds.
3.5 seconds, and for $80, name this tune. That was a hard one. That was the Billboard March. And you take home the correct amount, which is $80 for playing Name That Tune.
Now, Red Benson, this is Mrs. Frances Keene, a laboratory technician from Rockland, Maine, competing against Irving Mazer, a cab driver from Brooklyn.
Well, let's welcome this pretty lady from Rockland, Maine, Frances Keene. You're a laboratory technician, Frances?
Well, I'm a nuclear scanner for the Atomic Energy Commission.
You're a what man?
A microscopist.
I'm sorry I brought the whole thing up, I'll tell you. Well, we hope you enjoy playing the game. You'll be in competition with Irving Mazer. Let's say hello to Irving. Irving is a cab driver from Brooklyn. Hi, Irv.
Okay, then, Red.
Happy to have you with us. Tell me, Irv, how long have you been a cab driver?
6 years, Red.
Do you like your work?
Oh, I love it. I mean, you meet all kinds of people like in the audience here.
That's
They
right.
tell you about their city. They tell you their troubles, their stories. It's interesting.
Sure. Do you ever get any backseat drivers?
Well, you get them once in a while. They tell you to watch this light, watch that bump, and watch this car, watch, and...
Yeah. You know, when I'm in a cab, there's only one thing I watch, and
What's
that's
that?
the meter.
Oh.
You know? Do you pay any attention to these backseat
If I did, I go
conversationalists?
crazy. If I did, I go crazy.
I believe it, too. Let's play the game. As soon as you can identify the song being played, you run up and ring the bell. If you don't know it, I'll give you a clue to help you. Vicky Mills will sing the title of this song in the Bengali dialect of India, and you name it for $5.
Kay stole my heart away. Kay.
Here they come. It was our cab driver, Irving Mazer. What's the title?
Who?
Who is absolutely right. You have the $5. Now, for the $10 song. I'm going to sing the title of this beautiful song in Danish just to disguise the title, and you name it for $10. Whenever we kiss, I worry. There is the bell. It was Frances Keene.
The theme from Moulin Rouge.
Or Where Is Your Heart? Either one. Absolutely right. And you have $10. Frances has 10. Irving has 5. We're now going for the $20 song. As soon as you can identify it, ring the bell and name this tune.
This is Wayne Howell backstage telling you folks at home the title of that song is Up the Lazy River.
Well, now, Wayne has told the folks at home the title of the song, and I'm going to give you folks a clue to try to help you. Now, Irving, this song's about a river. It's sort of an old river. Now, this river has absolutely no energy. This river just wants to lie in the sun. It's really an old, lazy river. What river am I talking about?
Old Man River?
Old Man River? No, Irving, that's not what I want. That's not the title. Do you know, Francis?
Mississippi River?
Mississippi River? No.
Mississippi Mud.
Mississippi Mud? No, you're getting in deeper, Francis, the further you go. It's Up the Lazy River is the title of the song. Okay, here we go now for the $40 song. The most important in the round can decide who will go for the Golden Medley. Name it for $40.
Arlo is playing the 12th Street Rag.
Well, now, there's a song I thought you both would know, but since you didn't, I'm going to give you a clue. Now, the first one to get it, shout out the answer. Here is the clue. If you went to 12th Street and you bought a suit that looked like a rag...
12th Street Rag!
Oh, goodness, it looked to me like it was a tie. What did it look like to you, huh? Yes, sir. I'll split the $40. Split them, give it $20 apiece. That was it. Look, let me tell you, Francis has 30 and Irving Mazer has 25. Francis, you're the winner of the round. Now, you're entitled to go to the Golden Medley. However, since you are so close, you could do it together if you wanted to and have a better chance of winning. Would you like to try it as a team? Swell. Let them play the Golden Medley together. Now, Francis has 30, Irving has 25. Whatever you folks make, you will just split right down the line. Okay, now talk it over before you press the buzzer, but if you make just one mistake, the game is over. In 30 seconds, identify as many tunes as you can, and you have a chance to win all the way up to $640. Name this tune for $10. Go ahead, Francis. I Want a Girl is absolutely right. You're now going for $20. Be careful. You must give us the right title, so think it out before you say it. Name this tune for $20.
Remember tonight?
Remember is enough. Okay, that's it. All righty. Here we go for $40. Okay, what is it?
St. Louis Woman. St. Louis Blues.
St. Louis Blues. Okay. Ooh, boy. Just got it in under the wire. Okay, here we go for $80. press the buzzer if you're not sure. Oh, there's the buzzer. What is it?
P.S. I love you.
P.S. I love you is right, and you have the $80. You are now going for $160. The correct title of that song was Hail Columbia.
8 seconds.
You have 8 seconds, and you are still going for $160. Oh, I'm sorry, the Golden Medley is over, and there's the song you'll remember the minute I tell you, Rosita, a beautiful old song. Let's see how you've done. Irving Mazer, our cab driver from Brooklyn, you take home $65. And Francis Keene, you take home $70. Congratulations to both.
Red, here is Mrs. Mary Brand from Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. She's competing against Joseph Lombardi. He's a barber from Brooklyn.
Now, the moment either you can identify the song being played, run up, ring the bell, name the tune. If you don't know it, I'll give you a clue to help you. Name this tune for $5. It's Mr. Lombardo. Come on, Joe.
Charlie, my boy.
Charlie, my boy. Is absolutely. I'm going to sing the title of this tune in the Gujarati dialect of India, and you name it, for $10.
They try to tell us who you am to really be in love. They say that love's a word.
The title of this tune? Too Young.
Now, the folks at home know the title of the song, and here's a clue that should help you folks, so listen very carefully. There was once a Chinese boy named Lu Young who was in love with a Chinese girl named Su Young. And Lu Young tried to woo Su Young, who said, "Boo-hoo, go away, Lu Young, you too young for Su Lung." So I ate a plate of egg foo young instead. Name that tune.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm not sure myself, you know. Mary, do you know the title?
Yes, Too Young.
Too Young is absolutely right. Okay. Mary has $10. Mr. Lombardo has $5. Oh, boy. Vicky Mills will sing the title of this song in Danish, and you name it, for $20.
In Spain they say,
Here comes Mr. Lombardo again. What is it, Joe?
In Spain, say si.
Say si. Is that right? I wish you could see this guy, you know. Okay, here we go. Joe has $25, Mary Brand has $10, and now we're going for the most important song of the round, the $40 song. Name it if you can.
The title of that song is Vilja.
Now, the folks at home know the title of the song, and here's a clue that should help you folks, so listen very carefully. Now, the first syllable in the title is a certain meat like veal. It ends in an A. Look, it's veal. You got it? Veal. Part of the title is veal, and it ends in an A.
Veal alla parmigiana.
Oh, no, that isn't right. Do you know, Miss Brand?
Vilja.
Vilja is the right title, and you are the winner of the night. Mary Brand, you have $50, and now you are going to go for the Golden Medley. This is a chance to win up to $640. When you can identify the song, you press the buzzer, and the clock will stop. Name this first tune for $10. Yes, Mary? What is it?
Johnny.
Oh,
Johnny.
Johnny is right. Here we go for $20. Yes, ma'am.
Sunny side of the street.
On the sunny side of the street for $20, and you are now going for $40. If you're not sure, let it go by. The correct title of that song was No Other Love. Now we are going for $40. 13 seconds. A familiar song. The title is The Arkansas Traveler.
7 seconds.
And you are still going for $40. Yes, ma'am.
I went to your wedding.
I went to your wedding is absolutely right. 4 seconds. You have 4 seconds, and you are going for $80. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, that's my baby.
Yes, sir, that's my baby. Yes, sir, that's my baby for $80.
2.5 seconds.
2.5 seconds, and Mary, this is your chance to win $160. I'm sorry, ma'am, the Golden Medley is over, and the title of that song was Semper Fidelis. But you still take home a grand total of $130.
Well, Red Benson, that's all the time we have. I know you have a final word about Name That Tune.
Glad you brought that up, Wayne. Sure thing. Next week, we'll play it again, and we'll name it. So be sure to join us. Fun and favorite music with over $600 in our Golden Medley. And so a very pleasant good night from Vicki Mills, Wayne Howell, and your tune-naming friend and buddy, Red Benson. So long, everybody.
Name That Tune. Another worldwide presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Is it animal or mineral? Is it a living American man?
Could I hear it at the opera?
Is it as big as a bowling ball?
Would it match one of Crosby's shirts?
Yes, everyone is playing 20 questions.
And now, here's your master of ceremonies, the man who knows all the answers, Bill Slater.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to 20 Questions, the absolutely unrehearsed program where you listeners send in subjects for our questioners to identify in not more than 20 questions.
I'm the mystery voice, off stage in a soundproof booth. I'll tell you what the subject is, and the poster will inform our studio audience. But we won't tell our questioners
who are Fred Vandeventer, famous newscaster, Florence Renard, musician and teacher, Bobby McGuire, our young high school student, Herb Palazzi, radio and motion picture producer, and our special guest tonight is the head of the world-famous sports arena, Madison Square Garden, General John Reed Kilpatrick. General Kilpatrick, it's a pleasure to have you with us on 20 Questions tonight.
Thank you. It's fun being here.
Right?
I hope.
I'm sure it'll be fun.
President of Madison Square Garden?
Why, sure. Haven't you ever seen him, Herb?
Not his face, I haven't. From where I sit in the garden, all I've seen is the top of his head.
No. You saw your own face reflected in this bald head of mine, I Well, I want you, General, to be warned against Mr. Palazzi there, and I'm glad you've come over from the garden this evening. You're having a track meet tonight, aren't you? We are. You have track meets, you have hockey games, you have Sonia Hannay, you have dog shows, you have basketball, you just have everything in that wonderful Madison Square Garden. I'm glad you could take some time away from it, come over here and play 20 questions with us, sir. Thank you. Right. Let's move into our first subject of the evening.
This is the 20 Questions Mystery Voice speaking from off stage. Bill has a double subject for election year, the Republican elephant and the Democrat donkey.
Now let the studio audience see it, too. That's the animal subject for which you have 20 questions. It'll give them a fight, won't it, audience? Here we go. We're off. Van.
Is it a living American man?
No, it's not a living American man. Bobby.
Is it a human being?
Not a human being. Herb.
Is it a four-legged groundhog?
It's not a four-legged groundhog, no. No, that's a shadowy question. Florence.
Is it four-legged?
The subject?
Mm-hmm.
No. Van?
Is it part of a four-legged animal?
No. No. Van?
Well, is it a whole animal?
Partly. Florence?
Is it a group of four-legged animals?
It's a group of four-legged animals, yes.
Where are you looking? Are they up there?
No. I'm just looking up above for inspiration in view of these tough questions you're shooting at me. Van?
Are they fictional animals?
Yes. Bob?
Are they in children's fiction?
No. No. That's 9 questions. Van?
Are they in prose fiction?
They have been mentioned in prose fiction. They're not primarily famous for that. Herbert?
Well, are they horses?
No, they're not horses. Van?
Are they edible animals?
Edible? No, not normally. No. Herb?
Are they in advertising?
In advertising?
Yeah.
Not in commercial advertising, no.
What's
But
sustaining
in the form thereof. What'd you say, Herbert?
What is sustaining advertising?
Sponsored a good one.
Are they a domestic animal?
A domestic animal? Partly. Partly.
You mean part of them is and part of them isn't?
That's it,
Part of them are and part of them aren't, I think.
That's right. That's better than saying part of them is and part of them ain't, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Bad.
Are these usually associated with American animals? Do we consider them usually to be American?
The ones we're after, yes. Van?
Are they, do they usually come from one particular state? Wouldn't be Missouri mules then, would they?
No, that's 16 questions used and only 4 left. Bobby comes in again.
2 different species of animals?
That's right. 2 different species of animals. 17 questions, 3 to go. Florence.
Are they dogs and cats?
No, they're not dogs and cats. That's 18 and 2 questions left. And these animals to get. All right, who has the next question? Bob.
This is for you. You say one of them is wild and one of them is domesticated. Is that correct? That's just for you.
I believe that I said that a part of this thing you're after consisted of a domesticated animal or animals.
And it seems there's only 2 of them. One is and one isn't.
That could be, Robert. Florence?
Is this a cat and a mouse?
No, it's not a cat and a mouse. Now you have only 1 question left.
Only one?
Only 1. Sorry, you used up 19 of your allotted 20. All right, let's go. Somebody take a crack at it. They're fairly familiar animals, as a matter of fact. All right, question number 20. What do you say, Herbert? He's just looking. And all
reminds me of Fred Allen's line, where were you when the page was blank? That's me, blank.
That look almost resembled one of these animals. All right, the 20th question. Take a crack.
Oh, I know.
Bobby?
This may fit. Is this the dog and the cow and the manger?
No, I'm awfully sorry. The Republican elephant and the Democrat's donkey. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Dogan. Let's move into our next one, which I hope won't be as hard to get.
Here's another combination subject. Those 2 staples, bread and butter.
Now, you at home have been told with the mystery voice. Let the studio audience see it, Miss Shepard. This shouldn't be too difficult. 20 questions you have, Bob.
Is this cloth?
No, it's not cloth. Van.
Is it manufactured?
Yes, in a sense. Van again.
Is it edible?
Edible, right. Right, that's 3 questions. Bob.
Is this usually used as an entree?
No. No. Florence.
Is it dessert?
No, it's not dessert. Van.
Is it usually used between meals, eaten between meals?
No, it's not usually eaten between meals. Has been eaten between meals. Florence.
Is it bread or any form of bread?
Partly. Partly. Florence.
Or is it bread plus something else?
Yes, that's 8 questions. John Kilpatrick.
Sandwich?
No, but that's pretty close. That's pretty close. That's 9 questions. Florence?
Do you want one specific portion of this that is connected with someone?
No specific portion of this is connected with someone, no.
Just
Bob.
anything.
Yeah, Bob.
Did you say this was or was not a sandwich?
I said it was not a sandwich, but I laughed at it. Hurt.
Is it a hamburger on a roll?
No. It's not a roll and hamburger. That's 11. Van.
Do you usually eat it at mealtime?
Usually, yes. Florence?
Is it bread and butter?
It's bread and butter. It was so obvious, you see, that it was quite a battle. I carried you to 13 questions on plain bread and butter.
It's obvious. He had it on the card in front of him.
That's correct, Herbert. Right.
That's an obvious sign.
Well, now let's move into our next subject here. This will give you a tussle, too.
The panel can't hear me telling you the answer. It's America's second president, John Adams, and his son, President John Quincy Adams.
You at home, though, let the studio audience have a look at this. Take a good look at it, audience. It's a rough one, isn't it? Here we go. It's Animal, and Van has his hand way up.
Does this have anything to do with St. Valentine's Day?
No. Nice romantic thought of you. You know, if I were sending a Valentine, my nicest Valentine would go to that Ben Alexander for that Heart's Desire program of his. I can't help but thinking of hearts on Valentine's Day.
That's what I was thinking of, the heart that...
Were you really? Well, we both had such a hearty thought, didn't we? But you were wrong.
Spring is here.
And I was thinking of my mother-in-law. I was blank again.
I haven't seen your mother-in-law lately, Herb.
Congratulations.
Well, let's get on with the subject here. It's Animal, and there's been one question asked. Has it anything to do with Valentine's Day? I said no, and Bob comes in.
Is it human?
Is it human? Yes. Florence?
Is it alive?
No. Herb?
Is it fictional?
No. Real. Van?
Was it a man?
A man? Partly. Van?
Was it a group of men?
Yes. Yes, in a sense. Bob?
Was it 2 inventors?
Was not 2 inventors.
Was it 2 men?
It was 2 men. Charged both questions. That's 8 questions used. 2 men. Herb?
Were they brothers?
No, they were not brothers. Van?
Were they American?
They were American. That's 10 questions left. Half your questions gone. Herb?
Were they explorers?
They were not explorers. Florence?
Were they in entertainment?
No, they were not in entertainment. That's 12 questions. John Kilpatrick?
Politicians?
Yes. Yes. That's 13 questions. 7 to go. That's the most helpful question yet, John Kilpatrick. Herb?
Were they both presidents?
Yes.
Were they the Roosevelts?
No. That's 15 questions. Florence?
The Adamses?
The Adamses, right. President John Adams and his son, President John Quincy Adams. You got that in 16 questions. Well, questioners, that wraps up 3 subjects. I'd like to pass on a little message now to you men and women of the armed forces overseas who are hearing this program through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. How about a subject from you for our board of experts to see if you too can win a grand surprise prize? You may address your questions to 20 Questions, Box 142, New York 8, New York, or through the Armed Forces Radio Service, Los Angeles, California, USA.
Now back to 20 questions. And friends, remember the rules of the game. You listeners send in the subject for our questioners to identify in not more than 20 questions. The mystery voice will keep you informed, but all we'll tell our questioners is whether the subject is animal, vegetable, or mineral. Right, Bill?
Right, Frank, and we've stumped them on 1 tonight, and they've gotten 2 of them. General John Reed Kilpatrick, you enjoying this as much as being over at your Madison Square Garden?
Almost as much.
Well, we're glad to have you here tonight, and you're having a lot of fun. You've great help on that last question, incidentally, sir. Let's move into our 4th subject. The subject is mineral and vegetable.
There seems to be more in these double subjects than meets the eye. This time, it's a bicycle built for 2.
Now let the studio audience in on it, too, Miss Shepherd, please. Here we go. 20 questions. Bobby.
Is this a geographic location?
This is not a geographic location, no. Florence?
Is this edible?
Edible? No. Van?
Is the mineral part metallic?
Mineral part is metallic. Bob?
Is this manufactured?
Manufactured, yes. Herb?
Is this connected with anyone we know?
No. Nobody in particular
Anonymous.
that you know? That's right. Florence?
Is the vegetable part wooden?
The vegetable part? No. Bob?
Is this a means of transportation?
Yes. Yes. 6 questions. Bob?
Are there 2 of them?
2 of the things you're after?
Yeah.
Why'd you ask that question?
Because the first 3 have something to do with 2.
Yes. Well, there aren't 2 of these things.
Does it have 2 motors, 2 propellers, 2 blades, or front and a back, or...
The answer to what you've asked, Bob, is no. 8 questions. Florence?
Does it have 2 wheels?
Yes.
A bicycle?
Yes. But wait a minute.
A bicycle built for 2.
Bicycle built for 2, right. 7 to 11 questions. That's a song, too. And Herb, I'm surprised you didn't get that. You've been around the entertainment world a long time.
Yeah, but musical comedy's not my field. I was a dramatic actor. I was only in one play, Tobacco Road. You know I made no impression at all on Rockefeller?
Now listen, Palazzi. After all...
I could have used the dime, too.
All right. Now, I haven't made any impression on you people in the last 3 subjects, but let's try this one here.
The 2 heads that are better than 1.
All right, you at home know from the mystery voice. Let the studio audience see this. I think they'll have trouble, don't you? Here we go. It's animal, 20 questions. Herb.
Human?
Human? Yes. Van.
Are they whole animals?
No. Herb?
Parts of 2 brothers?
Could be. Van?
Are these parts of the body that are a part of the head?
Parts of the body that are a part of the head. No. Bob?
Is this part of a human being? Was that asked?
Whether the subject was part of a human being? I don't think that was asked. Charging for
was it? I mean, is it?
Is the subject part of a human being?
Yes.
Partly. Herb?
Are these the Siamese twins?
No. No. You made your own connection there. Florence?
Are these heads?
What'd you say?
Are these heads?
They're heads.
2 heads that are better than 1?
That does it! Van?
You know what I thought it was?
What?
I thought it was the left hand that doesn't know what the right hand's doing.
Well, that was a very handy thought, but she headed you off.
I thought it was
he's a clever man, that Slater.
Let's get into this one here. This is where I'm going to let the people at home play it right along with us. We won't tell them what it is in advance, and see if you at home can get it before our questioners do here. Let the studio audience see it. The subject is animal. All right, you have 20 questions to get this subject. It's animal. This is not easy. Van.
Are these whole animals?
They are whole animals. Bob.
Are they both men?
Are they what?
Both men.
Both men?
Yeah.
I don't know. Don't charge for that question. Van?
Are they human?
No, they're not human. Bob?
Are they both 4-footed?
No, they're not both 4-footed. Herb?
Are they the birds of a feather that flock together?
No, they're not. Nice thought. Nice, soft, feathery thought, but that's not it. Van?
Are they birds?
They're not birds. Van?
Are they marine animals?
Yes. Bob?
Are they actually fish?
Yes. Yes. That's 7 questions. Bob again.
Are they in a song?
No, they're not in a song.
I guess that was 3, though, wasn't it?
Yes. That's right.
5 little fishes.
Well, be as efficient as you want to be. That has nothing to do with this. Van?
Are these specific types of fish rather than just fish?
Just fish. That's 9 questions. Bob?
Is it biblical?
Yes.
Is it the fishes that Christ broke up and made 1,000? Or I forget the exact wording of it.
Well, now you'll have to be a little bit more
it's
exact.
In a parable, I believe.
You're awfully close. Herbert?
The 5 little fishes and the 2 loaves of bread?
No. Van?
Are these...
No.
Was it the 2 little fishes and the 5 loaves of bread?
Van?
That is it.
Well, that's did, but Van put it absolutely clearly for us, will you?
Well, it's the 2 fishes with which Christ fed the multitude.
And the 5 loaves of bread.
You didn't ask for that.
No, just the 2 fishes from the 2 fishes and the 5 loaves of bread.
Looking at it in the mirror.
Yes. Well, you got it. You got it quicker than I thought you would, although I ran you to 13 questions on that. Now let's see what you can do on this one. I don't want you to get to feel too cocky. I'm not licked yet, my friends.
This is the mystery voice once more on the job. Bill is talking about only one subject this time, but it's a double crosser.
Listeners at home now, let the studio audience look at this one. See what I mean, audience, when I said I wasn't licked yet? Let's go. Let's go. It's animal. You have 20 questions. Bob.
Is this a human being?
Yes.
Siamese twins?
No. No. Van.
Is it more than one human being?
There are quite a few of them. Herb?
Are they twins of any kind?
Are they twins? Some of them are, and some of them aren't.
Are they brothers under the twins?
Under the skins, some of them are, and some of them aren't. Van?
Can these people be identified by their occupation?
They have all kinds of occupations, Van. Herb?
Are they babies?
No, they're not babies. Van?
Can they be identified by their avocations?
By their avocations?
He means that they eat avocados.
Well, that's apparent, Herb. Yes, they can be identified by what you might call their avocations. General Kilpatrick?
Is it a group of individuals that is characterized by some peculiar characteristic, mental or physical?
General, that covers a lot of territory, but that's awfully close. They're a group of people that are identifiable by a peculiar characteristic.
Left-handed or...
No. That's equivalent to asking if the characteristic is physical. It is not. You have used up 8 questions. Florence.
Do they have 2 of something that they shouldn't have? I mean, normal people don't
What
have.
could you have 2 of that you shouldn't have?
Well, I didn't think of
No,
one.
the answer to that is no, Florence. General Kilpatrick?
Is it some mental characteristic, such as being stupid or smart?
It's something like that, General, but not quite that. You have bored in closer than anybody so far. Bobby.
Is this something like a 2-timer?
It's something like
a
that.
A bigamist, perhaps?
No. I love that perhaps, Bob. Van.
Oh, would it be a double crosser?
It would be!
Well,
I like the teamwork here, General. I like the way you put them on the track there with that one. A double crosser you got in 13 questions. All right.
after General could get a seat in the garden as easy as he puts us on the track here.
Our expert questioners have 20 chances to get these 2 subjects: Kansas City, Kansas, and Kansas City, Missouri.
You at home have been told. Let the studio audience see this. I don't blame you. You have 20 questions. It's vegetable and mineral. Herb starts.
Is it a pair of oars?
A pair of oars? No. You were rowing in the wrong direction. Van.
Is this a geographic location?
Yes. Van again.
Is it in the United States?
Yes, in the United States. Herb?
Are they twin cities?
Yes.
Minneapolis and St. Paul?
No.
Sodom and Gomorrah?
No, and...
I know that's not in the United States.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that either, Herb. Bobby?
Dallas and Fort Worth?
No.
Detroit and Cleveland?
No.
New York and Chicago?
No. You've run out of cities, have you, Bobby?
He wants a conductor's hat.
Yeah. Van?
Are they east of the Mississippi?
No.
San Francisco and Oakland?
No, always put your hand up, please, Bob. No. That's 11 questions. Florence?
Could I qualify that question? You mean neither one of them are east of the Mississippi?
That's right. Neither one of them is east of the
Well,
Mississippi.
then don't count any questions.
Van?
Are they west of the Rockies?
No. Van?
Are they north of the Missouri?
North of the Missouri River?
Oh, I know what they are.
No, they're not. Now, wait a minute. Van's entitled to a crack at it. The answer is no.
They are not north of the Missouri River.
No.
Are they the 2 Kansas cities?
That'll do it. That's right. They in what direction from the Missouri River, Van?
Well, practically west, aren't they?
No, they're practically right south and west of it. They're practically right there. Well, you did very well. By George, you got Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas. Took you 14 questions. See what you can do with this.
Off stage, I'm telling the radio audience only that the answer is Eddie Cantor's eyes.
All right, you at home now. Let the studio audience see this separate. Here we go. Herbert.
Are they sport figures?
Sport figures? No. Bob.
Is this in a song?
No. Van?
Are they whole animals?
No. Van?
Are they human?
The subject is human. Herb?
Part of any of the extremities.
Part of any extremities?
Any of the extremities.
Not in the technical sense of extremities, no. No.
I'll tell you, lady, extremities like your pinky.
Van?
Are you after specific ones associated with a specific person?
Yes. Yes. But I'm after specific associated with a specific person. Van?
Is this person a man?
This person is a man. That's 7 questions. John Kilpatrick.
Did you say that it was connected with this, was not connected with the sports character?
No, I didn't say that, but this person is not a sports character. Charge for the question. That's 8 questions. Herb.
Well, is it connected with a sports character?
No. I just said no.
You did say no.
I just said no. Charge again. Charge again. No. Charge for every question. Have to pay attention here, children.
That's his fault, not ours.
That's right.
Florence?
Is this portion of the body you want above the neck?
Yes?
Are they eyebrows?
No, they're not eyebrows. Charge for every question now. Bob?
This is review. Did you say, is this person living?
I didn't say whether the person...
Is the person living?
The person is living. That's 11 questions. Sam.
Are they ears?
They're not ears.
Are they eyes?
They're eyes. They're eyes.
Oh.
13. Herb.
Eddie Cantor?
That's it. Eddie Cantor's eyes. All right, now here we are. I'm going to run some quickies on you. This is where I say go, and you'll have 60 seconds to knock them off.
The subject is Dempsey and Tunney.
The home audience knows. Let the studio audience see it. Go.
Good living American man?
Partly. Herb.
Are they in sports?
They are in sports.
Are they brothers?
They are not brothers. Van.
Are they, do they play this game with a ball?
No. Herb.
Are they prize fighters?
Yes. John Kilpatrick.
Have they fought recently in the
No.
garden?
John Kilpatrick.
Have they fought recently in the garden?
No. Does that give you an idea?
Are they going to fight recently?
No. They're not going to fight. Florence.
Are they old-timers?
In a sense.
Would Braddock be one?
No, Braddock is not one. John Kilpatrick, got any ideas? John Kilpatrick?
Dempsey and Tunney?
That's it. Don't you wish that they were going to fight again?
You
in the
bet
garden,
I do.
John Kilpatrick. It's been nice to have had you here tonight, John Kilpatrick. I hope you've had as good a time here as we have had in having you here, see. And now, friends, that concludes our 20 question subjects for tonight. We'll be back again next week, so be sure to send in your 20 questions entry.
20 Questions was a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
From Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Minneapolis, Minnesota, the National Broadcasting Company presents the College Quiz Bowl. This is it. Yes, this is the new All-American Quiz game that matches against each other the varsity scholars of 2 great American colleges. This is the College Quiz Bowl. Competing tonight, we have last week's winner, the University of Minnesota in Minneapolis, pitted against the varsity scholars of Radcliffe College for Women in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And here in Radio City, New York, is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Hello, everybody. It's good to have you with us. Welcome to another intercollegiate battle of the brains. Tonight, our new champion, the University of Minnesota, returns to see if it can repeat last week's victorious encounter here in the College Quiz Bowl. And to match wits and information with those varsity scholars from Minnesota, we have 4 fine young ladies from Radcliffe. So let's meet the ladies first. Here is Vern Williams of station WBZ Boston, who's going to serve as Radcliffe's referee. Vern?
Ready and waiting, Alan, and here in Agassiz House is the Radcliffe team, which will make the Minnesota scholars look to their laurels.
Nancy Fisher from Washington, D.C. Phyllis LaForge from New York City. Phyllis Bodell from Lakeville, Connecticut. And Ruth Joseph from New York City.
Hey, Vern, what's that? I hear some men cheering up there in Cambridge. Vern, I thought you said Radcliffe was a woman's college.
Well, it is, Alan. But you know, the Radcliffe girls live right across the street from Harvard, and they go to all their classes at Harvard with Harvard men. And this is Saturday night, so now do you get the picture?
I got the picture. It's good to have you Harvard men with us. Well, let's get around now out there to Minneapolis to hear how they feel about those Minnesota scholars. On hand again to act as the Minnesota referee is Ben Layton of station KSTP. Ben?
Right, Alan. And Minnesota's out after its second straight victory. And things are really jumping here in Murphy Hall on the Minnesota campus. Everybody's out to cheer on the same scholars who knocked down Northwestern last week.
Tom Clayton from Winona, Minnesota. Roger Feinstein, Pelham, New York.
Colleen Helgeson, Excelsior, Minnesota.
And Jack Davies, Coleraine, Minnesota.
Okay, here we go. We've met the teams. Now, Roger Tuttle, let's hear the rules.
Well, Alan, the quiz is set up to determine how much these varsity scholars know and how quickly they can call upon their knowledge. And so we have toss-up questions. And this is the way they work. Alan Ludden asks a question, and the first team to signal it has the answer gets a chance to answer. When Radcliffe signals, you'll hear. When Minnesota signals, you'll hear. And by means of a special electronic selector, the team which signals first, even by a split second, activates its light here on the board in front of Alan and makes it impossible for the other team's light to flash. Now, if the team winning a chance at the toss-up question gives a wrong answer, the question then goes to the other team. And whichever team gives the right answer gets a bonus question. Each question is worth a designated number of points, and the team with the most points at the end of the game is the winner, and returns next week to defend its title in the College Quiz Bowl. Well, that's the way the game is played, so let's play it.
And that's our starting whistle. Now, the toss-up question I'm going to read you just in a moment will bring you an opportunity at a 50-point possible bonus question. A 50-point possible bonus question if you get this toss-up question. And here it is. On your mark. The Triesta, a new type of balloon, recently made a successful maiden voyage. For 10 points, in what direction did it go? Minnesota.
Jack Davies.
It went down into the sea.
You're right for 10 points. Professor August Picard's new underwater balloon recently completed a journey to the bottom of the sea, going down, and for that you got Minnesota a chance at a 50-point bonus question, or a question that could net you 50 points. There are 5 parts for 10 points each. I want you to name the book in which the following boats appear. The Hispaniola, Minnesota. What book did the Hispaniola?
Here's Colleen Helgeson with an answer.
Colleen?
Treasure Island.
Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson. You're right for 10 points. All right, for 10 more points. In what book did these 2 boats appear? The Compass Rose and the Saltash.
Roger Feinstein.
Cruel Sea.
Right for 10 points. For 10 more points. In what book did this boat appear? The Patna. The Patna. P-A-T-N-A. You don't know?
I got 4 blank faces here.
Okay, I'll tell you. That's Lord Jim by Joseph Conrad. All right. In what book did this boat appear? The Nautilus. The Nautilus.
Roger?
10,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
By whom?
Jules Verne.
Right. I'll give it to you. It's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. 10 points. All right. And finally, in what book did this boat appear? The Pilgrim. The Pilgrim.
Oh, I don't even have blanks this time.
Okay, I'll tell you, it's 2 years before the Mass by Richard Henry Dana. All right, back to a toss-up question. Are you ready, Radcliffe?
We're ready, Alan.
Okay, are you ready, Minnesota?
We're ready.
All right. The bonus question coming up next is going to be worth 20 points, and here's the toss-up that might win it for you. For 10 points, tell us the title of the Shakespearean play whose general theme is slap your wife around and she'll be grateful for it. Radcliffe got it.
Phyllis Lafarge.
The Taming of the Shrew?
Right for 10 points. That's the theme of the Taming of the Shrew. And now, Phyllis, you won for Radcliffe an opportunity at this 20-point bonus question. You are to imagine that Mickey Mantle received a telegram saying, "Glad your knee is improving, old man. My wrist is also coming along, and now we can both continue our chosen vocations. Cheerio." Now, who could have sent that telegram, and what would it have meant this past week? for 20 points.
Nothing happening, Alan.
Nothing happening?
Football. Yeah, football.
Well, no, I'm afraid you're on the wrong track. If you remember, Mickey Mantle this last week had an operation on his knee. Well, also this last week, a very famous author by the name of Somerset Maugham had an operation on his wrist to alleviate writer's cramp, and he might have sent that challenge. Okay, now, before we get along to another toss-up question, let's find out what the stakes are in this quiz game. Roger?
Each week, NBC will award to the school of the winning team a $500 gift to be administered by the college. It may go to a scholarship fund or to a campus activity. And each member of the losing team will receive an attractive, dependable Whitnauer wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnauer family of fine watches. Since 1866, maker of watches of the highest character. Well, those are the stakes. Now with the score, Minnesota 40 points, Radcliffe 10. We go back to a toss-up question. And remember, the team answering it correctly gets a chance at a bonus question. Okay, Alan?
Okay, a 30-point bonus is coming up. Now here's your toss-up for 10 points. There are those who think he invented the telephone, but this week he couldn't even get a phone call through to the Middle West. Who is he? Minnesota.
Jack Davies.
Alexander Graham Bell is dead.
Well, it was kind of in the papers this... It's a minute. That's a toss-up question. You missed it. Can you take it, Radcliffe?
Do we get a chance at that, Alan?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You missed?
I'm afraid we can't take advantage of it, Alan.
Okay, I almost gave it away. Well, I'll tell you, this week in the papers there was a story about Donna Michi, who portrayed Alexander Graham Bell in the movie, who tried to call his mother out in the Middle West and found that her phone was out of order. Okay, here's another toss-up question. For 10 points. The 30-point bonus is still coming up. A group of hysterical teenagers from a town in Essex County, Massachusetts, were the chief accusers and witnesses in a series of world-famous American trials. Now, for 10 points, tell us what town the teenagers were from. Minnesota.
Colleen Helgerson.
Salem.
Salem, Massachusetts. You're right. The famous witch trials of Salem. All right, you won for Minnesota a chance at a 30-point bonus question, which is a music question. We're going to test your knowledge of current Broadway musicals. For a possible 30 points, here are three songs from shows now running on Broadway. You'll get 10 points each time you tell us the show from which they come. Here's the first one.
I love Paris in the springtime.
What current Broadway show introduced this song?
She's a music student, and she's slightly panicky at the moment.
Oh, don't panic, colleague. How about it, Minnesota?
Another one, Alan.
All right, it's Cole Porter's Can Can. Introduce that song. All right, now from what current Broadway show does this song come?
All the people who said, sit down, you're rocking a boat. People who said, sit down, you're rocking a boat. And the devil will drag you under by the sharp lapel of your checkered coat. Sit down, you're rocking a boat.
Minnesota.
We haven't been on Broadway for quite a while.
This has been on Broadway a long time, this one. This is Frank Wester's Guys and Dolls.
Oh.
All right, from what current Broadway show does this song come?
No other love have I, only my love for you.
Go ahead, Jack.
The King and I.
No, anybody going to correct him? You've got the composers right. It's Me and Julia, Rodgers and Hammerstein's latest current Broadway hit. Okay, Radcliffe, could you have taken that?
They could have answered all three of them, Alan.
Oh, that's the way this game goes. Okay. Here's another toss-up question. There's a 30-point bonus coming up after this toss-up. Let's see if you'll get this. Now, for 10 points, in the memorable song, School Days, what was written on the slate? Radcliffe.
Nancy Fisher.
I love you so.
Yeah, can you take it, Minnesota?
Yes, we can. Colleen Helgerson.
I love you, Joe.
You're right, Colleen. So near Radcliffe and yet so far. It's I Love You, Joe. If you remember the whole thing. I was your bashful barefoot foe. I won't go into it anymore. All right, you got a 30-point bonus, Minnesota. For 10 points each, I want you to complete the following quotation. Number one. Complete this quotation now with the next line. Breathes there the man with soul so dead who never to himself hath said,
Roger. This is my own, my native land.
Right. For 10 points. Incidentally, do you know who wrote that, Roger? You know who wrote that, Roger? For no point. Sir Walter Scott writes, The Lay of the Last Minstrel. All right, complete this quotation. The next line after I stop. For 10 points. The owl and the pussycat went to sea in a beautiful pea-green boat.
Here's Colleen Helgeson.
They took some honey and plenty of money wrapped up in a 5-pound note.
Oh, you're so right for 10 points. That is clear. The owl and the pussycat. All right, for 10 more points, complete this quotation. I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high o'er vales and hills.
A host of golden daffodils.
The next line.
When all...
Go on.
Well, I don't know.
I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high o'er vales and hills.
When all at once I saw a crowd, a host of dancing daffodils.
You're right. The next line you got right. Okay, Roger, will you give... That was from William Wordsworth, The Daffodils, of course. Roger, would you give us the score and time?
Right, Alan. Right now, Minnesota, 90 points. Radcliffe, 10 points, and we have 15 minutes to go in the quiz.
Okay, here we go with another toss-up question. Radcliffe, are you there?
We're ready, Alan.
All right, here it is. Woodrow Wilson taught at 3 colleges. 2 of them were Princeton and Wesleyan. Where did he teach between 1885 and 1888? Nobody knows. Minnesota?
Roger Feinstein. University of Virginia.
Can you take it, Radcliffe?
Phyllis Bodell.
Bryn Mawr?
You're right for 10 points. Bryn Mawr. All right, you got a chance now. Radcliffe, you have a chance at a 30-point bonus question. The recent arrival of Frederica of Greece to the United States has brought queens into the headlines again. Now, we want you to see if you can, for 10 points each, identify the following queens. The historical Queen of Hearts. The historical Queen of Hearts for 10 points.
Phyllis, did you have your hand up?
No.
Oh.
Ruth, did you have your hand up? Phyllis, did you have your hand up?
No.
Nancy, did you have your hand up?
Oh, I keep...
So you keep thinking. I'll tell you what it is. I've got to tell you the time is up. It's Elizabeth, daughter of James I. She became Queen of Bohemia in 1689 in the so-called Low Countries, and because of her charm and friendliness, she was known as the Queen of Hearts. Also, of course, there is a character in Alice in Wonderland now. All right, you have 20 more points you could make on this question. Here's a 10-point question. We want you to tell us now the historical White Queen. White Queen. The historical White Queen. Your history.
I'm afraid not, Alan.
Mary, Queen of Scots, said to be worn white, mourning for her husband, Lord Darnley. All right, 10 more points still possible to you if you will tell us what historical queen was known as Bloody Mary.
Mary.
Phyllis Lafarge.
Mary of England, Mary the First.
That's right, for 10 points. Also, of course, there's Bloody Mary, who is a character in Rodgers and Hammerstein's South Pacific, but that would have been wrong. Okay, very good. Okay, there's coming up now a bonus question worth 35 points, so on your toes. Here is the toss-up that might win it for you. For 10 points, who are the 2 well-known 19th century French painters whose last names are spelled exactly alike except for one letter? Radcliffe.
Phyllis Lafarge.
Manet and Monet.
Right for 10 points. Okay, that's our halftime signal. That's our halftime signal. We're going to start again at the half with a bonus question worth 35 points for Radcliffe, but I've got a minute out here.
Right, Alan. It's halftime whistle calls for a 1-minute timeout, and to you.
Okay, now I want to talk for just 1 minute. First of all, I'd like to talk to Radcliffe. May I talk to Nancy Fisher? And Nancy, will you tell us briefly exactly what is that relationship up there in Cambridge between Radcliffe and Harvard?
Yes, I can tell you. It's quite easily explained.
Sure.
Ever since, I think it's 1879, we've always had the same faculty as Harvard. They had their classes separately, however, until the last war. And our president, Wilbur Jordan, is a faculty member of Harvard. He's a history professor.
Mm-hmm.
And so our colleges are actually quite close, even closer now since we're having our classes together.
Oh.
But our process is called joint instruction.
I see. And you
it's
go to
not coeducation.
I see. You go to classes with Harvard boys. All right, I want to find out something that's awful fun out of Minnesota right now. What's the big day out there in Minnesota, Roger Feinstein?
It's homecoming day here.
What's going on tonight?
Well, there's a dance.
You going?
No.
Okay, our time's up. We've got to get back.
Right, Alan, back to the quiz, and with the score, Minnesota 90 points, Radcliffe 40 points. How about another toss-up question?
Oh, no, and we go back to the bonus question. Radcliffe College has a 35-point bonus question entitled to them here. We're going back to the bonus question.
Thank you, Alan.
The Leaning Tower of Pisa is not one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. But you know, there are 7, and you'll get 5 points for each one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world that you can name.
Phyllis Lafarge.
The Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
Right. 5 points.
Phyllis again.
The Colossus of Rhodes.
Right, for 5 points.
The Great Pyramid.
Pyramids of Egypt, right?
In Egypt.
Yeah. That's 15 points. You could make 20 more points here. You can work together.
The Sphinx. The Colossus.
And Phyllis Bodell?
No. I'm sure you can.
I'm afraid we're slightly bogged down.
Okay, and
The Parthenon?
No, I'm sorry. The Mausoleum at the Halicarnassus, the Pharaohs, the Lighthouse and Observation Tower at Alexandria, the statue of Jupiter, Zeus on Olympia, Temple of Diana at Ephesus. Is that right? Okay, here's the toss-up question for 10 points. Are you ready? For 10 points, tell us, which one of the following 4 men has never been a mayor? Do not push the button until I've read 4 names. Here we go. Which one of these has never been a mayor? Jasper McLevy, Michael Henchard, Rudolph Halley, Dick Whittington, Radcliffe.
Ruth Joseph.
Rudolph Halley.
Right. Can you? That's right. Rudolph Halley has never been a mayor. Jasper McLevy is elected mayor of Bridgeport. Michael Henchard was mayor of Casterbridge in the Thomas Hardy novel, and Dick Whittingham, of course, was thrice Lord Mayor of London in the children's fiction. Remember his cat. Okay, now you've got for Radcliffe there a opportunity at a 30-point musical question. For 10 points each, we want you to tell us the title of nobility named in the following musical compositions. First, a work by Beethoven.
The Emperor Concerto.
Right, for 10 points. Next, a tune written by Ted Snyder.
The Sheik of Arabia.
Right, for 10 points. And last, a composition by Bela Bartok. Bela Bartok. What nobility is in this title?
I'm afraid not, Alan.
The Miraculous Mandarin Suite. Okay, here we go. What's the score, Roger?
Right now, Minnesota is leading by only 5 points, 90 to Radcliffe 85 with 8 minutes to go.
All right, 8 minutes to go. Here's the toss-up question worth 10 points. In 1775, George Washington was named Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Forces. He took command of these forces in what city? Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
Lexington, Massachusetts.
Can you take it, Radcliffe?
Yes, Nancy Fisher.
Oh, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
You're right for 10 points. Okay. Forgetting that, you get a chance at a 30-point bonus question. Here are from some famous twins for 10 points each. Give us the names of these famous twins. First of all, the biblical twin sons of Isaac and Rebekah in the Bible.
Phyllis Lafarge.
Esau and Jacob.
Right for 10 points. Now, the two pairs of twins who play an important part in the Shakespearean comedy, in a Shakespearean comedy. 2 pairs.
Their names, it has to be their name?
Yeah, their names.
I'm afraid not, Alan.
All right, in a comedy of errors, one set was named Antipholus, and the other set was named Dromio, remember? Okay, here's another chance. The twins, we're on a twins question. Now, I want you to tell me the names of the twin sons of the Chief Justice of the New Jersey Supreme Court who were both elected to the State Assembly last Tuesday. Time's up. Robert and William Vanderbilt, sons of Chief Justice Arthur Vanderbilt, elected last week. All right, what's the score, Roger?
Radcliffe has now climbed ahead, Alan. The ladies 105 points and Minnesota 90 points with 6.5 minutes to go.
Okay, and here comes a toss-up question worth 10 points. In linear measure, are you listening? The bonus question of 20 points is coming up. In linear measure, how many yards equal 1 furlong? No one can take it.
Phyllis Bodell.
320?
Can you take it, Minnesota?
Yes, Roger Feinstein.
360.
Nope, you both missed it. It's 220. Okay. Here's another toss-up question worth 10 points. Don't forget your buzzer. All right, the bonus question is coming up, 20-point value. All right, recently, President Eisenhower was co-dedicator of a $50 million Falcon Dam. Now, for 10 points, give me the name and title of the man who shared dedicating honors with Eisenhower. No takers? Minnesota.
Roger
It was
Feinstein.
the president of Mexico.
Yes, do you know his name? You know
Ruiz.
What?
Cortines.
Ruiz would be accepted in Mexico. President of Mexico. All right. Adolf Ruiz Cortines. All right. You have a chance at a 20-point bonus question for getting that. Now, this past week, the city of brotherly love wasn't feeling too brotherly toward Los Angeles, California. 20 points. Tell us why not.
Oh, Jack Davies.
They're having a feud over which city is the third largest in the United States.
Right for 20 points. Okay. What's the score, Roger?
Minnesota is now pulled in front 120 points to Radcliffe 105 with 5 minutes to go in the quiz.
Okay, here's the toss-up. Get ready. Sisty and Buzzy lived in the White House when Franklin D. Roosevelt was president. With a bonus question worth 30 points coming up, I want you to tell us for 10 points who was president when Princess Alice lived there. Minnesota.
Colleen Helgerson.
Theodore Roosevelt.
Right for 10 points. Okay, here's your bonus question that could earn you 30 more. For 10 points each, I want you to identify the following women in fiction. Amelia Sedley. Amelia Sedley.
Go ahead, Roger.
She was a Dickens character.
Anybody want to correct him? Anybody in Minnesota want to correct him? Out. Becky Sharp's friend in Vanity Fair by William Thackeray was Amelia Sedley. Now, do you know this character for 10 points? This woman character out of fiction. Temple Drake. Temple Drake. Oh.
Looks like a blank.
The main female character in Sanctuary by William Faulkner. All right, you know this character out of fiction, a woman character out of fiction. Natasha Rostov. Natasha Rostov. 10 points.
Colleen looks like she almost has it.
Oh, she does. She knows this. All right, time's up. It's one of the central characters in War and Peace by Tolstoy. Okay, back to a toss-up question for 10 points. Ralph Rackstraw, Dick Deadeye, Bill Bobstay, and Bob Beckett are crew members on a well-known fictional ship. Oh, you pushed your button too soon. I'm sorry. Minnesota, you disqualified the question. That ship, of course, was HMS Pinafore, but I hadn't asked the question. Another toss-up question coming up. Here it is. For 10 points, name the state which borders Kansas on the east. Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
Missouri.
Right for 10 points. Okay, here's a bonus question that could earn you 40 points if you got all 4 parts. I'm going to give you 4 middle names, and for 10 points each, I want you to tell us the famous living personality that each belongs to. The first middle name is Gooderham. What famous living personality has that middle name for 10 points?
Could you repeat the name, please?
Gooderham. Gooderham. Don't know. Dean Acheson for 10 more points. Mans. M-A-N-N-E-S. What living personality's middle name is Mans? Time's up. Bernard Baruch for 10 points. What living personality's middle name is Catlett. C-A-T-L-E-T-T.
Okay, Colleen.
George Catlett Marshall.
Right for 10 points. All right, for 10 more points. What famous living personality's middle name is Stearns? S-T-E-A-R-N-S.
Roger.
Thomas Stearns Eliot.
Right for 10 points. Okay. Back to a toss-up question. Here's 10 for 10 points. Tell us, what famous invention was first tested successfully off Kill Devil Hill on December 17th, 1903? Minnesota.
Jack Davies.
The airplane.
Right for 10 points. Here's a bonus question worth 20. It's a mathematical question. I want you to start with the number of famed islands in the St. Lawrence. To that number, I want you to add the number of degrees in one angle of an equilateral triangle. Now, I want you to give me the number that you must add to this sum in order to get the date of the Battle of Hastings. Quickly.
Is it 10,000?
It's 6.
You're right for 20 points. 1,000 islands plus 60. The equilateral triangle equals 1,060. The Battle of Hastings was, of course, 1066. Therefore, you added 6, and you're right. Now, how much time do we have, Roger?
We have 30 seconds to go, so we won't give you the score. Well, we'll tell them Radcliffe 105, Minnesota 190.
Okay, here's the toss-up. John Adams and his son, John Quincy Adams, were both presidents of the United States. Now, for 10 points, what are the full names of the man and his grandson who were both presidents? Minnesota.
Jack Davies.
Benjamin Harrison and William Harrison.
You're right for 10 points. William Henry Harrison.
I'm sorry, that's it. Time's up, Alan. The game is over for this week. The final score in the College Quiz Bowl tonight is 105 points for Radcliffe College for women and 200 points for the winner, Minnesota. To each member of the Radcliffe team, it's our pleasure to award an attractive and dependable Whitnauer wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnauer family of fine watches. Since 1866, makers of watches of the highest character. And for fielding the winning team tonight, the University of Minnesota will receive a $500 gift to be administered by the college. And these varsity scholars from Minnesota will return next week to compete in this new All-American quiz game with the varsity scholars of the University of Wisconsin at Madison, Wisconsin. Now here once again, your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
I want to congratulate Minnesota again, and I want to say thank you to the 4 fine young ladies from Radcliffe, Nancy Fisher, Phyllis Lafarge, Phyllis Bodell, and Ruth Joseph. You did a wonderful job. Now next week, Minnesota meets Wisconsin. And the weeks to follow, we'll have varsity scholars from the University of Pennsylvania, the University of Illinois, Notre Dame, and other outstanding colleges and universities all over the nation. Be with us again next week and every week for an exciting quiz game here in the College Quiz Bowl. Now, this is Alan Ludden saying, see you tomorrow on Weekend, and so long, everybody.
Your referees tonight were, for Radcliffe, Vern Williams of station WBZ in Boston, and for Minnesota, Ben Layton of station KSTP in Minneapolis. College Quiz Bowl is an NBC Radio Network production, originated and produced by John Moses and Don Reed, directed by Ken McGregor. This is Roger Tuttle speaking. Trevor Howard stars on Theatre Royal, next on the NBC Radio Network.
Information, please. Presented each week at this time by Canada Dry, famous the world over for its fine beverages. Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts and enjoy a cool, refreshing glass of ginger ale. Every week at this time, Canada Dry presents Information, Please. We set up 4 talking encyclopedias, and you send us the toughest stumpers you can think of. You may submit from 1 to 3 original questions. For every question our quartet fails to answer, the sender gets $10 with the compliments of Canada Dry. For every question we use, whether or not it's answered correctly, the sender gets $5. So you can make $15 if our experts miss out, which they occasionally do. Our editorial staff may reword your question a trifle. Don't worry about it. Whenever there is a duplication of questions, Information Please uses the one that was submitted first. All questions become the property of Information Please and should be addressed to Canada Dry, 1 Pershing Square, New York City. And now, may I present our master of ceremonies, Mr. Clifton Fadiman, literary critic of the New Yorker magazine. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, we should like to emphasize again the fact that Information Please is unrehearsed and unpremeditated. We always like to repeat this for the benefit of members of the I Don't Believe in Santa Claus Club. Now, opposite me this evening at a long table are seated John Kieran, our omniscient sports expert, Franklin P. Adams, conductor of the Conning Tower, Rex Stout, creator of the famous Nero Wolfe mysteries, and, as our special guest of honor, Wilfred Funk, publisher, lexicographer, and author of many books of light verse. Now remember, for each question that's missed by these gentlemen, Canada Dry rings up $10, and that's paid out to the sender, plus $5 for the use of the question. All right, suppose we start with an inquiry sent in by Frank D. Richardson of this city. Now, you gentlemen, of course, all know your presidents very well, I assume. And Mr. Stout, at least, who has a most beautifully tended beard and mustache, should know something about beards and mustaches. I'm going to ask you to put your knowledge of hirsute adornment together with your knowledge of the presidents of the United States and name for me the last 3 presidents who had mustaches when they were in office. I mean, the presidents were in office, not the mustaches. The last 3 presidents who had mustaches when they were in office. Mr. Stout, the possessor of a very fine mustache. Beautiful one.
Theodore Roosevelt.
Theodore Roosevelt.
Grover Cleveland.
Grover Cleveland is 2.
Chester A. Arthur.
The last 3 presidents. Chester A. Arthur, I'm afraid, would be wrong. The last 3. Mr. Adams?
William Howard Taft.
Yes, he had a beautiful one. Very fine, generous mustache. Well, I think I'll let that go. Between the 2 of them, they got the 3 presidents with mustaches. Mr. Stout, you're probably the only one who has any right to answer this query. Do you mind if I put a political question to you?
I'd like it.
Do you think we'll ever again have a president with a full beard and mustache, or do you think those days are gone forever?
With a mustache or with both, Mr. Farron?
With both. The same sort of thing that you have.
I'm sorry, I don't think I'll have time to try for the office.
Well, Mr. Stout is out of the running. The next question from Claire W. Callahan of Pottstown, Pennsylvania, is this. I'm going to read some quotations, 4 of them. And each of these quotations, they're pretty well known, is in the form of a question. Now, the answers are given in the lines that immediately follow these quotations. And you're to give me those answers. In other words, just finish the quotation. The first question is, how many hairs will make a wig? How many hairs will make a wig? Ever hear that line when you were children? Mr. Adams.
You mean what precedes it?
No, what follows it. The next line or lines answers that question. How many hairs will make a wig?
4 and 20, that's enough.
Good. Very good, Mr. Adams. And remember the next line that goes on after that? 4 and 20.
Give the poor barber a pinch of snuff.
Yes, don't be so pathetic about it. No poor. Just give the barber a pinch of snuff. That's fine. And how, where are those lines from, Mr. Adams? Do you know?
Oh, probably Mother Goose.
Mother Goose, yes. I think they're generally ascribed to that lady. Now, the next question. When shall we 3 meet again in thunder, lightning, or in rain? Do those lines awaken any response in those giant brains of yours, gentlemen? Mr. Kieran, your giant brain?
No, they're the witches in Macbeth.
They are.
Trying to think up what...
Just go through the whole play until you come to those lines, Mr. Kieran. Mr. Adams?
Double, double, toil and trouble.
That would not be the answer to the question. That's a very good quotation from Macbeth. And I'm glad to get it. But it doesn't answer the question. When shall we 3 meet again in thunder, lightning, or in rain? And it goes on. When the hurly-burly's done, when the battle's lost and won. Remember now, Mr. Kieran, Mr. Adams, Mr. Funk, Mr. Stout? They're all smiling. They all remember it. Sorry, we have to count that wrong. Now, we have to get 3 out of 4 on these, so we have to get the next 2 quite correct. The next one's very easy. I don't think I'll even give you the line. I'll whistle it for you instead. How's that?
Where?
Mr. Funk.
Well, where is somebody gone?
Who?
That's
Be
what I was trying
precise
to
in this
think.
program. Mr. Adams?
My Highland laddie.
Yes, but what's the answer to the question? The line is, oh, where does your Highland laddie dwell? And the answer is, Mr. Stout?
No, I'm using the second stanza. Where and where is your Highland laddie gone? He's gone to fight the foe for King George upon the throne.
That will do very well. That will do very well. The answer to the first stanza question, oh, where and oh, where does your Highland laddie dwell, is he dwells in merry Scotland at the sign of the Blue Bell. But your answer is perfectly correct, Mr. Stout. And who wrote the song?
Wasn't Robert Burns.
Very well-known writer. Very well-known. Find him in any index. Mr.
Annon.
Annon, yes. Oh, Joe Annon. That's right.
You know the answers.
I pulled that out of the clouds.
Pretty good, wasn't it? Now, the last quotation in the form of a question. Goodness me. Why, what was that? Mr. Adams?
Silent B, it was the cat.
Right, correct. And what's the quotation from?
HMS Pinafore.
HMS Pinafore by Gilbert and Sullivan, of course. You could go on with that quotation if I dared you, couldn't you, Mr. Adams?
No, I'm anything but clever. I could keep that up forever.
They got 3 out of 4. Good enough. Haven't been able to stump them yet. I'm going to switch you from poetry now to vegetables and fruits and things of that sort. Mr. A. Hill of San Francisco tells us the following fruits are all hybrids. Of course, you all know what a hybrid is. Now, what fruits were crossed or grafted to produce them? The 3 fruits are the plum-cot, the tangelo, and the loganberry. Now, the first, the plum-cot, was made from what other fruits, Mr. Stout?
A plum and an apricot.
A plum and an apricot. Of course, you might have gotten that just from the sound. Mr. Funk, you'd admit that would be a pretty easy one.
I was just raising my hand.
By the way, I'm sorry, Mr. Funk.
On a guess.
That is in your dictionary, the plum-cot?
I can't tell you that honestly.
All right, we're going to look it up. The next one is the tangelo, Tangelo, the tangelo. A fruit, I must say, I have never heard of. Mr. Kieran, want to guess?
Nobody wants it. I'd say it's a cross between a tangerine and
jello. I beg pardon?
Tangerine and a lemon.
No, I'm sorry. What made you think it was a lemon?
Well, on account of that...
ELO?
The labial.
Yeah. You'd have to reverse the spelling of lemon a little to get that word out of it. No, it was produced by crossing a tangerine with a grapefruit, any grapefruit that didn't object to it. The name is derived from tangerine plus pomelo. Pomelo, P-O-M-E-L-O, they tell me, is another name for grapefruit. Did you know that, Mr. Kieran?
No, but shaddock is.
That's good. That's good. But I don't see what you could do with shaddock if you wanted to cross it with a tangerine verbally.
I don't think I'd like it. It sounds too complicated.
It does sound too complex, Mr. Funk, doesn't it? Sorry I have to count you wrong on that, Mr. Kieran. Now, the loganberry was produced from what fruits? The loganberry. Mr. Kieran.
That was one of Burbank's creations, and it created an awful row in the berry world about 25 years ago.
Haven't the slightest doubt.
Question whether it was really helpful or not. I've forgotten who won the Great War, but...
I'm delighted to get that information, but would you give me the answer to the question, Mr.
Kieran? No.
Well, that's 100% so far. The loganberry, gentlemen, is produced from a graft of the trailing blackberry bush and the red raspberry bush. Of course, we all should have known that. And why was it named loganberry? Does any of you know?
Obviously,
Mr. Stout?
because Mr. Logan did the crossing.
It was first developed on the lands of Judge Logan of Santa Cruz, California. And we were supposed to get 2 out of 3 on that. We got only 1 out of 3. Gentlemen, you knew only the plum-cot. I'm surprised at you. Mr. Hill of San Francisco will get $10, courtesy of Canada Dry. By a curious coincidence, the next question I notice comes to us from Burbank, California. And it comes from the son of the late Ring Lardner, from Ring Lardner, Jr. And there are 3 questions here about Sherlock Holmes. That's your master's voice, Mr. Stout. And let's see whether you know anything about the detective stories of Sherlock Holmes. What man did Sherlock Holmes acknowledge as his superior in observation and deduction? I think Mr. Stout had his hand up first. Mr. Huron had his hand
Moriarty.
up first. I beg pardon?
Sherlock Holmes acknowledged Professor Moriarty as his superior, but subsequent to that, he acknowledged that his brother was his superior in deduction.
Which one would you like to let stand as your answer?
Well, I think Moriarty, because Moriarty is more dramatic, but when you added the words deduction, I guess that confined it to his brother. I don't know that he ever did admit that Moriarty could deduce better than he
Yes,
could.
I believe that it was his brother, whose name was what, Mr. Stout?
Began with M.
Yes, Mycroft. Did you know that, Mr. Kieran?
I knew it was his brother, but I would not remember his name.
No, I don't think any of us would.
You never forget a face, do you?
No.
Actually, Mr. Stout, does Mycroft Holmes ever appear in any of the stories?
Yes, in one of them.
Does he? I have no idea.
Sherlock goes to consult him on one of these cases.
And you actually are introduced to
him? At his
him?
club, of course, since it's in London.
I didn't remember that. Very well. 1 right out of 3 questions about Sherlock Holmes. Now, what woman successfully outwitted Sherlock Holmes? Mr. Kieran.
A queen of a foreign country who came to him as a client and outwitted him, and all he got out of it, I believe, was her autograph photograph when the case was over.
Will that be right,
Wrong.
Mr. Stout?
Wrong.
I'm going to ask Mr. Stout to be the umpire on this.
It was the whilom friend and to be wife of a continental king.
You wouldn't like to give me the name.
She was not, had not been, and I think never was going to be a queen.
You've got the
her name was, I think, Irene.
Irene, yes, and her last name?
Sorry.
That's all right. Irene's good enough. We always like to call them by their first names in this program. Irene Adler, and the story was what? Called what? Do you remember, Mr. Stout?
It was about the letter. Scandal in Bohemia.
A Scandal in Bohemia, yes. That's the correct response, I think, Mr. Kieran. Now, your answer may be correct, but
that's the story, but I just thought that I'm easily impressionable, and I thought she was a queen, you see.
Well, do you have that same experience with most of the ladies you meet around town, Mr. Kieran? Now, gentlemen, one more question about Sherlock Holmes, sent in by Mr. Lardner. What learned criminal in the Holmes stories wrote a treatise on the binomial theorem? I shall not ask you to explain the binomial theorem. Merely name the criminal. Merely name the criminal. I think we've even baffled the practically unbaffleable Mr. Stout. The answer is one of your first responses, Mr. Stout, Professor Moriarty.
He did that, too, didn't he?
Yes, he did that, too.
Elementary, my dear Stout.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Should have known that, I suppose. Let's see, we got one wrong. We're supposed to get 2 out of 3. We've just got by the skin of our teeth. Mr. Stout, speaking of the Holmes stories and the binomial theorems and such like, tell me, why is there so much scholarship in modern detective stories? I noticed that you and your colleagues have become extremely learned during the last 10 years, and unless you have a full knowledge of Egyptology and anthropology and so forth, it's practically impossible to read you fellows.
Well, I presume it's because no one is really competent to write a good detective story except a very erudite and able person, and naturally the things they know come into the stories.
That was Mr. Stout speaking. I'm very glad to get that modest appraisal, Mr. Stout. Now, from Buffalo, New York, from Mr. Charles Hall, comes a question which tests your knowledge of classical mythology. Now, if a modern community were peopled by gods or humans from classical mythology, who would turn up in the following roles and why? The first would be an arms manufacturer, a manufacturer of weapons. Mr. Funk.
Mars, I presume.
Mars, why would you say that?
For war?
Yes, it would be a fair response, but I think more specifically, Mr. Adams?
Vulcan.
Vulcan. Why Vulcan?
Because he was a blacksmith.
He was a blacksmith. Yeah, he made weapons for the gods. That was his job. Remember, he made the famous shield of Achilles, I think. Will that be right, Mr. Kieran?
Yes, he made all the shields, including the Aegis of Minerva. And he also made the shield for Mars and his sword.
Yes, that's the last time I give any information. Mr. Kieran can always cap it with 2 more pieces of information. Now, if a Western Union messenger... let's make that Western Union or Postal Telegraph... turned up. They all have their hands up. Mr. Funk, what classical...
Would it be Mercury by some chance?
Yes, Mercury, unquestionably, who acted as messenger for the gods. And how did Mercury, the messenger of that period, travel? On a bicycle, Mr. Funk? How did he get around?
I thought it was on wings.
Yes, and where do you have them attached?
On his ankles.
On his ankles. We like to get you very precise on these matters, Mr. Funk, if you don't mind.
Very embarrassing.
You're coming along nicely, though. Now, suppose... somebody turned up as a ferry boat captain. What character would that be? Mr. Adams.
Charon. Charon.
Yes, it's mispronounced slightly, but otherwise
That's
very
what
good
I was
response.
afraid of.
I think it's Karen, isn't it?
Mr. Funk?
Isn't it Karen?
Well, don't ask me. You're a lexicographer.
Well, have you a dictionary here?
Not one. No. We never have any books of reference. Karen is correct. Thank you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Funk. A ferryman at the Styx who bore the dead across the river Styx to Hades. Now, if the role were the role of a waitress, what character would that be? Mr. Kieran.
Hebe. Cupbearer to the gods.
Cupbearer to the gods. 4 out of 4. Pretty good. The next question from Mrs. W.G. Wilcox of Grand Rapids, Michigan. It's a very nice one. Now listen carefully, gentlemen. If a schoolmaster had a date with an alewife and a sailor's choice, where would they be likely to meet? I'll repeat that. If a schoolmaster had a date with an alewife, A-L-E-W-I-F-E, and a sailor's choice, where would the three of them be likely to meet? Sounds as if this particular schoolmaster could teach us a thing or two. Mr. Kieran.
I think they're all fishes.
They are all fishes, that's right. Would you like to explain what each of them is?
I don't know. The alewife is a small fish, edible fish that runs up the New England stream.
It's just barely edible, being a herring, Mr. Kieran.
It's a small herring.
Yes. That's one of the best things about it. Alewife belongs to the herring family. Schoolmaster would be what sort of fish?
I really don't know.
Do you want me to tell you?
Yes,
It'll be a new
I'd love to
experience
learn.
for me. It's a snapper. And I believe found...
It's a young bluefish. A snapper is.
All right. I'm not going to tell you anything more, Mr. Kieran. That's the last time, absolutely. And a sailor's choice would be what sort of fish? Well, I believe it's used for various fishes, a porgy, a pigfish, a pinfish, and also a grunt, whatever a grunt is. What is a grunt, Mr. Kieran?
It's an odd-looking fish that makes a sort of squawky, grunty noise when you catch it. Or lift it out of the water, I mean.
And you actually have hearing acquaintance with a grunt?
Yes, I fish by ear.
Very well. We check up our disbursements, and we find that Canada Dry has paid out $10. Our highly touted experts knew most of the answers, but not quite all of them. And while they're touting themselves still higher, Mr. Milton Cross has a few words to say.
Thank you, Mr. Fadiman. Information, please, presented each week at this time by Canada Dry, famous the world over for its fine beverages. Now, don't be alarmed, Mr. Fadiman. I haven't lost my place. The repetition of our opening speech was merely to emphasize that word beverages. For in addition to ginger ale and sparkling water, Canada Dry produces a wide assortment of popular beverages, and each bottle bears the familiar Canada Dry label. Everyone seems to appreciate the exceedingly great care exercised by Canada Dry. Constant testing of all ingredients maintains our high standard of quality. All water used in Canada Dry beverages is filtered and purified many times before it is carbonated. And Canada Dry's own pinpoint carbonation, a carefully developed and scientific process, points up the delicious flavors and imparts an exhilarating sparkle. Because of all this diligence and care, the Canada Dry label has become a symbol of high standards. And that's why today more people than ever before are saying, Canada Dry, please.
Most enlightening, Mr. Cross. And as a point of information, your brief speech was timed in 64 seconds. Now shall we go on to a question that comes to us from Raleigh, North Carolina, from Miss Foy Ingram. Miss Ingram wants you, gentlemen, to give 4 instances in fiction or poetry in which a picture is vital to the plot. A picture plays an important part in the plot. Mr. Kieran had his hand up first.
The Merchant of Venice. The picture of Portia is on the casket that Bassanio picks at last and wins Portia as his bride.
That's quite correct. That casket was made of what metal?
Lead. Base lead.
Base lead, ordinary lead. That's one. Now, Mr. Funk, you had your hand up.
Am I wrong in one about Robert Browning's about the Duchess? Was that a picture or a statue?
You're quite right. It was a picture.
Yes.
And what is the title of the poem by Robert Browning, Mr. Funk?
It has Duchess in it.
It has.
I forget the exact title.
Mr. Kieran?
Well, I was going to say that the opening is That's My Last Duchess, painted on the wall. I call that piece a wonder now, and so forth.
Yes, I'm sure you could go on with it. Well, the poem is simply called, Mr. Stout.
I'm sorry.
It's called simply My Last Duchess.
My Last Duchess.
That's 2. Very good, Mr. Funk. Mr. Adams.
The picture that was turned toward the wall.
What is that, Mr.
That
Adams?
is a song. A popular song.
Would you like me to allow a popular song in as poetry this evening?
Sure.
All right.
Poetry.
I'm being bluffed into this, but I'll allow it.
There's a name that's never spoken.
Go ahead. What rhymes with spoken?
There's a mother's heart that's broken.
That's nice.
There is just another missing from the old home, that is all.
That's all I can stand, Mr. Adams. Stop. Very good. That's 3. Mr. Stout.
Must it be a poem?
No, it could be a novel.
The Picture of Dorian Gray.
Yes, very good. Who wrote it?
Oscar Wilde,
Yes.
or The Face on the Barroom Floor.
Yes, that would be a very good one. And if I may be permitted to name a favorite work of art of mine that's neither fiction or poetry, I think there was a moving picture some years ago that the Marx Brothers starred in called Animal Crackers. And wasn't there a picture, Mrs. Rittenhouse's picture, which was stolen? And one of the Marx Brothers had to find the picture. I remember that the picture was very vital to the plot, although the plot wasn't very vital to that particular picture.
There's another song called
Adams?
A Picture No Artist Can Paint.
Who wrote the song?
I don't know.
All right, that's good enough. We have 6 pictures at least. Done yourself proud, gentlemen, on that question. The next one, from D. Miller of Chicago, is a question testing your knowledge of the meanings of words. I want you to give the original meanings of the following words by tracing them back to their sources, in any language that's handy to you. The first word is a very simple one that we use very constantly. Melancholy. Melancholy. What's the original meaning of it, melancholy? Mr. Kieran?
It comes from the Greek, melon, that means black.
Yeah.
And the collie part of it, I think, goes back to thoughts or disposition of some kind.
You're on the right track, but I think that chole means the secretion of the bile.
Right. That's right.
A black secretion. It was thought that people who had a... go ahead with it, Mr. Kieran. You want to explain that to us?
That they turned black, rather with a depressing look on them, and that they had depressing thoughts and were depressed from something that made them, in this state, melancholy.
That's right. Those who had an excess of black bile were thought to be of that nature, the melancholy or sad nature. That's quite correct. Now, a word that's even simpler, the word silly, which we use constantly. The word silly means what, originally? Silly.
I think I'm having a busman's holiday.
Mr. Funk, go ahead.
No.
Enjoy yourself. That's in your dictionary, I know, Mr. Funk. The word silly goes back to the Anglo-Saxon Selig, S-O-E-L-I-G, which is, of course, related to the German Selig, S-E-L-I-G, means what?
Happy.
Yes, Mr. Kieran, happy or prosperous or good or blessed. How a word originally meaning good or blessed now becomes silly, I don't know. Mr. Funk, how do words change that way?
The silly are the only ones who are good, aren't they, Mr. Funk?
That's a moral remark, which I
Well, they
should take
change
to
by
heart.
common usage. People do distort them and change them.
Yes, they do. And
you
funny
have to
thing
accept
is,
the common usage.
it's a funny thing, Mr. Funk, isn't it, that words tend to degrade themselves in meaning. And as a word which once had a rather nice meaning, tends after a while to have what you fellows call a pejorative meaning, or a bad meaning.
Well, you've topped me on that word, but
Pejorative, you look that up.
Sometimes they come from the gas house district and cross the tracks and come up also to Park Avenue from the slums.
Thank you for tracing that career for us.
My theory, Mr. Fadden, was
Mrs.
not
Stout?
entirely facetious. A good poet said, "Be good, dear child, and let who will be clever."
Yes, think there's anything in it?
It means that the good child was a silly one, I suppose.
Yes, but I think she only made out well in that poem. We have melancholy and silly traced for us. Now, the last word, we haven't melancholy and silly traced for us, rather. I've traced silly for you. The last word is pecuniary. Pecuniary. Mr. Adams? Pecuniary? It means what, Mr. Adams? Mr. Kieran.
From the herd.
Pecuniary is...
Mr. Kieran can help us out a little.
Pecuniary was the Latin word for money.
Yes, but
Pecunia.
what's the original meaning? What's the original meaning of the word?
Well, the original meaning traces back to the fact that in the old days, I believe that money, wealth was in cattle and other such forms.
What's the word cattle got to do with it, with the word pecuniary?
Well, I think that it means beef or something on the hoof. Pecus.
A herd.
Yes, pecos means a herd, as Mr. Adams says, or cattle. That's quite right. We got 2 out of 3 on that one. We were supposed to get 3 out of 3 to satisfy Mr. Miller, so we'll send $10 courtesy of Canada Dry to him. Let's see, will we have time for another question? I'm afraid not. A final checkup reveals that Canada Dry has lost a total of $20. Mr. Milton Cross wants a brief word, and then I'll be back with news of next week's guests.
That famous British custom, time out in the afternoon for refreshments, is almost as old as the empire. For centuries, it has been regarded as merely social. But now we know by scientific experiments on people doing all sorts of work and play that mid-afternoon refreshments relax tired minds and bodies, furnish new energy with which to carry on. It has occurred to me that it's a custom we could well profit by. So why not take time out on these afternoons? Relax for a while with a cool, sparkling glass of Canada Dry ginger ale. For ginger ale is always refreshing, always thirst-quenching, a quick energy builder, ideal for such occasions. And Canada Dry is the world's finest, the champagne of ginger ales. Now here's a special tip to mothers. You can make a delicious ginger ale ice cream soda by simply putting a generous scoop of vanilla ice cream in a glass and adding Canada Dry. Your children will love it.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. And Mr. Wilfred Funk and Mr. Rex Stout, won't you please accept Canada Dry's thanks for joining the fun this evening, and may I add, doing so well. Now, next week, our invaluable trio will be on hand, Mr. Oscar Levant, Mr. John Kieran, and Mr. Franklin P. Adams. And our guest of honor will be that noted news commentator, journalist, and author, Mr. Raymond Graham Swing. To our listeners, we say, please send your questions along. Make them as hard as you wish. And if you have a stumper to stump our board of experts, we'll be most glad to have it. There are $5 in it for you if we use your question, and another 10 if we fail to answer it correctly. So you can win $15 in all. Send your letters with questions and the correct answers to Information Please, 1 Pershing Square, New York City.
Among the host of Canada Dry beverages, you are bound to enjoy these summer favorites. Canada Dry Tom Collins Mixer and Canada Dry Lime Ricky, both made with a genuine fruit base and the finest ingredients. No preservatives or artificial flavoring. So for cooling, tall drinks with a lemon flavor, order Canada Dry's Tom Collins Mixer. For a lime flavor, insist on Canada Dry Lime Ricky. The family size is economical, costing only 15 cents. This is Milton Cross saying good night all.